Hey, what's going on, guys? Savage Recover here. um, these I wanted to talk about these riots because I'm in Cleveland and they're rioting in Cleveland, and like I totally understand that Floyd Floyd didn't deserve to die. We can all agree on that. Everyone can agree. Like 99% of people are in agreement that Floyd he didn't deserve what he got. But the thing that we need to talk to, like, protesting is completely fine. Like there's nothing wrong with protesting. It's your First Amendment right to protest, regardless of what the reason is, or if it, like, you have the right to protest. You can protest whatever you like. But there's a lot of violence that's going on that's not even affecting the police or the government. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's targeting the people that you live with, your communities, the people in your cities. that's not that's not going to get anyone on your side. If anything, it's going to get people to turn away from your anger. And there's a lot of money that's being funded into groups to push these protests into riots. There was a city where there was a whole pallet of bricks that was dropped off in the morning in front of a courthouse. The courthouse in Tennessee is on fire. Like, there are bystanders that are being attacked and beaten. Like, there's no, like, this isn't going to get people on your side. Like, the cop has already been fired. He's already been arrested for murder 3. His wife's divorcing him. Like, what is, within 3 days he was convicted, or 3 days he was charged with third-degree murder. What is the point of destroying, like, low income housing? Like, how does destroying low income housing help George? How does it help any person that gets killed by the police by burning down a low income project? Like, all this is going to end up doing is it's going to get out of hand, and the government's going to step in and crack down, and people are going to lose their lives and they're going to lose their rights. Like, what up, Dave? How you doing? But, like, people are unhappy about the government locking down for the virus, but once the National Guard and the military gets involved and this stuff gets out of hand, martial law will be locked down. Like, they'll start doing curfews and they'll start making people stay in their houses. Like, it's destroying your city isn't going to get it's not going to get the outcome that you want. Like, the president already is having the FBI and is already having the FBI, and it's also having the Bill Barr's department, the Justice Department, look into the police. Like, everyone came out in an agreement that Floyd should have never died. Like, burning down buildings and looting stuff isn't, like, no one can say that it's all about George. You're not breaking into Target and stealing TVs because you're trying to help out George's family, or you're trying to get change. Like, the looting isn't gonna everyone can agree that the cops were wrong. Everyone can agree that the man shouldn't have lost his life. But as soon as you take it to where you're looting people's property and you're attacking people and you're burning buildings down, people are going to shy away from the cause. That's what part of the reason why Martin Luther King, when he did the civil rights movement, they were not violent. It was a non-violent protest, even though at that time they knew they could be killed by protesting, by doing civil disobedience, that put themselves into risk. Part of the reason that the civil rights movement became popular was because people that weren't black saw the fact that these people were standing up for their rights and they weren't being violent, and that swayed people into their point of view. But you can't sway people into your thoughts or your beliefs when people already agree with you, and then you start destroying stuff. Like, people are not going to invest money into the cities that are getting burnt down. Like, the people in power, and I'm not saying the government as a whole, I'm talking about the shadow government, like the people that the people's names that you don't know. They want civil unrest. They want a race war. They want looting. That plays right into what they're trying to do. That's why they fund Antifa. That's why they fund Black Lives Matter. That's why they fund all these groups that stir trouble. Because what you guys don't realize is there's a lot of communists and Marxists that are in the United States, and they want to overthrow the capitalist government, and they want Marxism in America. And this looting and all this stuff is playing into the Marxists. And like, I just want everyone to know that when the Marxists take over or the socialism takes over, the minorities are the first people that get eliminated. The people that help them overthrow, like the radicals that know how to overthrow a government, they're the first people that get taken out because they don't want them to overthrow them. You can you can go through any history, and all these socialist governments or these communist governments do the fascism governments. They all do the same thing. The people that helped them and the people that had the forethought and the ability to help them get power, they take out so that they don't lose power. Like, these riots are being orchestrated by people that are pushing a narrative, and they're trying to manipulate the feelings of people, and it's working. And once they get control, like, it's not going to be good for anybody. So all I'm trying to say is that if you want to protest, that's completely fine. If you want to write petitions to get people thrown out of office, do that. Like, do everything within your means that isn't killing people, that isn't destroying property. Like, we have a super high amount. We have 40 million people that are unemployed. If you start destroying businesses and burning stuff down, you're only going to make there be less jobs, and you're going to make less people employed, and it's going to hurt everybody. Like, this effect isn't going to do anything. It's not going to benefit any of us in the long run, especially since the cop's already been charged with third-degree murder. Already. He's already been fired and charged with third-degree murder. And like, it's just like during 9/11, when 9/11 happened, we gave up a bunch of our rights to be safe with the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act took a bunch of our rights away. Anytime these big things happen and people want action, all we do is we lose more of our rights. Everybody does. And that's what's going to end up happening when you have 25, 30 cities that are rioting all at the same time and killing police officers. There was 2 federal police officers that were shot and one was killed. There's police officers that are being told to stand down but also being attacked. Like, all it's going to do is make this is going to make racial tensions even worse, and it's going to make the tension between the police and civilians worse. Because if they're being shot and attacked, what do you think they're going to do next month when this isn't going on? you think that they're gonna feel more cautious about being dicks? No, because they're gonna feel that they're gonna be at a higher alert of danger, and they're going to act accordingly. Like, I understand that people are angry and they want to feel good to show the man what's going on, or to tear down the system or prove a point. But the point is, it's like punching a wall when you're mad. It feels good to punch the wall, but it sucks for the next 6 weeks when your hand's broken and then you have to fix the drywall. Like, the long term doesn't outweigh the benefit in the release of the stress. Like, this is purely an emotional reaction, and I'm sure it feels good in the moment, but give it 6 months, 8 months, it's not going to feel good. It's not going to be what everyone expected it to be. It's really going to hurt a lot of the things that are going on in America. I honestly didn't think that they would riot in Cleveland. Like, there's been plenty of times that Black Lives Matter or any sort of group was going to come in here and riot, and they were stopped. The people of Cleveland are real roughneck, and they wasn't going to let other people tear up their city. But I'm shocked that this happened. Like, yesterday, I was supposed to go do some photography, and I found out on the way to do that there was rioting going on in downtown Cleveland. Like, I didn't even hear anything about it. It's just sad. It's just sad that people want to make this a race issue. There was just a white man in 2016 that was suffocated by a cop, and he actually died from suffocation. And while he begged for his life, the cops laughed at him. No one rioted for that. It's the exact same thing. Apples to apples. Cop had him handcuffed on the ground and suffocated him. There was a woman in Minnesota that was from Australia, and her house got broken into, and she called the cops, and she was in her pajamas out in front of her yard, and the cops showed up and shot her, and she died. No one rioted for that. Like, this idea that these cops are just killing race based on race, and they're killing everybody. Everyone's dying from the police. It's a power corrupts 100%. Like, that it's a class thing. It's not a race thing. Ash, stop. Like, if you go and look at the statistics, statistically 51% or 53% of all violent crime is done by blacks. Of course, people are definitely stir crazy from being locked up, but being stir crazy and frustrated has nothing. Like, this is the thing. If I go outside right now and I drive my car and a cop pulls me over, which happens, I've been pulled over. I've had evidence planned on me. Like, I've had it done to me. I've had the cops lie and testify to saying that I confessed to a crime, but there was no written statement. There was no video. The only thing that is the cops said that they interviewed me and I admitted to it. If that happened to me right now when I go outside, tell me how it makes sense for my injustice for people to decide to go and start burning down other people, like, not the cops' houses, not the government, but to burn down a small business that a person in my community owns. That's literally like this is the equivalent. I live in a black neighborhood. That's literally like a black guy comes to my house and steals my bike, so I start burning down all the houses on my street. Anyone would be like, that's racist. That's mean. Like, that's shitty. Like, that's what's happening. A white cop and two Asian cops I don't know what the fourth cop was. Arrested this guy that happened to be black and he died. And now they're terrorizing black owned businesses. Like, it doesn't it how does it help to burn down black stuff in black communities? If you're going to go with racist cops and everyone's mad because of race, then why are you victimizing other black people? In Minnesota, there was a guy that was a firefighter that owned a bar. He saved up and started a bar. It was his dream. And before he could open, the pandemic hit and he never got to open. And then he went to his store and they broke in and destroyed it. And while he was there filming with the news, they tried to steal his safe. And then he went back to work as a firefighter to go put out fires, and they burnt his building to the ground. Explain to me in any way how it is in any way in George's benefit, in Floyd's benefit, to him die and then say we're going to stop this and riot in the streets and then attack a business owner of a firefighter that's saving people in your community, steal his stuff, destroy his place, and then burn his building to the ground. How is that justified in you're tired of all the racist crap? Like, that doesn't even fit. It doesn't even fit. It doesn't even fit. If race was such an issue in America, then why did why did he have to pay black Nigerians to assault him and fake a hate crime? Explain that to me. Why is it that if racism is so prevalent in society, why are there so many fake racist attacks that are in the news and we later find out that they're racist? They're false racist attacks. They were set up by the people that called. What about that guy that went and spray painted his car? Just a few months ago, there was a guy that spray painted a bunch of racial slurs on his car and then got arrested for vandalizing and making a false insurance claim. Like, if you go through the last 5-6 years, you can see multiple hate crimes or race-based violence or race-based crimes that end up coming to be not real. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't racist people, but to think that there's so much racism that you would be able to catch it, like you could catch blatant racism on camera when everyone has a camera. Like, literally the narrative that we're going with is if anything happens to a black person and there's a white person involved, automatic, it's racist. Like, we don't know why that cop was on that dude's neck. Like, we don't know if it was because he was black. Like, he wasn't calling him racial slurs. His media, his Facebook, none of that stuff had racist stuff on it. Like, we don't know if the guy was even a racist, but we're going with the narrative just because he's white, he's automatically racist because the guy's black. Like, are we forgetting that black people can commit crimes and do bad stuff too? Or is it only white people whenever it's a black person that can do bad stuff? Like, people need to stop thinking with their emotions. Like, people need to start thinking logically. Like, we have no evidence that this was motivated by race. We have people's feelings because it was a black man. Like, does no one understand that the guy that was shot in Texas or whatever state it was, you know, that arrest and all that stuff happened like 3 or 4 months ago, and they literally put that back into the news like a week or two ago, and then this happened. Like, does anyone not feel like they're setting up a narrative to try to get some crazy stuff to happen? Yeah. There's all sorts of false rape. There's all sorts of false gender discrimination. Like, there, all these bad things that are in our society, there's multiple amounts of false. Like, if this country is as racist and as sexist as we is we're being told, then why does it have to be manufactured? Like literally, when Trump got elected, there was the kid was autistic, and he was in Chicago, and he was kidnapped by 3 young teenagers that were black, and they called him racial slurs on camera and tortured him for voting for Trump, and he's 16 years old, can't even vote. That wasn't considered to be a hate crime when they clearly were saying racial slurs to him. But this cop, who's with 2 Asian cops, so there's 2 races, that are there, and only one race is being called racist, and no one even knows if the guy was a racist. Like, we don't know. Maybe Floyd, like, I'm not saying that I have evidence of this, and I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that this is true, but maybe Floyd made a pass at dude's wife. Maybe the cop owed Floyd money, and he just decided to get rid of him so that he didn't have to pay him. Like, I don't know if that's true, but it's coming out that they worked at the same place for a couple of years. So if that's the case, maybe they both had a personal beef from knowing each other. Maybe it had nothing to do with race. Like, there's so many variables and things that we don't know. To just say he's black, he's white, it's race is disingenuous. And all you're doing is you're making people angry when there's no need yet to paint that narrative. Because there are people that are rioting that are getting killed. There's already been 4 or 5 people that are confirmed that are dead. Like, people are getting seriously injured for nothing. Like, attacking Target and burning down these stores. You guys don't know if there's anyone in these places. When you burn down a building, you don't know if someone's in the building. Like, you're potentially killing somebody, all because of what? Like, what is, like, if you want to tear down the city and whatnot, you really think that people are going to come in and invest money into the city after it's been destroyed? Like, look at Ferguson. Ferguson isn't being built up. Look at Baltimore. People aren't investing money if it's just going to keep getting destroyed. Not even that. If there's an insurance company that just started off that's insuring these buildings and all these things are getting destroyed, they're going to go under. And it's not some huge, like, insurance companies don't have to be some huge company. It can be I have friends that's families own insurance companies. Like, it doesn't have to be some super Fortune 500 company to insure things. So with that being said, like, all you're doing is hurting other Americans that have nothing to do with this. And it's going to get to a point where you're going to get the public's going to turn. And once it turns on you, it's not going to go good. Everyone was in agreement off the jump that this death was not necessary, that this needed to be looked into. But now when you start attacking normal people aren't going to want to put up with this. Like, no one that owns a business. Listen, this like, Dave, this is false. All right. This is the same argument women have or make when it comes to the false rape allegations aren't a big deal. And that's another thing that, oh, well, people are afraid to report. That's a lie. Because even if women if they don't report to the police, they tell a friend, they tell hotlines, they tell trauma-based organizations for women. Like, the stuff gets reported. It just doesn't get to the police. And people saying, hey, someone said a racial slur to me, like, that's crazy. It's crazy. And black folks are racist, they're racist just like everyone else. Like if you look at the crime statistics when it comes down to interracial crime, white people make up 90% of all interracial crimes, and white to black is 10%. Like growing up in a black neighborhood, how many times I've heard that I'm white? In the Discord last night, I kept getting told, I'm white, I'm white, I'm white, I'm white. You are white privilege, privileged white. Like it's okay on television to say messed up stuff about white folks. You can't say messed up stuff about black folks without people getting mad. Nowadays, if you're considered to if someone says some people are getting canceled for making jokes 10 or 15 years ago. They just came for Jimmy Fallon, who made a skit impersonating Chris Brown or Chris Rock, who's his friend on Saturday Night Live, did a skit, literally dressed up as him and did a complete impersonation of Chris Rock, and nothing was said for 20 years. But now they tried to get him canceled. Like if there's even some small mustard seed of fact that they can come and they can say you're a racist and they can poke at you, it's all over the news. So this idea that people are scared to come out, that's malarkey. That's malarkey. That's like women saying that now after the Me Too movement, when literally people are just getting fired for women saying that it happened 37 years ago. Like that, like this isn't 1964. This isn't 1951. It's 2020. That's not true, because every person, every black person that has been discriminated against or felt that they've been discriminated against, anytime race comes up, they are the first people to tell you, oh, well, this one guy called me the N-word 6 years ago. So yes, racism's everywhere. Like it's not. It's not. I'm not talking about scared to come out. I'm talking about people just want to. Okay, well, you're not gonna get rid of racism. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not. If black people didn't want there to be any racism in the world, they wouldn't say racist things about white people. Mexicans wouldn't be racist against black people. Like you cannot do racist stuff and say racist stuff and then expect people not to not be racist. Like Black Lives Matter within the last few years came out and said white people need to give up all their wealth and their houses and everything to black people. All right, bro. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Like I'm not understanding what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so first I want to address the last thing you said. When Black Lives Matter came out with that, white people need to give up their houses and stuff. I didn't even take that seriously. I thought that was the funniest shit in the history of the planet. Me and my friends was in the car, dying laughing when she said that because she said because they're just gonna get it back in some other white privileged way. We couldn't even take that seriously. That I don't think anybody who has any type of intellect was looking at Black Lives Matter movement as a leadership movement for the black community at all. Because when they said that, that lady in Carolina, it was specifically that lady in Carolina who put that out. We thought that shit was dead funny.
Yeah. Okay. So two things. regardless if you take it seriously, because no one took it seriously.
No.
Like no one did. And getting it back, like this idea of white privilege is bullshit. It's not. It's not a thing. White privilege is not a thing in the sense that white people are just on easy mode. Like everyone has a privilege of some nature. Black folks have a privilege in certain aspects. White people have a privilege in certain aspects. Asians have everyone has a privilege. Some people have disadvantages in the same race. Like everyone is not born on the same level. Some people are taller, some people are shorter. I'm 6'1", I'll never play in the NBA. It'll never happen. Because I wasn't born 6'7". It's just how life goes. Two, regardless if people take it seriously with her, the fact of it is you can't combat racism with racism. You can't combat violence with violence. You can't get rid of something with the exact same thing. Like if that was the case,
you can't combat racism with racism, but violence is at times combated with violence. Like you said earlier, that Martin Luther King um, addressed the people and told them to protest peacefully. He very much did that, but he also, which is not publicized a lot, told people to arm themselves as well. Martin Luther
yeah,
King,
but
Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Now, in hindsight, put ends like Malcolm was the stick, right, and Martin was the word. But in truth, they were kind of speaking the same lesson. And when they killed Martin, that's when he was trying to acquire wealth. Some people you say that's a conspiracy. Some people say one thing or another. But what I was talking about
yeah,
earlier, people
but
not wanting.
but listen, but this is what I want you to understand. Arming yourself is different than violence.
What do
Like
you arm yourself
if
for?
to defend yourself.
Right, but that
De-
defend yourself
being
as violence. That's it's the
no,
same
no,
that we
no,
had with
no,
protesting.
no, no,
How
no.
do you
It's
protect yourself?
because it's not violence because violence means that it's an unnecessary act. So if you're in your house and someone breaks in and you defend yourself, you are not being violent. You are defending yourself. Violent is an act on someone that is unjust. So
Okay,
if you punch me and I defend myself, you committed an act of violence and I was defending myself. That's how it works under the law.
true, true. But
So like
the
you can't get arrested for 35 violent defenses. Like that's
right,
not
but then
a thing.
you made when you made a statement, you said you can't defend your, you can't use violence against violence. Well, if they were using violence first, then wouldn't it be that it would be defense then?
It so defense, okay, so this is defense. If I break into your house and you
No,
shoot me,
I
that's
get what you're
defense.
saying there, but
No,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying,
no, 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 no. But listen, but listen. So if I break in your house and you shoot me, that is defense. If
right?
you steal my bike and I start shooting black people on the street, that is not defense.
True.
That's not defense. And again, you can't take this white cop and these Asian guys. This guy died. It's racist. Kill all white cops. Like those are like that is the same thing as a black guy stole my bike. So all black guys are pieces of crap, criminal bike stealers. I'm going to shoot them. Like that's you can't do that because it's not the same situation. Defense
Well,
is is in the sense of defense is in a situation. If I'll explain it like this: if attacking people because you were attacked worked, then the Bloods and the Crips or gangs would not have been shooting each other forever. Because at some point the violence would have canceled out the violence, right?
no,
No, it
violence
wouldn't.
begets violence. That's known. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, you can't. I get the argument that says that you can't be mad at all black. I mean, all white people, or I guess your reference to the black guy stealing your bike. That you said you can't be mad at all black people because one black guy stole your bike. That's obviously the proper outcome to how you should react to something. You can't be mad at all black people because that one black guy stole your bike. But we're talking about how people actually react. And we know that people actually react incorrectly a lot of times. And
Yeah,
the
but you
Asian
can't
cops
you
being
can't
a part,
justify that.
the Asian. No, I'm not saying you can justify it. I'm just saying that's how people act. And the Asian cops being a part or standing beside the white cop who killed George Floyd aren't accredited with the racism because they didn't kill him, but they're not accredited with. I mean, but
But okay,
they're
so listen,
they're not they're not they're not they're
listen.
not
You
being
can't.
judged. They're not being judged as
No.
individuals apart. Like when you're a cop, everyone has this understanding that cops stick with cops. So
Yes, but you.
even if he's being racist, and I am also the same race or a different race, or because I've seen videos of a white cop killing a black man with a black cop beside the white cop. I've seen
Do
black
you know that
cops
black?
killing
Do you
black
know
people.
that black? Do you know that black cops are more likely to shoot a black person than a white cop is?
I have no idea.
There's been there's been studies done. A black cop is more likely to shoot a black person than a white cop is.
Well,
Do you know
when
why
you
that
become
is?
a cop, you're no longer black or white. You're blue.
That's true, but a black cop is more likely to shoot a a black cop is more likely to shoot a black person than a white cop is. Do you know why?
No.
Because as a white person, you constantly have to be in fear of what you do that you're going to be interpreted to be racist.
I
And
don't
the
think that's
best no, I'm telling you. I'm telling you as a white person, literally you have to be cautious of what you do because people will say that you're being racist.
right, but there's a
Literally.
difference between you as a white civilian and then white cops. I don't think that white cops hold that same standard. I think that they're aware that um, if things turn out to be where people point to you as racist, that things could blow up on them. But we know for a fact that there's I'm not talking like black or white and how they treat. I just think that cops have a mentality when they deal with people generally. I've seen videos where, you know,
Yeah. But that's the issue. Like that's the issue. Like the issue of it is that a black guy getting killed by the police in a video clip, all you see is a few minutes before he gets shot or as he gets shot and a few minutes after. You don't If you don't see that cop or hear that cop saying racial slurs or him posting about racial slurs on the media or any of those things, all you're doing is automatically you're being racist is what you're doing. You're projecting your racism on a white person who happens to be a cop.
I don't know if it's always
Like,
racist because there's some white people who see that and think the same thing. I think there's a
okay,
historic value
so
to those
no,
incidents, right? So people
no,
bring in
no.
no, I
There was
definitely that people
there was
bring
a
in
there was
what
there was
used to happen with what's
there
still happening,
there was a
and
no, it's not still happening. You're not seeing black people hung from trees. You're not
oh no,
like you're
I'm
not
talking about
seeing you're
cops aggression. I'm talking about cops. I'm not talking about all that. I'm talking specifically cop aggression towards black people, and it doesn't even have to be necessarily a cop's aggression towards black people. It's the
so
same. It
so
plays that. It
uh,
plays. Hold on. It plays out the same, right? Cop, black person. Maybe historically that cop was racist and he had it out for the black person because he was black. Now, uh, put a line there if you say, now if you see now, cop, white, black person, I'm saying what people do is they put the two together. And so it doesn't have to be a black person. White people can see it and be like, oh, it's that.
yeah,
I,
so
that's
again
what I'm saying.
again if you go okay, so there's if there was a study done and it went they did a study on black people, Mexican people, Asian people, white people, all right? Do you know the only group of people in the study that had a self-hatred?
It's probably black people, but that there's a reason for that.
No.
There's a reason for that.
Nope. There it wasn't. It was white liberals. White liberals were more likely to have a self-hatred of other white people. If you go on social media, you'll see white people protesting saying black people or white people are racist.
Oh, okay.
Like
In
you
that way, yeah. I thought you was talking about like individualized self hatred.
n-
Like
n- n-
it
no,
might
no,
happen.
like I'm saying like
Or
there
you're talking.
everyone has an in-group bias. Like if you're black, you would more likely rather be around other black people. If you're white, you're more likely to want to be around other white people. If you're Asian,
Hmm.
every group wants to be, they feel more comfortable around people that are similar to themselves. It's innate in us because as humans, we were tribal, stuff like that. But the only group of people that is not true in is white liberals. So having white people that are like, oh, yeah, that was racist. One, you have liberals that think that everything's racist. Two, you have media saying that everything's racist. So it's not a surprise that liberal white people would say that that shit's racist. Like when I saw that cop, when I saw that video, when I saw that video, I didn't think it was racist. That wasn't my first thought. I thought it was a shame that that man died. It was a shame. He shouldn't have died. But to automatically project that it was race based off of a minute clip, like that's crazy. Like
When I saw the video,
that's
I
crazy.
didn't immediately go to racism. I went towards, bad cop, right? Because I think there's more bad cops than there is racist cops.
I
Like,
really don't think that there's a lot of racist people in America. Like I really don't think there's a
I,
lot of
I,
racism,
what type of racism are you talking about?
like straight hating other people. I don't think that there's a lot of it.
Okay.
Out of 368 million people, if we had 1 or 2 million, 3 million people, I would 3 million. I'd be shocked for sure.
No, I wouldn't be shocked at 3 million. I would be shocked
I'd
if
be I'd
it got high,
I,
like
I'd
20.
be shocked at
I'm,
I'd be shocked about 3 million because if you watch any like if you look at any Klan rallies or white supremacist groups or any of those stuff, they're struggling to get 100 people. They're struggling to get 100 people.
okay. What about
Like,
Carolina? I'm not
you
saying
talking?
that's the
You're
epidome of racism.
you're
I'm
talking.
just talking about the Tiki Party. I'm just talking about
So
it
there,
was
but
so
there wasn't thousands of white supremacists there. There were white supremacists. There were locals there that wanted the statue to stay up, and then there was people that wanted the statue torn down. So, like when Trump said that there were good people on both sides, he even said prior to that, he said not the white supremacists, but there were good people on both sides because there were people that were there that wanted to keep the history there, and there were people there that were protesting, and there were people on the that wanted to tear it down that were acting badly, and there were people that wanted to keep it up that were acting badly. The white supremacists were the ones that were acting badly, that wanted to keep it up. Like that's a fair assessment. Like that's fair. Just like a lot of people don't understand that the rebel flag, the reason that the South keeps they hold the rebel flag, it's because it's a part of their history of rebelling against the government. It's not
right.
about the racism.
Have you heard,
Slavery was
you heard the
what's
argument
that?
that have you heard the argument that uh, no, I don't want to use that. That's a bad reference because people use that in extremes and people use it a lot, and I think they use it improperly. But what I will say is that the rebel flag historically was used to terrorize black people. No matter what it was originally intended for during the Civil War and what it had been um, reassigned to after that period, for a period of time, that flag was used to terrorize black people. So
Were you
I'm
there?
not saying out. I'm not saying outlaw it.
Were you there though?
I'm not saying I don't have to be there to know that it's true.
No, 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 but you're going based off a historical account. So like we don't know 100% for one. Two, the people that support that flag, they also weren't there and they also weren't doing that. So for people to hold that flag dear in the South because they were that marks their family that fought in the Civil War or rebelled
Those
against the government.
Were those
What's
people
that?
there? Who those people there who want to hold the flag in high regard? Were they there during the Civil War and fought? Were they there for the reasons why they want to glorify the
No,
flag? It's the same. It's the same logic.
no,
If
no,
you
no.
can hold,
See,
if
no,
you can
no, no.
hold the flag in
But
high regard as
this,
tradition, because
no, but it's not. It's
for
not about
family
tradition.
stuff,
It's not about tradition. It's about
Okay.
lineage. So where, like, if you lived in the South, listen, if you lived in the South and your grandfather fought in the Civil War 20 miles from where you lived, like that flag represents your father giving up his life to fight the North.
Okay, but if you live in the South and you were black and your grandfather was hung up in the tree as that flag waved in
How
the wind
how,
backwards,
how many how many
terrible.
blacks were hung during the 1800s? Do you
It
know?
could be three, and it doesn't matter.
It was like 1,000.
That's a lot. It's a lot more than three.
Um, there's 3,000 blacks killed in Chicago every year.
And that's horrible too.
It
One
is, but the
to
but
bring up to bring. We were just talking about that on MTNR. It's a red herring. To bring up one thing
it's not
to
a red
invalidate
herring.
or to
It's
distract from
not
another.
it's not distracting. It's not invalidating it. If you have 1,000 people killed over 100 years by hanging, and you're so pissed off about it that you're mad that people's family fought, because you do realize that only 5% of the United States own slaves. 5%. So most of the people that fought in the South against the North, they didn't own slaves.
Right, but only 5% of the people own slaves. But how many of the black people in that time were slaves and were subject to what happened during slavery?
But
Right.
but
So
but
gang
but again,
not
you can't associate. Listen, you cannot associate the guilt of 5% of people who own slaves on the other people that didn't own slaves that did fight in the war.
I agree.
Like the Civil War wasn't about slavery; it was about taxation. It was about paying taxes to the North. So the Civil War wasn't even fought over slavery.
I
So
also know that
the
Abraham
guy who's
freed the slaves, he was using that as an excuse to start the war.
no, the reason that he freed the slaves was because the only means of production and the only way to cripple the only way to cripple the South was to free the slaves. Abraham Lincoln said that if he could have won the war without freeing them, he would have, because he knew that it would have got him killed. And then he freed the slaves. He didn't agree with slavery, but he freed the slaves, and then he got killed. Exactly what he thought. So it's disingenuous to say that people that's like a lot of people in the South were poor. Like only 5% of the population owned slaves. And that includes black people, Indians, and white people out of that 5%. So not even all of the slave owners were white. The
The vast
first
majority.
person, regardless, even if it's a majority, it was only 5% of the population. So if there's only 5% of the population and 50% of the population fought on the South for the South, there is a mass group of people that's family had nothing to do with slavery at all. That's family fought in that war.
Right, I
So
get that.
like
But
that,
after the
but
war, during the Jim Crow era, right? So
and again,
during the Civil War, that flag was just the flag of the South. It was the Jim Crow era where it was used to terrorize people, and it was used a
and
lot.
again, and again, you're okay. So who passed the Jim Crow laws? Who
Not
passed the
sure.
Jim Crow laws?
Can't think right
It was the Dixiecrats in the South. So it was the people that were in power in the South. It wasn't your poor average sharecropper. Like
now. Yeah, but
like that's
how does that relate? How does that relate to the people using the flag, right? Whoever passed the law, that doesn't necessarily
but
say
it
that they're
does because no, because who passed the law? The person that passed the law was the person that put that racist law into action. That
right.
just like now, if Obama came out and passed a bunch, like when Obama passed all that stuff for the LTBQ or whatever it is community, is that a reflection of your beliefs? Like if I don't like them, does that mean that I get to be mad at you because he passed it and you lived there during that time? Like a lot of the people in the South, like that's okay. So the reason that things changed in the South was because a lot of the people that lived in the South were not racist. Most of them were not, but the laws stated that you had to do this. That's why over time the South became more Republican because the non racist Democrats went to the Republican Party. So the point that I'm making is just like in the Bible, it tells you how to treat your slave. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't condone slavery, but it does tell you that you should treat your slave in a certain manner. Why is that? Because slavery has been going on forever. You weren't going to stop it. As of today in Libya, you can buy a black slave for $400 that's coming from Northern Africa. But you don't hear anyone in America talking about that. If slavery was such a thing that anytime anything happens that American that is black has to think back to 150 or 60 years ago about something that happened, then why are they not just as outraged about what's going into Libya right now? Like if like I would consider it to be a completely logical argument is if you were like I'm going to tie everything that I see into the last 150 years. Okay, well then follow that same logic on the guys in Libya. Like when you cherry pick what you're going to be outraged about, I feel that that's just disingenuous. Like either you're going to live in the past and you're going to tie everything to it, or you're not. You like white cop black guy. Like if this is the crazy thing. If you know as a black man that black people attack each other or they treat each other dirty or any of these things. If you know anything about other black people and through things that you experienced and knowing this, why is it that when you look on TV and you see like Mike Brown, you automatically like you would get mad about it when you know it's possible that they did something they could have done something. Like why is it automatically it's a racist cop? It isn't that guy maybe did something wrong. Like to just jump to one conclusion means that you're totally ignoring things that you have experienced or know on the other side. You know that there's circumstantial evidence that could go in the other way just in your daily life. Like just the fact that if you go to Chicago and there's 3,000 people are killed every year and like 4,000 shootings in Chicago, and you see on the news a black guy getting shot by the cops, why in your mind is it disingenuous to say, well, he was doing nothing? There's like absolutely straight racism, but you know damn well that you don't go to Chirac. Like, why not just wait and see what happens and see what all the evidence is before we come to a conclusion of racism? Like, that is my argument. Like, we don't know what happened when that clip came out. Just like we didn't know what happened with Audrey, the guy that was in Texas that got shot by those two guys. People automatically jumped out there and said that it was racism. I'm not going to say that it was racism. I don't think the dude should have been stopped and attacked. But to immediately see this clip and go, white guy, black guy, one, racism. Like that is literally just deciding that you want to be mad about something. That isn't that in any way taking in the
I don't think it's
experiences
as
of
much as I don't think it's as much as a decision as it is an emotional reaction. Like you ask, um, why do people react that way? I think people react that way because I think most people um, deal with their emotions improperly. I don't think that. I think that so if what they see could be something that sets them off, right? Most people
okay.
don't have the
So
competence with dealing with their emotions to wait for the information. They just get
okay.
emotional and react
So explain this to me. So I live in a black neighborhood, so I see a lot of black folks. Okay,
I mean,
so
do you agree with what I just said?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it in the sense that that's okay.
I don't think that it's okay either. I'm just saying that's what
Because
happens.
yeah, but
You know
this
what
is
I mean?
where I'm gonna play devil's advocate with you here. I live in a black neighborhood. All right. I hang out in a black chat, constantly getting told about how I have white privilege and how I'm white. And I don't know because I'm white. And you would say that because you're white. So I experienced racism for being white. Okay. So
Hmm.
explain something to me. So if I go down to the corner store, all right, and I'm the only white guy in there. So the guys that own it are Arab, and then the people in line are black, and I'm white. And some black guy gets in front of me and cuts me off, or mean mugs me and gives me a dirty look as he cuts in front of me. So I should assume, just assume, because I've experienced racism my whole life in a black neighborhood, and I get reminded how white I am every day in a group chat that's not supposed to be about race, it's supposed to be about men, to the point where I can feel some kind of way about it. So then I should automatically assume that it's race based, and then I should just tee off on him. And because he's black, and there's other black people in that store, and once I hit him, I know for a fact that I'm going to get jumped. I should just start shooting, right? Because I know that he's being racist to me, and I know from him being racist to me that they're going to assume that I'm being racist because I'm white. So then I should just end it completely and make sure that I get out, and that's okay.
You see, what I was what I was saying is that's exactly how some people think, but I never said that that was correct, right?
Yes, but at some point you have to like if I go in there and that dude cuts me off because I'm white and says some fucked up shit to me and I hit him, anyone watching that is going to assume that it's because I'm racist. They could have heard him say racist stuff to me. They could have seen the whole situation go down. He could even push me. And if I take off on him, I'm doing it because I'm racist.
I don't think that most people would take that conclusion in that situation where they heard him say something and heard him instigate the situation. Now, if they
Oh,
didn't know
but
what was
so
happening,
so
but
if
they
they
saw you from
so
a distance, no, if they didn't know what happened and saw it from a distance and saw you hit him, I don't think most people, but I think that definitely some people would claim it to be racism just
okay,
because
so
you're
explain.
white and he's black. And I'm not
Okay,
saying that that's
so
right. I'm just saying that that does happen.
okay, so
But if
so
somebody
explain
is
this to
going to
me. Explain this to me. So if only some people would think it was racist, then why did everyone see that video of a white cop on a black guy's neck and him die and it's racist? Not
because
some, all.
what I was talking about earlier. Well, I don't know. Definitely, all people didn't think it was racist because all people.
Everyone with the blue check mark on Twitter, the media, all the black
That's
people
because
that
they
are in every single black person that we were talking about in the Discord was going off of how it was racism. I could show you the Discord messages where they're going off saying it was
right, but
racism and
that doesn't mean
and
all people. But what I'm saying is,
all the
that
people that I've
it's the
encountered.
same thing. It's the same thing that I was talking about earlier. They take a couple variables and relate them to each other, even though they may or may not be similar, right? White cop, black guy in the past could have been racism. Maybe the last time it happened a month ago could have exactly been racism. And then they take the same situation, white cop, black guy, and they connect it and they say it's racism automatically. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just saying that that happens.
Okay, so explain to me. But explain this to me. So why is it that cop is not a race, but the cop is killing a guy? All right, a cop is killing a guy. It's labeled racist in the media. Plenty of the black people around us think it's racism. The people that are down rioting in 25 or 30 cities now across the country think it's racism. You have a woman on TV saying that they are going to destroy. They're talking to each group in each city is talking to each other, and they're going to keep rioting until all the cops are arrested for racism. So
I don't believe
explain.
that. I don't believe that all those people believe that it's racism, and I don't believe that all those people are doing it for George Floyd. I believe that there's bad agents, and I also believe that there's people who are just angry and looking for an excuse to let it out, like Antifa. I don't believe that all those people bought into all those ideologies
Well,
in the same way that the leaders of the groups did. I believe that there's just people who are looking for an excuse or an outlet for their anger or their aggression or their self hate, and they misdirect it at other people. I don't buy into all those people, you know what I'm saying, are that outraged over racism because people
so,
see it and don't make no mention of it until other people start making mention plenty of times.
uh-huh. That's why Black Lives Matter happened, right?
What do you mean?
Because people see it and don't say nothing until someone else says something. But Black Lives Matter had every Black Lives Matter uh ever since they've been created, every time they demonstrate and riot, they rioted with the narrative of it was an unarmed black man. It wasn't what they said it was. Like
Yeah, but
Mike
we're talking about
Mike Brown attacked a cop.
what's happening now. There is a lot of people who are of all different races, and the same thing happened in Black Lives Matter eventually. A lot of people, white people, Asian people joined in, whatever else like that. And there are definitely people who are outraged by what they believe is racism or what was actually racism. And the same thing is happening now. But I don't believe that all was my contention is that all.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that this is going to like you think this is going to win over people? Like you think people that weren't racist are not going to be racist now? You think that's going to happen? Do you think that racism is just going to get obliterated by destroying cities?
No, it never has, and I don't. There's never been an answer to dealing with racism because if there is, they probably would have done it already. And I'm not saying that, but historically, bringing attention to something gets results. Just because, but most
So
people don't understand
there what?
how that would actually happen. But if you look at the LA riots in the 90s or whatever, if you let things happen, I know that if you let things happen on its natural course, and especially a lot of times when it comes to cops and persecuting them, nothing will happen. But if you stir things up and make a deal about it, then
Okay,
people in those
so
situations are obligated to ensure that the
all right,
proper course of
fair.
action happens.
So this is what I'm going to start doing. All right. So every time a white person in America is killed, I'm going to start having white people come out and start destroying cities and rioting. And what's going to happen is we get killed so much by the police that we literally would be rioting every day, because we're killed 3 times. It's 2 or 3 times higher than black folks are killed.
There's 2 or 3 times more white people in America.
Yes, we're also less likely to have police interaction, though. We make up 65% or 70% of the population, but black folks make up 53% of violent crime, and they're 13%. They're overrepresented.
What would you uh, what would you say is the cause of that? You say it was a culture?
I'd say it's a mindset. I wouldn't say it's culture.
Don't you think mindset is individualized and culture is something that's shared within a group?
I don't want to say a culture because that's just going to paint that's just going to be baited out as racist
I
stuff.
I
Black
get what
people
you're saying,
are
but
criminals,
a
but
part of culture.
yeah, it's definitely a part of the culture. Just like you have criminal behavior in all races. Like that's a thing. There's
Hmm.
any group of people is going to have any group of people is going to have some racism in it, and they're going to have some bigotry in it. They're going to have some
Some
criminals in it.
criminal.
You're going to have that in every aspect. But the difference, this is the difference. The narrative that's painted about white people is white people are the oppressor, when historically 5% of the country, 5% owned slaves. So already
Well,
we're at
the
5%.
argument, the argument, the argument
Wait,
there isn't how many
wait,
white people were the oppressors, but who were the people? What were the race of the people who were doing the oppressing? And that has
it
been white
doesn't,
people.
but it doesn't, but it
Against
doesn't
other white
matter.
people as well. I'll give you that. But
But it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. You literally cannot make the argument that black people are targeted for being criminals and they're associated to be criminals because they see one black person on like you go to a white state and they don't see any black people and the only people they see on television are black criminals and they automatically assume that they're black criminals and that's not fair to the rest of us that aren't criminals. But then you go around and say, well, 5%, which is a super small population of America at the time, out of the vast, like out of everybody. We're like back then it was like 98% white and 5% owned slaves. But you're then going to equate, well, the oppressors were white people, even though it was a small majority. We're going to just say everybody. Like that is the most disingenuous thing to say because the argument now by black people is we get targeted for being shoplifters and criminals, even though not all of us are. Like it's the same argument. The only difference is it's okay because we're white.
no, I agree with you, and I agree that it's wrong. It's just something also that happens. But
And like
I don't,
what
don't
people
I allow
what people don't
myself to
realize.
get frustrated with what happens versus what should happen because we all know that what does happen happens more often than what should happen.
The
Because
but the what people forget about the slave trade is that the blacks in Africa captured the blacks and sold them, and that the Muslims started the slave trade. The only people that are vilified in this whole ordeal are white people, and white people were literally the least amount. Like we had the least effect out of everybody that was involved. We are the smallest portion, and we were the first to end it. Like slavery in Middle Eastern countries still goes on
it
to this
does.
day, and they castrate the males. Like they didn't castrate the males in America. They didn't. And the
Because they
other
want to breed.
narrative, yes, but the other narrative that isn't taught about in America is that when the Irish came and they were servants, an Irish slave was worth less money than a black slave. So explain something to me. If you had a really expensive car and you had a cheaper car, which car are you more likely to treat like shit?
So you're saying that the Irish had it worse in America than black people did?
I'm not saying they had it worse. What I'm saying is there's a narrative painted that black folks had such a horrible time. But the fact of the matter is, historically, they were worth more money. You are not going to treat, if you have two slaves and one's worth more and one's worth less, you're not going to treat the one that's worth more worse than the one that's worth less.
So what? So you're saying that the people, the Irish people who were worth less than the black people, were treated worse than the black people?
What I'm saying is the narrative that is painted that there's a narrative
Because
painted that
in
black folks
so
were treated.
so bringing up
Listen
countries
to
doesn't
what
mean
I'm
relate
listen to
to
what I'm
how
saying.
Americans and
Li-
Black Americans feel about
Listen
how
to what
here in
listen to
America.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. There's a narrative that's painted that the atrocities. Okay, so here's a good example. I don't think that all of the things that we're taught about slavery is true. I think that it's over pushed in the sense, just like I don't believe that everything we're taught about World War II is necessarily true. I feel that it is pushed harder to make a certain narrative in people's minds. The reason I say that is because back in
That's
the
wrong.
day, no, listen, back in
There are
the day,
historic there's historic evidence that proves that slavery was much worse than what they teach in schools. Much
no,
much worse than what they teach in
there
schools.
isn't.
What they tell children is obviously not going to be the all the atrocities because they don't feel it's
No,
appropriate to speak that to children. But there are definitely atrocities that are far worse than what you hear in school about slavery that indeed happen, that are factual.
yeah, we're also told that they just beat and killed slaves every day, all day long. That's all they did. It's just beat and kill them, which any person that would own a business wouldn't do that. Like it doesn't make sense. You're not going to spend a bunch of money on something and then kill it. You're
Give
just
me a
not.
second. I'm gonna pause my mic real quick. All right, I'm back.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is you're you're not going to invest money into something and then just be killing it every day. Like like were people killed? Yes. Were people treated poorly? Yes. But the depravity that we're taught is that it was literally at any second, any day, they were just killing people. And that's not the truth.
I
Like
don't, I don't, I don't, I don't know if I was taught that, but what I was
that that
taught.
that
Uh,
that, that definitely has been taught. And here's the difference
I don't
between
know if that's, I don't know if that's exactly taught like that, or if people, like all other things, focus on the most on the worst aspects.
yes, but here's some facts. Okay, so a a Irish slave were if you had two slaves and one of them was Irish, all right. If you had two slaves and the job could potentially kill them, they would give that job to the Irish slave because the Irish slave would eventually get their freedom. So it didn't matter to them if the slave died because they wouldn't own the slave. So the hardest like the hardest, shittiest work that could kill you was for sure always given to an Irish slave because economically the black slave was worth more money and you would have that slave for a longer period of time. So you were incentivized to make sure that that slave it lived. Okay. So in the aspect that the reason I say
But
that
it
is
doesn't mean that they were treated more poorly, the Irish slaves, than the black slaves,
it does.
right? Because
It does.
with the
It
idea,
literally
that you
no.
would give them the most dangerous jobs because you can't own them forever, comes the
Yes.
idea of property, right? So the black people were your property forever. I own them. If I
Yeah.
die, my son
But
owns them. If he dies, his son owns them,
yes.
right?
But regardless, again, you're taking it from an emotional standpoint because at the end of the day, slaves were property. Like you can't interject that it's different. Like it isn't because if you have two things and you have
Why is it
that you
because black people?
listen, stop cutting me off. Let me explain my thought before you get mad at me. If you have two things, all right, and you want to make sure that something lasts longer, you're not going to be as hard on it. If you have one thing that you don't give a fuck about, you don't care if it dies, you don't care what it does. You don't care how miserable of an experience it has. You don't. So the reason that I say that is because there is an idea or a philosophy that it was just mayhem and horror all the time. And just on the idea of if you look at it as a business or as a as a property, you would not treat your property that way, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that black folks didn't have it bad. I'm not saying that it was justified, but I'm saying when you listen to a narrative, you have to listen to what the narrative is painting, who is telling me this narrative, and if it's logical. Like the
I
reason I
agree with
say
you,
that,
but
listen,
what I'm saying is that I don't think that I was taught that it happened to all slaves all the time, every day. What I was taught was the things that did happen in attempt to break all the slaves. Like, have you heard of bucking?
yes,
Yeah, and lynching comes from a guy who came and taught the southern slave owners
yeah,
how to properly break his
there's
slave.
so that Lynch document, like that's questionable because we don't know if that guy existed. We don't know when it was written. Like that is out there, but it isn't like we can't concretely say when or where that came from at what time.
Right, but what
Now,
I'm saying is what I was taught was the bucking, the raping with impunity, the lynching, or even if it wasn't lynch or lynching exactly, the types of things that are portrayed to be lynching happen in a way of
but you
break
also
up
have to understand.
breeding people, breaking up families, selling people as property. Those are the things that I was
Yeah,
taught
but
with,
here's the
as
thing.
well
Here's
as
the thing
things
though.
that
If you
you later on.
go listen to Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson's family is from Alabama, and he was born under Jim Crow, and he was born on a plantation as a sharecropper. All right, go listen to him. He has like him being there testimonials, and he'll even tell you that the narrative that they sold families and stuff off, it's not as true as as the media as it's painted to us, because even under even under slavery, slaves had a super high amount of male to father and mother two parent children relationships. Like, even after slavery happened, the core of a family under the black community was much higher even after slavery than white people. So, like, there are other things that are out there that paint the narrative that we're told is not true. Like, for example, if you look at the Holocaust, Steven Spielberg did a documentary on the Holocaust of survivors. And there are a bunch of survivors that said while they were in these camps that they would bring in pianos and stuff for them to have plays. Now, am I saying that bad stuff didn't happen? No, I'm not saying that bad stuff didn't happen. But at no point in the history book, when you're learning about it, do they tell you that the Germans were bringing in pianos so that the people in the camps could have plays.
I think
Like,
that's done deliberately because when you say that, because a lot of people don't want to believe atrocities to the extent that they are if they weren't there to see them, right? Because you don't see them every day. So if you say they brought in pianos, there a lot of people will go, "Oh, okay, it wasn't that bad." So to
that was from the survivors. Those were people that were in the camps. It wasn't a person that wasn't there. It doesn't benefit the person that's in the documentary to make a false narrative about it. Like,
no, it does.
you could make that argument if it was someone that was
But
a
it's much
researcher that
it's
no,
much
but
easier to say much easier to say that these things happened that weren't negative or weren't atrocities after people already understand how atrocious things were. If you're
yes, but
if you're initially saying the good
this is the
with the bad
problem.
at the time that you're telling people what happened, there would definitely be people who dismiss the worst parts of it. And
Yeah, but
so I see
here's
later
also a
come out
problem with
I
here's
think the people who
also
later come out with the with their accounts of what happened, it's easier for them to come out that way because people already understand the atrocities that happened. And so they can say, yes, that did
but
happen and it was this bad, but these things also happened.
that's not what these survivors said. They didn't say yes, it was that bad, but these things also happened. They literally went the interview was interviews with hundreds of survivors that explained their experience inside of the camp. And that's all that the conversation was about. It wasn't about anything other than what they had experienced and seen while they were there. The problem with what you're saying is, as soon as you start to hide information and you only make a narrative in one way, you then take information and hide it. So that means that you're hiding something, and your narrative automatically becomes into question. Like,
You're creating a false narrative. I agree.
yeah. So, like, another thing that people don't,
I agree that people did it intentionally, maybe,
but
creating a false
here,
narrative to ensure that people understood the atrocities
but
outside of the
here's,
things that may or may not have happened, or people
but
that account
here's,
later say that happened
but here,
otherwise.
but here's another thing. I also necessarily don't think that Africans came from Africa. I don't think that. I think most of the people that were here. Because as a business, it doesn't make sense to send money out for 6 months and lose money on the way there. Why would you import? Why would you import something when there were people already here?
You talking about Native Americans?
Well, there were blacks that were here too. Like, there was a big population of blacks. Like, they're called the Moors. I believe
The
it's the
Moors,
Moors.
the Moors are people who ruled Spain.
Yeah, but I believe that the Moors were actually here in America.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard that, but I do know that the Moors probably would have had the mobility to do that because they were the rulers of Spain. Like right now, throughout like the world, there's a bias towards lighter colored skin, but there is people who talk about a bias towards darker colored skin in Spain people deliberately trying to breed to have darker colored skin because at one point in time the Moors ruled Spain, and so the bias isn't towards lighter colored skin, but really towards the people who are in charge.
Well, you do know that, like, so you do know that most of the people that ruled Europe like 500, 600 years ago were black, correct?
Yeah, I hear that. I don't know if it's Beethoven or Bach, but that he was really a Moor or black, but they
Well,
whitewashed him
if you
pretty
if you
easily.
go if if you go to Ireland, there was a Irish,
Are you Irish
and
descent?
I am Irish. I'm Irish and English. So
Okay,
so
because you bring the
to
name
to
up.
to paint this narrative, I have an English last name and I'm an Irish man. And that's because the English white people came into Ireland with other white people and enslaved them.
Well, you could say that about all, pretty much all black people in America too.
You can say that about every culture because every culture had slaves. Every
True.
culture did. So that's the problem. Like every culture has been enslaved, and only black folks are the ones that get upset about anything ever about race going back 160 years ago
Think
all the time.
think that the difference between the cultures who have let it go and black culture in America is because of how close to now that it's happened and how much hasn't
But
changed since then.
yeah, but listen, even okay, so even if you go back to when certain countries were enslaved and then they got their freedom, they still didn't act or feel the same way that blacks do in America today. And when the
Right, but
Irish came, but
Ireland,
wait,
in
but
Ireland,
wait,
the
but wait, but wait, but when the Irish came to America, they were considered to be black and they were in slums and they weren't allowed to get jobs. It would say no hire no Irish people. Like the discrimination that they got. So after they came out of slavery, they came to a new country and was treated the same. They were treated just like they weren't anything.
but
And
how
they,
much do you think that historically, like let's say America, how much do you think historically a person's religion shapes who they are? Like our laws are based on know, laws that surround a religion. With black people, I don't know about the Irish. You can tell me once I get, you can tell me once I'm, finish my point.
Irish or
But
Protestant or Catholic,
no, what I mean is
they
the
weren't
black people that were here
blacks weren't.
enslaved,
Hold
the
on,
black
one
people that
second, one
were
second.
here, hold on, give me a second. The black people that were here enslaved, their culture was lost to them, their language was lost to them, their gods were lost to them, or their religion was lost to them. And a lot of times, what makes a
But
person up are those things, right? And
but
so
that's
after
not true though.
slavery, it is true. I don't know any.
No, because there was Christians in Africa, and there are also uh, Jews in it, black Jews in Africa. There were other there were other religions in Africa than just normally black religions. Like
Right, but just
Christianity
because
and Judaism has been in Africa for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, like well before there was slavery going on in America.
so you would say that the majority of slaves came over had those religions and those languages.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that they like. If you go to Ethiopia right now, there is a huge population of Jews that are black that have the Torah, like they have the complete Bible on a scroll that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. That's written in Hebrew, and they've
Right,
been
but what
there
I'm
for
saying is
hundreds of years.
the widespread of those languages. I don't know for sure, but I don't. I would
But
speculate that the
but what you have to
majority of
understand is,
people who were brought over as slaves were not Christian or Jewish or anything else like that,
but
and they
what you're trying
also
to
had a
say,
culture that was lost to them. So when you
but
what happened
you're
with the primary difference between black
no, it's
slavery
not
and
different.
I'm guessing is Irish slavery is that their own culture, their own language, and their own religion was lost to them. So their
No,
identity as a person was lost to them.
no, because the Irish spoke Gaelic. Okay, the
Right.
English did not speak Gaelic. They spoke English.
Hmm.
All right. So when the Irish were enslaved, okay, they they were the lord of the area when you married your wife had sex with your wife before you did on your wedding night because they let it be known that they wanted to breed out the Irish. Like
Right,
all
but
the exact
I remember
but
you
listen,
saying
all the exact same things that have happened to black people under slavery happened to every other culture under slavery because whoever owns the slaves incorporates the slaves into their culture. That that's
so.
that's a practice because
Irish with the Irish
just be
culture. The Irish no longer so Irish culture is new since the fact of they were slaves.
yeah, the
I don't
Irish
know that.
culture is the Irish culture is more is a more English culture. It's not the Irish culture that they had prior to England invading them. It any culture that has a group
Was
of
that an
people
assimilation, or was that an assimilation, or was their culture a loss to them during slavery? Were they no longer allowed to worship their gods, or were they no longer allowed to experience their culture? Is there parts of their culture from a
well
historic
of
aspect still there?
well no because the Irish were pagans. The English the English we had the King James Bible in the 1500s. That's when the Irish were under they were forced to become Christians and Catholic. Like they were all pagan. They lost their gods and their religion just like every other culture. Like any just like the Romans when the Romans went and took over other places, they instituted their gods into those places. Like that is the whole idea of conquering any
Well,
group of people.
that's true to an extent. Like the Romans,
Like
it depends on which version of the Rome that you're talking about. If you're talking about the Holy Roman Wars, or if you're talking, you know what I mean. But
but any time in history, any group of people that conquers another group already automatically puts forms of their culture into that culture. The culture
that's
is never the same. Like
that's true.
there's
There's an
there's
assimilation
you're
of cultures from conquerors to the
yeah,
indigenous
there's
people,
all like
but
there's always going
there's
to be a degree. There's always going to be some level of degree. It's not every group is going to have the same amount of culture loss because of people, times, things of that nature. There's it's a degree. You're not going to have apple for apple between a
right. But what
300-year
I'm saying
period
about
with culture.
African Americans, their culture, their identity as a person was set to zero, zero. There are African Americans now who claim that we're not really American and that we should return to Africa. That is a
That
loss of an identity because
that's
I'm
a
as American.
horrible idea.
Yeah, exactly. I'm as American as you are. I'm probably more American than a lot of people who consider themselves Americans because their family came over here 4 generations ago, right? So that would
It's
lineage
that's
here in
debatable.
America. No, what I'm saying is that would put my lineage here in America longer than somebody else whose great grandparents
Well,
came over here. See what
but
I'm
that
saying?
but again, that's it's debatable because like here this is the issue. All right, so this is the main issue. Most people in America that are black are at most 50 to 60% black. They're a big portion of them is white, okay? So even in my lineage, I have black folks in my lineage. My great 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 grandmother on my mother's side was half Cherokee and half black. So even in my lineage, I have black folks that are in my lineage. But because it's so far back in my lineage, you can't tell that I'm Cherokee or that I have black in my family. And I get grouped into being white. And when I said, hey, the Irish were slaved under England, you were like, oh, well, they lost their culture. Again, white people are assumed that we're just white people, that there isn't different cultures of white people. Like we're all like
Yeah,
we're different.
yeah, but there's a difference between saying you have a race in your ancestry and how you identify, like, and how people identify you, right? Just like we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
if
you
you're a
can't hold
foreigner,
me
if you're a
account. You
grandchild,
can't
if
you
you're a foreigner who looks white, right? So like from a foreign country like Ireland or Britain or whatever, and you come to America, you're a foreigner. Your son is a foreigner American, and then your grandchild is American. And if that is white, then they're just white American.
Okay, so I want to hit Hilton 2.0 comment that black folks were enslaved because of their skin color. That's not true. They weren't
I
enslaved
don't.
because of their skin color. Do you know why they weren't enslaved because of their skin color? Because the people that enslaved them were black. The tribes that got enslaved were people that were at war, and the winner enslaved the other side. And then they decided they could make money selling those slaves, so they sold slaves. And the white people bought those slaves because those slaves, not because they were black, but because they were for sale. It just so happened that there was a large group of slaves in Africa or wherever they were that they could buy. Like, had they been other white people, they probably would have bought the slaves, because the idea was owning slaves for labor. It wasn't that they were black and that they were slaves. Now, the racism comes in as more of a class system, because the people that owned the slaves felt that they were above them, and the racism and racial slurs came from them feeling more than, because of they were a higher class. And because of most of the slaves were black, the racism only went one direction, because it was, for the most part, white and black were the two classes. Just like, no, but the people that were enslaved in America were slaves. If you follow the historical narrative, that they bought slaves in Africa and brought them to America, they didn't buy them and enslave them because they were black. They went to other black people that were free and bought them from black people because they were slaves. Like, there wasn't
They definitely
a
captured a
vast.
lot of slaves too, as well.
They started capturing slaves, but most of the slave trade came from the selling of Africans. Like, most of the people that went into Africa and caught them were blacks that were catching them and taking them to the whites. Not there
There
wasn't
was already a slave
there
trade before the white
yeah,
people
there
came.
wasn't many white people that were going into Africa and catching people. Like, that wasn't what was happening. The slave trade was well pronounced by the time whites came to it, because that the Muslims had been buying and selling slaves in Africa for hundreds of years prior to us getting there. So the slave trade was already set up. Like, white people were not buying the slaves because of their skin color. That could have been, like, the Muslims could have been doing that. The Arabs could have been doing that because they were black. Like, that could be true. But in a historical standpoint of America, America was not. They were just slaves. They were buying them. They were for sale. They bought them. Like, that was it.
There's always
But
there's always been tribalism, and I think that there would be tribalism no matter what. But I think primarily the
and
racism towards black was created during slavery.
and again, when it comes to the when you want to talk about the Indians, so the Indians were at war with the settlers for like 400 years. Like like the like the whites landed here and settled, and between the Indians fighting with themselves, they also fought with us. A lot of the settlers weren't just going through and taking land. There was a lot of war that went between the two of them. And the difference between back then was, a lot of the slaves, or not a lot of the slaves, a lot of the Indians, a lot of them were savages. Like, they would take babies by the feet and slam their heads into trees, so that they wouldn't have to waste an arrow or a bullet. Like, the depravity that the Indians did towards the settlers, like scalping, that was like, scalping
Pardon?
was taught to the settlers. The settlers got scalping from the Indians, and then they started scalping the Indians because they were being scalped. Now, I'm not saying that the settlers are angels or anything. They're not. But it wasn't just white people came in and saw colored people and started just killing them. Like, that's not like this narrative that always, like, this idea that America was stolen. It wasn't stolen. America was not developed. It wasn't a developed nation. The settlers came down and started settling it. And
It was
as
because
as
because you can paint it in a way that it was. you know what I'm saying, settled by new people, but the land already belonged to people. And
The
there was
Indian,
a war
no,
for it,
no,
but
that's not
it's been
true.
like that ever since.
The Indians had no concept of owning. Most of them were nomads. Like Staten Island was paid for. Like the settlers actually bought that land, and the war happened because the Indians didn't have a concept of purchasing. Like they paid the Indians, and the Indians left. Well, then after a point in time, the Indians came back and started trying to take the land. That's what the term Indian giver comes from, is because the Indians would sell the land and they had no concept of land rights because they didn't own the land. The land wasn't thought in that way.
Yeah, they
So
followed herds.
correct. So it wasn't settled. They just roamed across it and they didn't own it. Like they didn't have a concept of owning land. And the land was paid for by, just like the Louisiana Purchase. People want to say that Mexico was, well, it was stolen, the land in America was stolen from Mexico, but we paid for the Louisiana Purchase. We purchased that land. So
All right, let
like,
me put this to you, Savage. So, do you think that it was disingenuous for them to create a negotiation indifferent from how the people understood the thing, how things worked, and then claim
well,
that they're then
it's
being
not,
wrong? Because
no, because
I'm sure that even though that they were nomads and they followed the herds, there were still general areas in which they knew that they would be in, which is why probably the same Indians came back, maybe
yeah, but
generations.
it's not, but it's not necessary. But again, we're looking back on it in hindsight. They don't necessarily know that they didn't necessarily know at the time that they're constant. Like
I get what you're saying.
you have two different people, and you're negotiating a trade that you're going to buy land, and they take the 1,300 pelts that you're giving them for the land. You don't necessarily know that they don't look at land in that way, especially if they take the pelts. Like they
I
might.
get what
It's I don't think it's disingenuous because they might not have known in the context, but it was apparent when they came back and was like, "Hey, this is like we're gonna keep
you're
hunting this," and you know, like like I think that the problem in America,
but
like
if I wanted
the
to,
pro.
get correct in my head, was the negotiation was blocked in the settlers' understanding, but they both didn't have an understanding of what each other kind of really meant by that.
Correct. Because there was two
Got
different ways of living. It's just like if you speak a different language and I speak a different language and we're talking back and forth, I'm going to make assumptions on what I understand you're saying because I only know how I understand stuff. So I'm going to put my view on what you're saying in your
lost in
broken.
translation.
Yeah. So I don't I don't think that people want to paint white people as just being evil all the time. And it's not that case. Like there's plenty of explanations for stuff that goes south that isn't about colonism. It isn't about if you were like the reason the settlers came here was because quote unquote they were being, I don't believe this narrative, but they were being persecuted for their religion. So they went somewhere else where they could practice. So they went to America, and now they weren't going out and just killing Indians. When the settlers were building their settlement, they were being attacked. And any reason, any group of people that is anywhere that's being attacked is going to defend themselves. And we've already established that violence only breeds more violence. So I don't feel that the settlers were doing anything wrong because we don't know if the settlers knew there was going to be Indians. As far as they knew that it wasn't settled. Like there, maybe they didn't know that there was all these Indians there. But once you get there,
I think that they knew that they were indigenous people because from what my understanding of the history was is that those what do they call them, that the original people that came over here was paid by nobility and kings and stuff to settle new lands for the kings. Like initially, the lands belonged to where the to the kings of whoever paid for the group of people to come over here. You know what I mean? And I don't think that
Yeah, but you have to
I
understand that so uh Columbus found South America or whatever in 1492. The settlers came here in like the 1600s, and Columbus didn't even find America. So right there, the idea, like this is the idea. He literally thought he was in North America. All right, we all
I
know
know that.
he was not. We all know he was not in North America. So he knew there was Indians there, but he wasn't even in America. So then you have settlers that come to America and they heard there's indigenous people, but just the simple fact that he wasn't even in the right place, you can't really say what they did know or what they didn't know, because the
True.
information that we have shows that they weren't even incorrect in what was being said to them. So to always put a malicious racist narrative to people when you can, even in the story you're being told, lets you know that they were wrong. So how is it that they're not even right with them being in America? Like they weren't even there, but they came to America to kill all those Indians and take their land. But he didn't even
Well,
find
well,
America. Like that.
in
Like
that
that's
in that
just
that same in
that's disingenuous.
in that same no in that same argument where he thought that he was in America when he went back and told them that they were indigenous people and they went to America, even though he was incorrect with where he was. If when he told them that there was indigenous people and those same people thought that they were going to the same place, they would also then assume that there's indigenous people. You see, so
Yeah,
even
but
though he was wrong, if his
but
information wasn't corrected to them before they came, then the information that he gave them was the information that they knew of when they got here. And so what they
yes,
knew of
but
was that there
but
were lands
again,
and indigenous people with primitive technology.
but again, the Indians that he met could have been peaceful. The Indians in America could have been savages. Like him giving them a narrative and them going there with a preconceived idea does not give them ill intent, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't
Like
think I
like
don't think
like what I'm what I'm but what I'm saying is he could have been peaceful with those Indians and they left him alone. So they were like, yeah, you guys can go, build houses and do whatever it is that you're doing and you'll be cool. The Indians are cool. And they go there and they think things are going to be cool and then they're not cool. Like there's so many parts of that story that shows that the information that was being passed back and forth was not that great, that you can't give a narrative of their intention because you don't necessarily know what they knew or what they thought. That's my point. That's why when I said
right,
about the
like we
camera,
were talking
when
about
you
earlier.
when you see a black person and a white person, you see them doing something, if you only see them fighting, you can't genuinely say it's because he's racist or it's because like saying that the reason that they're fighting is because the white guy's racist is literally just like me saying that black guy tried to have sex with that dude's wife or that black guy stole from him. It like that context is not in that video and I'm just being a racist by making that assumption. Just like you're being a racist by assuming the white person's racist. Like that you got to have more context to things. Like things
I don't
aren't
think
that simple.
I don't think it's much as racism, like something that somebody's racist for saying that something is racist when it comes to cops and black people. I think it's more so that people make false connections to what happened previously to what's happening now without getting the full information.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like if you want
That's
there
true.
to be less,
I agree.
if you want there to be less racism, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like if you want a benefit of the doubt, you have to give the benefit of the doubt. And you can't be paint a narrative that every cop's racist, every person's racist, all white people are racist, all white people are holding black people down. And then when you come across someone that says something racist to you, when the media openly allows anyone to say anything about white people and white people are getting tired of it and you come across someone that's racist, like you're breeding the thing that you're fighting against, you're breeding again. And I'm going to give you an example. So the LT the alphabet community has been being pushed really hard lately, right?
LGBT.
It's being pushed really hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know that for the first time ever, that alphabet community's approval rating is dropping? People are becoming less accepting of that community, right?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because they're taking things to an extreme.
Because you're forcing it onto somebody and it's in the news. Every movie, every game, every show, everything is being pushed on normal people that are trying to live their lives, and they're constantly being told they're homophobic, and they're constantly seeing stuff
Right?
that
They're
they don't
putting
agree with
schools,
being pushed on them. And when
they're
you
putting schools and everything, and that's what really bothers a lot of people.
yes, and when you are painting a narrative, the only people that you're able to talk trash about is white people, and then you're seeing white people get attacked and killed by the police. Like you're seeing white people get killed by the police at way more of them, way more of them. Like we're overrepresented. The number of white people that are killed by police is overrepresented when it comes down to the idea of how many times we actually have run-ins with the law. Way overrepresented. When you have Black Lives Matters people posting that all white people are racist, you have people saying they need to kill white people. You have people in the media saying that white people need to be enslaved. Like white people, like I was told on a YouTube channel when I said that I literally said something about I said something about, oh yeah, it was, I posted on another content creator's video. They were talking about that guy that got shot in Texas or wherever it was. That you can't necessarily say it was racist because you like all you're seeing is two guys come up on a guy and him dying. Like that video doesn't give enough context to let us know if it was motivated by race. And literally, someone in the comments told me that I was racist and that all white people were racist, and us white people were going to get what was coming to us for what we did to their ancestors. And two things: a 5% of white people owned slaves. My family's Irish, so we didn't own any slaves, and my family's from West Virginia, which left Virginia because we didn't agree with racism. So in my entire lineage, there is no way that I was any part tied to a slave owner. There's no trace. But because I'm white and I have a narrative that you should wait and see what see more information before you say if it's race or not. I'm racist and I deserve to be killed because I'm white. You're not going to get people on your side. You're just not. You're not going to get people
I
to
agree
act
that one of
in a
the
better
biggest
manner.
problems with people, I agree that one of the biggest problems with any group of people, whether that be LGBT, black people, certain people of certain religions or whatever, one of the biggest or like, false rape allegations or real rape allegations is to point to everyone as if they're all the issue. Or at the same time, like create false narratives because it fits your agenda, right?
Yeah, and that's the
The
argument.
best thing that you can do is make sure that every time you speak about something that it's actually the case, right? Because then there's no confusion on if it's real or if it's not. Like when I say something racist happened, very much so something racist should have happened. Therefore, every time you hear something racist happened, the people know that that really happened, or that when women say a rape happened, every time you hear a rape happen, people know that that rape really happened. So that there's no way that somebody can, you know, disregard what you're saying.
Well, this is the other problem. This is also the other problem because the racism narrative is pumped so hard into the media. You literally have black folks that think that everything's racist. Like legitly, if a like I live in Cleveland. You've lived in Cleveland. You know how people drive out here. They drive like idiots. They drive like idiots, right?
Mm.
If a black person cuts me off, I'm going to just assume that they're an idiot because they're an idiot. But if in the same circumstance, if I do something, if I'm in the right or the wrong driving, like literally dude was speeding and I pulled into a like I had my signal, my turn signal on, and I pull into the other lane and he was when I looked back, he was way behind me. He's automatically going to probably assume that because I cut him off or he thinks I cut him off, not the fact that he was doing 80 and a 25, that I'm it was because it was racist. Or if I'm
I don't agree with that. I don't think that most people assume
bro,
all the time that things are racist. I think that if you're on the internet, you're going to be bombarded with people who say that, right? Because we all know that there's internet trolls, and then because of the internet brings in everybody from all over, that you're going to be bombarded with one thing one way or one thing another way, and people focus on the negative. But
I'm
I'm
gonna tell
black.
you right now,
I know other black people, and I've been in situations like that. And the first idea isn't racism; it's just
bro.
asshole. Even
I'm
if
gonna
it's the
I'm gonna
fault.
tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. Being a white dude and working and living around black folks, I can tell you how many times that I was told that I was racist because I did not agree with a narrative or with something that was said.
I believe you.
Just because I didn't agree. Not
I
because I
believe
did
you.
anything. Yeah, like you can't argue that the fact that there's literally been a narrative being pushed out for 20 some years that the KKK is part of everything, the races are everything, race, Trump's racist, Mitt Romney's race, everyone's racist, Republicans are racist. You can't tell me that you can't keep pushing that over the media and onto people, and your average person is not going to feel that things that are racist, things that are not racist, they're going to assume are racist, or the idea that like there's plenty of these
I
pro
argue
these,
that what you were saying was incorrect. I'm only stating that the word like all, right? Because it's never all, and
I,
I think when I say never all, I mean there's always at least 20%.
yeah,
Is what I
I
meant.
didn't, I don't think I said all. If I did, I didn't mean to. But like, listen, like, I had people in the Discord last night telling me that I didn't even know any black people. I literally said that these were. I said the riots, like, this is stupid. Like, it shouldn't happen. Like, this is uncalled for. It's not benefiting anything. And I was literally told that I did not know any black people. And then I sent a picture of me and my son into the Discord, which my son is clearly not white. And because I could prove their narrative wrong, that I didn't like I live if you live in Cleveland and you are white and have face tats and you don't know a black person, that is an anomaly. That is a blue lobster. That is a unicorn. Like, I don't know how you live in Cleveland and not know a black person. I don't know how that works. But the point that I'm making is because I didn't agree with it being okay to destroy businesses and destroy the people that live in your own community, because you destroying people's belongings and businesses that are in your community that aren't the police, that's not gonna it's not gonna get the result that you want. I was told that I was coming from privilege and that I don't even know any white people or I don't even know any black people, and my son's black. And then it automatically became, well, you'll understand when your son grows up. No, because I'm not going to teach my son that there's racist people everywhere. I'm not
No,
like
but
I'm.
he'll racism.
What's that?
He'll experience racism,
Who doesn't
especially
experience racism though? But that's the problem. Like
nowadays. When I
yes,
was a kid, I don't know how many. I don't know how when I was in the in the early 2000s. I don't know how many white people experienced racism who were in predominantly white areas. But I do know that now a lot of people experience racism because of what you said earlier of the white liberal party.
yeah,
Because I get
but
frustrated when I see people online saying you don't have a right to speak because you're white and you're male, right?
like
And
that,
it's like somebody
that's
can't
disingenuous.
learn something from other people's experiences. I don't know about slavery. I don't know about Jim Crow because I was there. I learned it because of other people's accounts of their experiences. And it's the same thing with white people. A white person can know something without actually having to experience it themselves. I don't think that
But
you
what,
should silence anybody in the way just because of how they look or because what you believe or perceive to be their privilege.
but I don't even like. I don't agree with privilege. I think that is a false argument in any sense of the word because you like you cannot judge privilege. You can't do a privilege rating system.
Can I get let me make 2 points on that. So there is a white privilege that benefits white people in a broader sense than a black privilege benefits black people.
That's
And the
not
2 points that I want to make to it, and then of course you can argue. One point is that like you said earlier, white people want to be around white people, black people want to be around black people for the most part. Not saying that white people don't want to be around black people or that black people don't want to be around white people, but because of how things have played out in our country, the majority of top positions and the majority of managerial and leadership positions are held by white people. And those white
because
people
we're the
have
majority.
those same um, that same type of bias. And I'm not saying that a white person wouldn't hire a black person. I'm just saying that there is an element of that bias that plays into how they make a decision. And
Oh, okay.
that is that is that is proven in the second point, where what I brought up yesterday, the Mayo's Clinic studies on implicit bias, right? Where biases that the person is unaware of that affect how they make decisions day to day, right? So I don't think that there's a white privilege and I'm white, I'm only hiring whites, but I think that there's an implicit bias that comes from any person of any gender, and it benefits white people in the sense that the majority of people in elevated positions are also white.
Okay, so let me break some facts down for you when it comes to your idea of white privilege. Okay, so the median income household in America, all of the top three of them are not white people. White people only make the highest medium income of number four. All three are Nigerian, Asians, and Indians. All three of
Yeah,
those are not white
yeah, but
people. Wait, stop, stop,
those are based
stop,
off of the
stop.
how many people have that much money to how many people there are, and there's an
It's a median.
overwhelming white
It's a
people.
it's a median income. So it's a median income, which means it's the middle. It's the average. It's the average income of all races. So the median income of other non-whites is higher. And if you're going to say it's because there's more of us, that means there's more poor white people.
Yeah, I never argued that. My
Okay.
point is
So
that
all right.
there are
So
white
so
people
so
in those positions, even
so,
though there
so
might be a
fine.
higher
Just
percentage of
just
people
wait.
of other races in those
So
positions.
so ju- so ju- so wait. So then when you have the median income, we're not the top. So if we built this racist white privilege system, you would think that we would always win. We're not. When it comes down to affirmative action, white men are the last people to get hired. I'll point a fact to you. If you're a black male or you're a female or a black female and you apply to the union, because of affirmative action, there has to be a certain amount of minorities in the union at all times. Okay. So even if there's not enough women that apply, but any woman that applies automatically gets taken in because of affirmative action. So all the women and all the minorities automatically get put in above white males because we're the majority and we're the ones that choose to do that work. Also, another thing in the union, and I've witnessed this, there are people that are not of my skin complexion that literally have said in front of me to my boss, they've pointed like this and went, "You need me. It doesn't matter if I work." There is an idea that we can't, like, you can't fire them because it's you're gonna get a racial discrimination suit, or because they have to have a minority. And if they don't get a minority, then they can be shut down or they can be fined or they can also not bid on certain jobs. So even in this white supremacist, all white people idea, there are people that use the supremacy as an advantage against white people.
I
Like,
agree. But
yeah.
what I said about white
So,
privilege doesn't conflict with anything that you just
so,
said.
so wait. Black folks only make up 13% of the population. Only 13%. So if you're telling me that 13% that businesses don't have 13%, if I go downtown right now to Cleveland, everybody that's working in all the government buildings are black women. Majority of are black women. That's at the courthouse, that's at the Justice Center, that's at the DMV. Like anything that I go to in Cleveland is majority of black women. Have you been downtown?
I've seen exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so explain to me, how is it that in a okay, so if I go into a business in a city and the population of the United States is only 13%, explain to me why there's not more white people that work in downtown Cleveland.
Again, I'm not contesting that. I don't disagree with that.
But that's
I was
but that's my
going with
point.
what I originally
But
said.
but that's my point. Clearly there's a higher percentage of black folks that live in Cleveland than there is obviously in, let's say, Alaska. The populations are not the same.
Right.
So there's going to be a different amount of people. A lot of these CEOs and businesses are in different states where there's different populations, for one. You also have to take into consideration, just like when we say, oh, Lawrence said the other night about how they keep funding STEM to get females into it, but there's not enough females applying. Just because black folks are not represented in certain things does not mean it's because it's a biased or a racism thing. It could be that there are not any black folks that are qualified or are even trying to do that. Like, it's not like race is not the first thing that you equate to it, because at the end of the day, you can't make people that don't want to do something do something.
Yeah,
You
I agree.
can't.
I was never arguing for
Yeah, but
equality of outcome. I believe that
but
that
but what I'm saying is but this is what I'm saying. Black folks are over they're like when it comes down to a simple fact that at the end of the day, the NFL, the NBA, those are all hugely black, correct?
that's merit based, but yeah.
Correct. So follow me here. It's over abundantly black, all right? And also in the black community, what are the ways that you are considered to make it out of the hood?
Those same ways, NBA and I mean, athletics or rap or
Okay,
entertainment.
so how many black rappers are there? A crazy amount, right?
A very small percentage in comparison to black people.
Dude, everyone in our generation, like we probably all know at least a couple rap people that are trying to be rappers. How many
For sure.
people in our generation do we know that are trying to be a doctor? I know one.
Right.
Like, the point that I'm making here is it comes down to what people value. It does, like, race doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but to put it onto white privilege, if it was about white privilege, then why are black folks overabundantly represented in sports? Because they value sports and they strive to be the best to make it to sports, and they do.
Right. I was never arguing against that. There's a blanket white privileges that benefit white people in all areas. I was just talking specifically towards
But
the
that's what I'm
who
saying.
bias.
But specifically, the fact of the matter is the argument against white privilege is that the things that black folks aspire to be or they put their energy into, they succeed in. If
Right,
white
but
privilege,
what
no,
what
listen,
you're talking
if
about
white privilege,
the something that is highly merit based. What I'm talking about
So is being
are
a doctor.
things that aren't.
Like
No, no, I'm
any
talking about the
being a
patients of the doctor
CEO, being
and
a
the CEO thing. If you have two people
being a,
that are qualified the same, right?
bro.
So
But that's it.
that's where the white privilege comes in. Is if the two
No,
people are qualified in the same way, if the person's implicit bias causes him to hire a white person, that's the white privilege. Not saying that that happens the majority of the time, and not saying that
but
it
again,
it's
you
prominent as an issue for
you're
black people to be
it's not an issue
uh,
because every
telling as
how,
the
how many
number one
black
issue in the black community.
how many
Like
black
I,
people have given you a job?
you said what?
How many black people have given you a job?
One,
How many white people have given you a job?
the rest.
How, like if majority of people are working for a company that's owned by a white person or hired by a white person, how is it like most black folks are given jobs by white people? So how can it be white privilege? Like you like that's my argument. Like you can't say like are you am I going to say that there have been times where there's literally two two resumes and literally a black person was discriminated against? No, I'm not going to say that that's never happened. But to
We
say
talk
that
discrimination. I'm
but
just
to
talking about implicit bias, and I'm not even saying that it's predominant. I'm just saying that
yeah,
if there's a white privilege that can be pointed at, it would be those things because they do happen. But I'm not saying it's predominant.
yes,
So I'm
but
not
that's not
saying
a
that it's
privilege.
something that should be.
But that's not a
It
privilege.
is if it's only
No, no,
granted to
no,
people.
no, it's not a privilege. If only 1% of people get it, then it's not a privilege. Like you
Yeah,
can't,
that's exactly what makes it a privilege. I'm not
no,
saying all white people are beneficiaries of
then
white
it's not
privilege.
white.
Like you said
But then it's
yesterday,
not what. No, but it's that. Then it's not white privilege. You can't say it's a
it is
privilege
if the
based
only
on
thing that qualifies you to get it is being white or
no,
like the
because
person.
not every white person gets it. Like that. Like you cannot say that 1% of white people get this privilege, so therefore it is white privilege.
No, what you can say is that it is a white privilege if only white people get it, even if not all white people get it, right? So I'm not.
No,
So
you
the
can't.
argument is
Because
whether is
every
how
job
prominent.
you've ever got, dude, you can't because every job that gotten besides the one black person's been from a white person. So if that's the case, then that would mean that you have black privilege.
Right, again, but I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm not saying that it's extreme or that it's prominent. I'm just
Yes,
saying
but
that it has been
it's
proven that it
distant.
happened.
But yes, but something happening doesn't like listen. One guy walking up to you and calling you the N word is different than every person that's white calling you the N word. You can't say that one incident or five incidents makes 90% of people racist, but you can
I never
say
went.
those five. I understand that, but you're doing the same thing by doing the white privilege because if not all white people get it and you get hired by white people, then it can't be a privilege.
Yeah, but like you said with the racism, the lack of the majority of a majority of people holding racism doesn't mean that there is no racism at all. At all, it could be
I
1%.
understand.
It could be
Yes,
1% of
but
the population. Hold on, give me a second. It could be 1% of the population that's racist, which means that racism exists. Also, even if
yes,
not all white people are beneficiaries of something that is a white privilege, or in other words, requires you to be white, and that is the only requirement, which would make it a white privilege, doesn't mean that white privilege doesn't exist. And
it but that's called nepotism.
and even if we're talking
It's
about the jobs, even if we eliminate the job portion, the the privilege that comes from not having an implicit bias while being a patient as a hospital is a white privilege.
what do you mean?
The
What are
Mayo
you
Clinic,
talking about?
the Mayo Clinic, the number one clinic in America for the last 20 years, had studies that proved that white doctors towards black patients have implicit biases that have them react negatively. Now, the woman did specify that, of course, people come who strive to be doctors or people who want to help people, and they're not intentionally doing these things, but there are implicit biases. Like, and she gave an example. She was like, so if a white woman who's pregnant or just gave birth says that she's in pain, a doctor is more likely to give her a scan that may find something that they then fix that saves her life rather than it being the black woman. So I'm not, so even if you eliminate the portion of job, hiring or not hiring, if the only white privilege that exists is
How
to
many
not have
doctors? How
bias,
many doctors? How many doctors were studied?
they said I don't know how many, it was thousands, because
Thousands.
the study was over years, and they said that the majority of white doctors had an implicit bias.
Okay, so did both people have insurance?
I don't
Like, is
know
that
too
is
much.
that is that in the, is that in the study? Because could it be that the doctor wasn't going to get paid and they didn't want to do more work than they had to if they weren't going to get paid? Like, what were the
The doctor gets
variables
paid
of?
either way. The doctor gets paid either way. I don't know how much doctor would factor that in, because the doctor gets paid either way. That would come from the administrators when they
Yeah,
have to decide yes or no.
but the
But the doctor
but
gets paid
the
either way.
but listen, the administrators put pressure on doctors because if the department is not getting paid, then there's problems. It's a business. So even if the doctor gets paid, you still like listen. When I go and work as an electrician and I'm a foreman, I'm going to get paid regardless. But if I lose money on a project, then that gets put on me. Like there still is a problem, even though I'm getting paid. But if I mess something up that costs the business more money, then there's an issue. The same thing could be
So
happening
I'm
with a doctor.
I'm gonna
Like,
throw it out there that the majority of black women who are at the hospital have a type of insurance for pregnancy, because when if they don't have the insurance before they're pregnant, for whatever reason, they can go to Job and Family and then get insurance while they're pregnant. And then once the baby is
so,
born, they no longer have insurance. The baby has insurance. But while they're pregnant, they can. And if you look at
well,
statistics,
I
a
know that's a
lower percentage
fact.
of black, yeah, and if you look at statistics, a lower percentage of black people are actually on welfare. So that would say that
Yeah, because
the
there's
majority of,
more white people.
no, I'm talking about percentage wise within group.
Yeah, there's more
Like,
white people.
no, I'm talking about, no, it doesn't matter to the amount of how many people there are, right? So if there are
No,
10
what I'm
million,
saying is
I'm
there's a
saying
lot of no, what I'm telling you is there's a lot more poor white people in America. Is what I'm saying. There's a
no,
lot of
yeah,
us that are white and
percentage,
poor.
it's percentage wise per group, right? So if there are 1 million white people and 1 million black people, a higher
I
percentage
get
of
it.
would be on welfare than a higher
I,
percentage of those black people would be on welfare. And if they have
I get
jobs,
it.
that means that they're
I
required to have some sort of insurance. So I would say
there
that the majority of the black women in those hospitals have insurance, whether from their job or because when they're pregnant, they're then given insurance by the government. So the
I
fact that
get
the
it.
hospital paid would not be an issue.
So what were all the variables that were studied?
She didn't speak on it, at least not in the video that I watched.
Okay, so have you seen the study?
No, I was the she was the person who conducted the study, and so she was speaking on the study.
But
And
so you didn't see the study.
I heard her words, which was
Okay, so who funded her?
the Mayo Clinic did. The Mayo Clinic funded the study.
The Mayo Clinic funded the study, and she just said that they're biased. She didn't say that what she was looking for. She didn't do any of the criteria. She didn't do any of those things.
No, she was
Because
looking for.
again,
They were looking for implicit bias. She, who works for the Mayo Clinic, which the study was funded by the Mayo Clinic, were looking specifically towards implicit bias because they had the alarms were raised by that fact, right? And so because of that, they created studies, and in their studies, they found that the majority of white doctors had an implicit bias towards black patients, and
no, was it
because
complete?
of how I
So
know it,
was it unconscious bias or was it blatant bias?
implicit bias. So it's bias that they're unaware of.
So unconscious bias.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I don't really care about unconscious bias because if you don't even realize you're doing it, like Again, it's
Yeah,
not
but you can't
malicious.
dismiss. You can't. Yeah, I know. Yeah, she made it a point to say that it wasn't malicious, but you can't
Okay,
just
so
dismiss it as something that affects people negatively or affects people positively if you
but
prove it
everything
exists.
but see, that's a false dichotomy because everything affects everyone positively or negative. Like you're not
Yeah, but if
going
it's
to
for people,
you're
if
not
it's
gonna,
meant for people
bro.
specifically
You're
from
not
another,
going. No, you're not going to legislate. Like, listen, you're 13% of the population. You're not going to legislate everything ever good to ever happen. Like, you
I'm not
can't.
saying that, I'm not saying that you
Like,
can, but I'm saying if
you
there's a
gotta
white
pick your
privilege, it
battle.
would be in that area. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that white people have it better in
bro.
a way that if you're
I
white,
don't
you
give.
should
Listen,
somehow be
I want
successful.
everyone to know.
That
I
you're
don't
white
believe in
shows
white.
good
I don't believe in white privilege. I don't like that's bullshit. I don't believe in privilege of any nature being based on gender. I don't. I don't believe in any bias, any privilege based on race. Like I don't believe it. If you want to hear, if you
You
want
don't
to talk
believe in
about,
a bias based on gender?
no, I don't.
So you don't think that there are some jobs that some women work that women specifically get the jobs because they're a woman? That for some reason, like somebody who's a home health care or somebody who's a nanny or somebody like that, where people believe that women are naturally more um, maternal
Well, the
or
fact of the matter
nurturing.
is, if you're a male nurse, you get paid more money to be a male nurse because uh, they need more male nurses that have upper body strength when it comes to restricting psychotic patients and running security. So they're
But
willing to pay more
bias will
money.
come in from the side
They're
of the
yes,
person.
yes, but listen, they're willing to pay males more money because they need more males. The reason that women get the jobs to be health caregivers is because they like people, men like things. That is a personal choice. That is not a bias on the people hiring. Now, if you
No,
want to say,
I'm not saying
if,
that there are more women in it because they hire
no,
women more. I'm just
but
saying that in a job where somebody believes that somebody needs to be nurturing, you don't think that there would be a bias for a woman towards a man? Is all I'm asking. I'm not saying that one thing is one way
not
or other. I'm
not
asking.
not in not in healthcare. But if you want to talk, like there is a narrative that's pushed against men being rapists, and like on
Okay, whatever.
airplanes, if you buy a ticket and they won't let you sit in your seat if there's a child that is alone sitting in the other seat next to you, like there is a bias towards men, but there is not a bias in towards women, and they're like female porn stars get paid more money than male porn stars. Female models get paid more than male models. Female, you can't be a male Hooters girl. Like there is a bias towards men, but there is not a bias towards women.
Well, what I'm saying is that would be the woman's privilege.
Well,
It's to
again,
not have against it.
but 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 again, I'm also a lot stronger and faster than a woman. There's a lot of things that I can do that women can't. So I'm willing to chalk that as equal because the idea that you're going to give privilege to something, all you're doing is saying that I'm not good enough. That's a victimhood thing because at the end of the day, a woman could get like women can get hired in the union over a man because they need to do affirmative action and have a certain level of minorities. But the fact of the matter is, I'll be a better electrician because I'm more inclined to do electrical work because that's what I like doing. A lot of women don't like doing that stuff. That's why when you see women on a construction site, like on the side of the road, they're the ones usually holding the flag because they know most of them can't do the work that's required of the job, but they have the job because of they're a woman. So
I think so. Like what you were saying earlier about what somebody wants to do. Like I work with a woman who operates a piece of machinery, and she's as good as the other men who operate it. But I think that she's in a minority of women who actually want to do that, which is what you were saying earlier. So I agree.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't women that can do some jobs as good as the other, but on average, they can't. Like you're gonna have an outlier when it comes to women, but if you take 100 women and you just take 100 random women and you take 100 random men, on average, those men are going to be stronger than those women. On average, are there going to be a couple that could be as strong or stronger than most of those 100 men? Yes, but at the end of the day, if I'm hanging off a cliff and I have to, there's two people going to pick me up, and I have to look up and I see two people, I'm gonna want a man to pick me up because statistically he'll probably be likely to pick me up off this cliff. Like,
I agree.
but
I mean, I'm dead
so
because I'm 350 pounds, so I'm dead. But I, I agree with what you're saying.
yeah, but the fact of it is by you saying that there's a privilege, all you're doing is discrediting merit. You're discrediting you're discrediting a lot of things, and you're putting the people that are not in the privilege
I suppose I
as
use I suppose I use the word privilege because you were using the word bias negatively, so I was using a separate word.
yeah, but
But bias doesn't always have to be negative, right? So
I'm not
well, I
I'm not
originally
saying that
said bias,
I'm not saying that bias is negative. I'm not saying that.
right? When I said bias, you said it's not a bias; it would be a bias against men, and so I use privilege
You
to
used privilege before that.
right, but it is a privilege to not have a bias against you, and it is
But
also
that but that's the thing. White men have hundreds of biases against them.
yeah, everybody does.
Like no no no
I
no
agree.
no 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 no. But no, as of now, white men have way more of a bias against them than any other race for the simple fact that white people are considered to be cousin screwers, even though it's actually more prevalent today in the black community than it is in the white community now. The time in which it was prevalent was when people lived in Virginia and West Virginia, and there was only 7 families, and you could only travel a few miles. It was super prevalent. It was quite common. But now in the black community, with there being fatherless homes and people having multiple kids with multiple women and people not knowing their family, it's more prevalent. But that isn't painted that's not painted. It's only white people that screw their cousins. Just like
I,
it's painted that only white people are serial killers. But the fact of the matter, any weekend when you see a drive-by shooting that kills 3 people, that would be a serial killer. That'd be multiple kills, but it's not labeled in that way. So that is a bias towards white people.
I
Only
don't think
there's
I don't I think
there
that I think that um there's a direct template for what considers you a serial killer. I don't think killing 3 people at once makes you a serial killer.
Okay, so the DC shooter, the guy that sniped multiple people from the back of a car, he wasn't considered to be a serial killer. When you have gang members that kill multiple people, dude's got 4 bodies on him over a course of 6 years. How is he not a serial killer?
He is a
But
serial
the
killer.
but that's not how he's labeled as under in the news or under the crime statistics. He's labeled
Well,
under gang.
exactly. I was about to say he might have another label that holds precedence.
Correct, but it's like you can go online and look. Only white people are serial killers.
Yeah, but in that same breath, um, black people get labeled thug by the media
No, no, no,
immediately.
no, 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 no. Listen, no. That is disingenuous.
It's
That's
very true.
disingen that's disingenuous because rappers proclaim themselves to be thugs. Okay, drug dealers, rappers.
Right, but because a group of people who claim themselves to be thugs doesn't mean you can label somebody else separate from
No,
them
no,
to be
no, no.
like
But this is the problem. When you make music,
have
and
people
no,
actually
listen,
claim like
no,
they're
listen.
regular
When you
ones
are
when
on
they
BET and you talk, no, listen. When you're on BET and you talk about this is black entertainment television, and you rep about the black culture and black culture, black culture, black culture, and the people that are saying that are rappers that portray themselves to be rappers and thugs and gangbangers, and then you also have people dressing like those people. And you also have you have that music playing in your car or playing in your neighborhood, and you also already live in an area where there's a lot of shootings and there's a lot of crime. Like that is, you can't associate a thing with yourself, and then that goes through your culture. And then when you have when you literally have dudes on Instagram flossing guns, you have rappers talking about being a gangbanger. When you have all these things in the media that are not the media, like I'm not going to say the media doesn't paint false narratives, but I know for a fact the media is not on Soldier Boy's Instagram flexing Dracos. Like that's not the media doing that.
Okay,
That's
but isn't
him.
that what you said earlier about saying something without enough information? If you call somebody a thug without knowing for a fact if they even consider themselves a thug or not, isn't that then disingenuous? Is every woman who dresses promiscuously or dresses scantily a slut?
Well, let's be honest.
Okay,
Most women
okay,
are, even if
I
they
heard it.
don't dress
Savage, I heard
scantily.
it.
That was a bad. That's bad. But no, listen. I'm not gonna say that every black person's a thug. Okay, but when you see a person on TV, okay, so this is how this works. When you see a person on TV, all right, and they're a thug, all right, and then okay, for example, you see Gucci Man, all right, you see Gucci Man's video pops up. So I see talking about selling coke, and he's a dope boy. He's a street dude. He's selling birds. And then you see him and you see uh Jeezy shooting at each other, and one of them gets charged with murder, and the other guy, his boy dies. All right. And they say they're thugs. Okay, so you're thugs. Can we agree?
Hmm.
Okay. All right. So if I dress like Gucci Man, all right, and I'm listening to rap music, when you see me, are you going to relate Gucci Man and the way that I'm presenting myself in the same light?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's wrong. That's my
No,
argument. You can't.
no, because
No, no, no.
listen, bro,
You can.
listen.
People make
If I put a Ku
stereotypes.
Klux Klan hood on right now and I put a robe on and I walk down the street, you're going to assume people that see me are going to assume that I'm what?
Yeah, but that's because a Ku Klux Klan uniform or outfit has a meaning. There's no direct meaning to
So
urban wear.
you're
There's
telling
no
me
direct
that's
meaning
but
to a
you're
link between somebody dressing urban and somebody being a thug. There are plenty of people who dress urban who are not thugs, but there are not many people
but
who dress
every
like
thug is
Klan
but
who are
every thug
thugs.
dresses urban, bro. Every
Yeah, but
thug dresses
yeah,
urban.
you can't make the same connection there.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't because there are
Like
people
yes you can, because
who dress like that.
when you promote a philosophy or a way of life or an image and other people dress in that image, people are going to relate it to what they know. Like that's why when you were a kid and you were told not to touch the stove and you didn't listen and you touched the stove and got hot and got burnt, you learned not to touch the stove.
Yeah, but
You
that's
learned from
so you're saying that all people who dress in urban wear are all thugs?
No, what I'm saying is when you have prominent people that promote that they are thugs, and then you have that pushed into a culture, you're going to have people that are going to they're going to make decisions based off what they see, because in nature
No, I
we
agree with that. I've
yeah,
made that point.
but but
I agree with that, but
but that's
what I'm
it.
saying is it's wrong.
No, it's not. You like it's not, because if a girl's out drinking by herself and she's scantily clad and something happens to her, I would tell her you should have been more careful of the situation that you were in, because it's your personal responsibility to take care of yourself.
That
So
yes,
with
that again is entirely different from
so
somebody who
listen,
dressed in a part of
if
their
I
culture. So is everybody who dresses in a hijab a terrorist?
no, they're not.
The
But am I going to second
the
guess them
with
and
a
watch them?
hijab,
No,
exactly. The
listen.
most prominent people who wear hijabs are terrorists or leader of terrorist organizations.
Yes.
The people who get propelled the highest. It's the same with rap and urban outfits.
Yes.
Right,
But
those are the
this
most
is
predominant people. But we all know that all Muslims aren't terrorists, and pretty much everybody
actually,
should
yeah, but
know
the
that
problem,
all
yeah,
black people
yes,
aren't thugs.
yes, but this is the problem.
There's a difference between putting yourself in a situation that you then should be responsible for your own safety or actions or
Do
whatever,
you like him?
and
Do you like
being
MTR?
yourself, and
Do you like
being
MTR?
yourself.
Do you
Give me a
like
second.
MTR?
Being yourself, and then being judged for it negatively because there are
Do
other
you like
people
MTR?
who are similar, who get judged, who do negative things,
Do you
right?
like
Like
MTR?
wearing urban. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with wearing urban clothes. It doesn't
Do
mean
you like
intrinsically
MTR?
wearing urban clothes and being a thug. I wear
Do you
urban
like
clothes.
MTR?
I'm a truck driver
Do you like MTR?
so far.
Okay. How does MTR dress?
That doesn't change my argument.
Yes, it does. It does. Because MTR, you could clearly say, is not a thug. And in no way, the way he dressed or carries himself, does he portray that in any way. He
That
doesn't.
doesn't argument.
Yes, it does. Because when you see somebody, all right, and you're going to go off how they dress and how you're going, like if you're walking down the street and you see a black dude with his pants hanging and a bulge in his pants and a chain, you're probably going to walk across the street. Not because you know he's a thug, but he kind of is wearing.
But you're attributing a false meaning. I'm not talking about all things. I'm talking specifically urban wear. You're attributing a false meaning to urban wear that does not exist. Because the overwhelming majority of people who wear urban wear aren't criminals. Because even in the black community that you say is so highly criminalized or whatever, the majority of them aren't criminals. The majority of all people of any race aren't criminals.
Yes, but again, so listen.
So if
But
so you
this
so if
no, but majority of the blacks are criminals though. Like that's the problem. Like the statistics prove that if 13% of blacks are in the United States and 53% of all violent crimes committed every year are by blacks and 5% of that 13% are black males ages 18 to 35, which are the age range that are committing crimes. Only 5% of the 13% are in the category to commit crimes, and they are making up 53% of all violent crime
right, but
just
that doesn't
by
make the majority of black people
yeah,
criminals.
but it
That might make
does.
the majority of no, it doesn't. It might make the majority of a certain type of crime black people, right? Or it might make majority of all crimes black people, but it doesn't make the majority of black people criminals.
But it does.
Those are two. No, those are two entirely different things.
Because okay, so when you talk about thugs, if you talk about thugs in any group, you're not talking about the 6-year-old man. You're not talking about the 60-year-old woman. You're not talking about the 15-year-old girl. You're not talking about the 5-year-old boy. You're talking about males. Young males is what you're talking about if you talk about thugs. Just like if you have white people and you see white people wearing saggy urban clothes, acting like a thug, you are going to you're going to see them as a thug. So the fact of the matter is if you have a thing being pushed in a culture and you have it being replicated on the streets and you see these people, you're going to be better safe than sorry.
Right,
Like,
like that's what I was saying yesterday. Some stereotypes, right, can be used positively if you believe that they're can be attributed to keeping yourself safe, right? Like some women have stereotypes against men, and so they treat all men as if they're potentially rapists. Therefore, if they go into an alley and they see a man, they may not go into that alley.
yeah,
That stereotype then protects that woman. But
90,
it
dude.
it doesn't make her stereotype correct that all men are rapists because most men aren't, right?
Correct.
And it doesn't also mean that
But
because the
this,
majority
but
of
this,
crime of
the
a certain type are committed
the
by black people
statistics.
mean that the majority of black people are criminals.
But
Also,
the problem that you're missing here is the statistics are on the female side.
also
Like,
we know that the majority of any any group, right, white or black, the majority of people aren't criminals, but the majority of black people wear urban wear, right? So the majority, so we know that the majority of people who wear urban clothes aren't criminals. So to say that anybody who wears urban clothing and does something that then has to be interpreted whether they were right or wrong, and then to label them as a thug is disingenuous.
Okay, so do you see girls that show their bodies on Instagram? Do you consider them to be Instagram thoughts?
Yes,
You consider yes,
because they're acting out on an action of a thought.
but
There's a
all
difference.
no, but all they're no, but all they're doing is taking pictures of their body. You don't know. She might not be a thought. She might be a real nice girl. She might be real conservative.
No, 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 no. That's a slut. If you're putting
How,
yourself out there on the internet, that's what these hoes out there, right? It doesn't mean that she out here fucking. It just means that she out there. A girl who puts herself on the internet
hey,
naked, shaking her butt, she out there.
just
She a thought.
because she has a slut uniform on does not mean she's a slut, bro.
Those are two
That's
different
that's not
arguments.
fair.
Those are two different arguments
It's not.
because she's
It's
acting out on whatever it is that we're calling her.
bro. Again, the MTR makes a makes a great reference. MTR does not portray a thug or an urban lifestyle.
That's
Most people in the city do. Like your average person, like if you're gonna like, I'm not saying that every black person's a thug, but
MTR is an outlier. He makes six figures. He's an outlier between all people, but he's definitely an outlier within the black community as well. Because in the statistics that he brought up, a larger group of people who
he is
make
an
six,
outlier.
he's an
But
outlier. So to
yes,
bring him up as somebody who's an outlier and to say
but
that that's how the whole should be.
no, but that's not what I'm saying. If MTR, the way that he portrays himself when he speaks, when he talks, if we were in public and he was dressed like a thug, he would be perceived as a thug, is what I'm saying.
I get that. I agree. I've
It's a
never
mind, like what I'm
I
saying is it's a
I
mindset.
agree.
And
I
when you
I
portray that
respect.
mindset, just like bro, so I got a question for you. So if I came on here and started saying a bunch of racist stuff, could I say a bunch of racist stuff and not be racist? Is that possible?
That is
Because
yeah, it's possible
statistically,
because there are definitely people who do that who would do that to create outrage for attention
but
without actually being racist.
the point that I'm trying to get you to understand is that no one's saying that all black people are thugs. But when you look at the statistics, if you're a white person and you're looking at statistics, 90% of all hate crimes are perpetrated towards white people by black people. Majority of violent crime is perpetrated by black folks.
I never argued that.
The stuff in the media and the stuff that is proclaimed and uplifted in the community is thug life and thug is stuff and dressing like a thug. And like you cannot base your identity around a certain thing, and then when people outside of it judge you based on those things, like you can't get mad.
So
Like
is so is
you
Ice
cannot
Cube
see.
not so is Ice Cube still a thug or was ever he ever a thug?
He was, well, back in the day he portrayed himself as a thug, but we all know now that he was never a thug. He was just a
Right,
pretender.
right.
But
Is
the point of but if no one knew who Ice Cube was and you saw Ice Cube walking down the street with the Jerry curl and a big rope chain, you're going to perceive him to be that way.
no, only people outside of the group are going to perceive him to be that way because black people know that all black people who dress in urban wear, because the majority of black people dress in urban wear aren't thugs, because the majority of black people because the majority of black people aren't criminals, and being a thug is a criminal, right? So only people
Well,
outside of that group then stereotype that group or that.
technically thug is actually a much older thing, but I digress.
Yeah, but it's been
It's
uh
actually a satanic thing, but I'll digress.
right, but it's been you know what I'm talking about. It's been reassigned to a different meaning,
Yeah, but
right?
it's medical. It's medical. It's metaphysical thing is still its spiritual thing is still the same. So that
Yeah, but
is like
yeah, but
so.
that's a red herring because the most of the people,
It's
most
not.
of the time when you talk to people and you say thug, they have depth. The most people will come up with one conclusion.
Well,
That might be a
it's not
historical fact.
a
It
red
might be
herring.
a fact. It is because it's just distracting from what we're actually talking about.
I wasn't making an argument left or right. I was just inserting that it ties back to something older.
Okay.
It wasn't a argument to prove or disprove anything.
Right. But you think that it's fair for the media to call people thugs who dress urbanly?
Um,
I know that it happens, and I'm not arguing that
I
it
do
happens.
think that it happens, but I also don't think the media paints that narrative.
I think they do. I think that I mean, there's been
If
plenty of times where they've shown where
you want to
in
go back to the
celebration
'90s,
in the
if you
well,
want
I'm
to
talking
go,
about recently.
if yeah, they're not painting that in the news now.
Yeah, they
That's
are
not the no, they're
celebrations. There are
not.
celebrations of teams, right? At the parades and stuff like that. When a group
They're
of white
not.
people flipped a car, they were like these young, reckless gentlemen, blah 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 blah. When a group of black people did it, same day, same situation, just
When
white and black. It
when
was baseball or something.
when
I'd have
oh,
to look.
like five, that the baseball thing you're talking about was years and years ago.
No, it was like
Years
five,
ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years. So in the last 5 years, for example, right now, if you watch the news yesterday, like if you go on Steven Crowder and watch his riot live stream, you can see where CNN kept saying that the rioters were mostly peaceful. But when you looked at any media outside of the mainstream media, they showed buildings on fire. They showed police officers being attacked. They showed white people being attacked and their teeth getting kicked out. There was all sorts of violence going on, but the media was on the side of the rioters, so they were saying they were peaceful. Just like when
Okay, so
Antifa,
it's the same. It's the same argument that I had earlier, right? So let me flesh this idea out, right? So there's riots happening all over America right now,
mm-hmm,
and that consist of a large group of people, right? So if a group of that people, right, and that group is only 20% committing the fires and the attacks on people, then it is at least a half truth to say that they're mostly peaceful,
no,
which is
it's
that
not. It's not because no. So this is how this works. So
smallest.
if no, because if me and you go to a liquor store and decide to rob it, and I shoot the guy, you get charged with murder. You were participating. You were there for the crime. If you are there protesting and people start fucking shit up and you stay there, you're just as guilty because you're part of the crime. That's how it works under the
Right, but
law.
that's not how you would describe it. I'm not saying how the
No,
law
no,
I'm not saying
no,
how the law works
no.
doesn't work. I'm saying in a description of if a large group of people and 80% of them are peaceful and 20% of them, you can say, right, in a description that it is mostly peaceful. Now, obviously, you're pushing a narrative. I'm not disagreeing with that. Obviously, that is a narrative pushing because why would you talk about the peaceful when there's something more prominent that needs to be talked about, which is the aggression or the acts of violence or the burning down of buildings or something else like that. Obviously, there's a narrative being pushed, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but I am saying that it isn't disingenuous. I suppose it is disingenuous because there's a narrative, but it isn't incorrect to say that
It is
if
incorrect.
80% of the no, it was
It's
disingenuous,
incorrect.
but it's not incorrect.
No.
If
It's
80% of the
incorrect.
people are peaceful, then it is mostly peaceful because it's
No,
80%.
no, but no. See, listen.
It's disingenuous, but it's
No, listen. You can't say it's mostly peaceful. You cannot say it's mostly peaceful when. So there was a part on CNN where they were saying it was mostly peaceful, and right to the dude's left it said "kill cops," spray paint in large letters, and then as he's saying that it's mostly peaceful, you
right.
start
So
seeing cars catching on fire. Like
right, so all white people are racist, and white privilege does exist because even though there's only a small percentage of it, because it
it
does
doesn't.
exist in the group, that it does, then all white
But it
people are
doesn't.
to racism. There is a small percentage of white people who are racist, and because of
That's
that,
called but no, because rate
it's the same logic, right?
it's
Because
not the same logic.
80%
No,
of the
no,
people are acting one
no,
way,
no,
20%
it's
of the
not.
people
It's
are
not the
acting
same
different.
logic. No, it's not the same logic because this is the problem. This is what you're adequating. One person being racist does not equate to cop and black guy means he's racist. Like that is a like you cannot say that every time something happens that it's a white guy and a black guy that it's racism because racism does exist. You can't say that because one white person or a few white people got a job because they were white means that white privilege exists. That's more of a proof of nepotism. It's not a proof of privilege of being a race. We both know plenty of people that have gotten jobs because of people they know. It had just because both of them are white does not mean that it was white privilege. It would be nepotism. Nepotism is a better argument for what you're trying to say than white privilege. White privilege means that because you're white, you automatically get privileges. And that's not the case. You can't say a small percentage of people benefit from being white, so therefore it exists. When you're protesting and riots are different things. You have the right to protest. If you want to go outside your house right now and have a sign that says "Thought Girls Quit Post" on Instagram and you want to hold a sign, that's great. But as soon as you start rioting, it's a riot. So when the riot happens, everybody is part of it. You automatically get brought into it. If you don't want to be a part of it, then take your happy ass home. It's that simple. Like you're never going to justify or get normal people to accept that it's only a small portion that are destroying shit when the things that are being destroyed are other people's stuff that they've worked for that aren't doing anything. Like regardless if it's somewhat accurate, that 20%. But the fact of it is, as soon as there's that 20%, people go into they completely go into.
That is a fair argument,
If you leave,
right? If you allow things to happen based off the actions of bad agents, right? So you could easily shut down any protest if all you have to do is interplace bad agents in it to then do something bad, therefore shutting down the whole protest. There's a reason why you can't make that logically, or why they don't arrest all people for being a part of the
no,
protest, even
I'm
though there's
I'm
a
not I'm not saying that they should. I'm not
right.
saying they should arrest anybody. That's not
Happen.
that wasn't my argument.
No,
I'm
I'm just
saying
saying.
if
If
you're
we're
protesting, listen, if you're protesting and a riot
that
breaks out and you
happen,
don't want to be labeled as a problem, leave.
yeah, that's easy to say if you're not a part of why
No,
the issue
bro. Listen, when shit
right.
starts getting blown up, when shit starts getting blown up, whatever message that you thought you were going to start pushing, you're not going to start pushing it. It
Right.
has evolved. You've lost control of it, and you need to get away and regroup because you're not going to start. Listen,
I agree with you, but that could continue to happen. What I'm saying is, if you're protesting, right, and all it takes is a small percentage or even a large percentage, because 20% of a group that large that's happening right now is a large amount of people, right? So, but if it's a smaller percentage in terms of the group as a whole, if your protest has to be shut down every time that happens, then all it would take is bad agents to then shut your protest down and then
but
and
but
essentially
but
silence you, right? So obviously you have to then take a stance. I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about protests specifically. You obviously have to take a stance that I am still here protesting peacefully. They may be over there protesting and peacefully. Go and arrest them. Go and deal with them. I
yeah,
will
but
still be here
this is the
protesting peacefully.
but this is the problem. This is the problem. All right. So if I'm a cop and I'm in a city and a riot breaks out and shit starts getting caught on fire, at the end of the day, my safety is on the line, and I want to go home to my kids,
I
and
agree.
I'm not going to like. I don't know if you know this, but those agents They pretend to be EMTs. They pretend to be journalists. They pretend to be protesters. These agents use the protesters as cover to be able to do what they want to do. So you just have to shut the whole thing down. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
but that's not the protesters' issue. Like if the protesters are then told by the government that the protest has to be shut down because of that, then yes, now you have it's not
But
a
the
law. It's a
but
it's a
this is
it's an
but
order
this
to do so.
but
But
the
I
very
wouldn't say
beginning
that it's initially the protesters' um
the very beginning
responsibility to shut their protest down because of bad
it's not
agents.
I'm not saying it's a responsibility, but
I,
your argument, well, this is your argument. You're trying to argue semantics. This is your argument. Your argument was that it's not being labeled. You were saying people are being labeled as thugs, and I said not in the last few years, and I gave an exact example of with these riots that they are not doing that. What they are doing is they are making it seem like it wasn't violent and nothing was going on when there was already fires and stuff going on. They were just making sure that they didn't show it, and they were trying to paint the narrative that the violence was happening because of the cops. That's what was going on. You are telling
yeah,
me,
I was never arguing
yeah,
semantics, and I disagree with that. I also said pointed
your
out that
point
that was definitely a
your
narrative and it was
yes,
disingenuous.
but your point was that 20%, like it's not fair to label all of them as thugs if only 20% are doing the prom. Okay, if you want to say that's not fair to be labeled if you're protesting and you don't want to be labeled a thug and shit starts getting caught on fire and blown up and cops start getting shot and you don't want to be called a thug, what is wrong with like why is it better for someone not to say that the protesters are thugs or that the riot is thugs than you taking your sign, putting it down, realizing that people are being shot, people are being beaten, and stuff's being caught on fire, and it would be best that you just leave.
I
What?
suppose
What?
it could happen. I suppose
Like,
that could happen a few times, but it can't happen continually because you can't continue to shut your protest down and be silenced by
bro.
bad agents.
Okay, so I want you to send me a direct message of your address, all right? And then I'm going to come shoot at you, and I want you not to move. I want you to completely and utterly not use your natural instinct to protect yourself because you're telling me that these protesters that see people getting attacked and they see people things getting caught on fire and they see people getting beaten that they need to stay there and not get labeled thugs because they
That's
need
not
to not be humans and get out of there because of their own safety.
that's not the same argument at all, right?
It is
Because
it,
you're
it
talking about
you're
directly
fighting against
attacking.
nature. You're literally saying fuck my safety and you can't call me a thug when obviously shit's on fire and going fucking mad over here. Like,
That's not what I'm saying.
yeah, you are. Like my argument is if you don't want to be called a thug and shit's going ham where everything is out of control, why would you not just leave? Like if you don't want to be called like you can't stay there in the mayhem and then they're like all these people are thugs and be like that's not fair. Okay, then leave. That's not fair. Like that you're
No,
pretty
my
much
what I'm saying is, and I'm not. What I'm saying is, if you have a protest and your protest is peaceful, and then a part of your protest becomes violent or is acting poorly, right? You can choose to then shut
what's
the
the line?
protest. You can choose to then shut the protest down, right, and go home, and that's fine. You can do that. What I'm saying is you can't continually do that because there will always be bad agents.
Okay, so
And a
then
bad
you
agent, and a
if
bad agent.
so
No, no, no. Hold on, give me a second. And a bad agent, you can't allow bad agents to silence your message. You know what I'm
that's
saying? Like
perfectly okay.
if you're protesting, right?
Perfect.
You have a peaceful protest. You have a message that you want to get out there, right? There will always be people who use any situation to benefit themselves in a negative way, positive
Okay.
to themselves but negative to other people, right? And you can't continually shut down protests because of bad agents. Is all I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine. That's
You also
completely
can't
okay.
but you
But
also can't
no 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 no
call
no 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 you
for
no
protesting
you
peacefully thugs.
no listen, bro. But you can't have both. You can't have both.
It's
If
not black
you
and
no
white.
listen, if
Black
you
and white.
don't want to listen, if you don't want to get your protest silenced, and even though there's fucking fires and people being shot and beaten, this isn't one guy got beat up. This isn't that someone knocked over someone's stand. This isn't someone threw away someone's flyers. This is people are being fucking beaten and buildings are being burnt to the ground.
Yeah,
Like
I
this is
I
this is an
I,
extreme.
I
This
agree
is
that
this is an ex-
I agree that you can
so
shut the
no, no, listen.
down.
Listen to what I'm saying. If you are going to accept that you can't leave because you don't want to be silenced, then if you're going to stay, then you also have to accept that when people say the protesters and the rioters and all that stuff is thugs, then you have to be willing to take that too. You
No, you
can't stand up for one thing and then say, I'm going to stand here next to this fire and keep protesting because if I don't, people are going to be able to stop me from protesting. And
it's
then
not
on the flip side, say, well, I'm a victim because you called me a thug and I was standing next to a fire, but I wasn't doing anything wrong. You
no,
can't have both.
it's not black and white. That's the same argument that you were having with the LGBT community, where somebody can be, you know what I'm saying, fine with somebody being gay, but it doesn't mean that they have to be in a relationship with a gay person. But then the LGBT community calls them homophobic if they don't want to be in a relationship
But
with
it's
like a
just,
trans or whatever. It's not black and white, right?
bro,
Just because a group of people are acting out like a thug doesn't mean that you are acting out like a thug. It doesn't mean you have to accept the term thug
yes, you
upon.
do.
No,
Yes,
like,
you
and I
do.
agree. I agree that if
Listen, bro, listen.
give me a second,
Literally,
I agree
Trump, listen,
houses
literally, Trump
down.
said there were good people on both sides, and that
You
became he
that
was rooting for
might
fucking
be time
racist
to shut
people.
the protest down, right? I agree that if people's houses are being burned down, it might be time to shut the protest down. Simply because that, like you said, this is far beyond an extreme.
What
That
about
there
the
comes
courthouse?
that too.
What about restaurants? So like
That
how like what's the line? How many buildings need to be caught on fire? How many cars need to be caught on fire? How many people need to be beaten? Like what is the building to beating to shooting ratio before it's at a point where you're like, okay, I need to go home. And then
I don't know,
what
but
is
it's
the
not any.
what is the point? What is the point where shit's burnt, people are dying, people's things are getting destroyed, and what's the point where you've staged so long that it's acceptable to be told that everyone was a thug?
I don't know, but it's not any. I don't have the answer for what the exact point is, or how many cars, or how many burnings, or how many people. But I know that it's not any. I know that any one of those things happening shouldn't shut down a protest immediately, right?
Yeah, bro. It should. It should. It's like if you want to stand in like if you want to stand in solidarity and hold a sign, and some people get hit or whatnot, there's a fight that breaks out. Fine, don't do don't break up the protests. Like I have no problem with like fisticuffs happening here and there, and that's fine. But when you have 1,000 people and all of a sudden 400 of them are fighting each other, that's a riot. Like
Right.
that's a
What I'm
riot,
what I
even
what I
though it's not the majority.
what I'm saying is that what I said was you can do that initially, right? So like if we go and protest, and right when we protest, the first time we protest, if somebody catches a car on fire and beats the hell out of somebody, you can shut the protest down. That makes sense. If we go out the second time, right, and it happens, you can shut the protest down. That makes sense. But if it continually happens, you can't continually shut down the protest, is what
But
I'm saying.
listen, I understand what you're saying, but if you're willing to accept that you have to trade your stance with your safety and your free speech, then you also have to accept at some point when things are being caught on fire that when you don't leave and they say the protesters are rioting and they're destroying stuff and they're being thugs, you have to there's a point where you have to accept that it's okay to be said. Like
No,
you
no, you can say that
bro,
there are.
Listen,
thugs
if
acting. What I'm saying is, you can say that
I'm
there are
going to tell
thugs,
you right now, here in Cleveland, they started
but
catching cars on fire at noon. If you're a protester and you're outside at 10 o'clock at night, you can't say, well, it's dark and like there's a curfew and they're still catching shit on fire, but it's unfair to call me a thug. You're breaking the law by being out past curfew. Like at some point, you have to accept it. You can't accept
they're
one
not breaking
part
the
of it.
law because the curfew is not a law.
The curfew was put in power because of the riot.
Right,
The
but it's not a
government
law.
that they're still violating. They're still violating.
Right, but you could do that at any point in time, right? If there's protests and they're all peaceful protests, but the protests are interfering with businesses or whatever, the government may step in and create a curfew, right? But if
You're right.
the
You're
protest is
you're
entirely
right.
perfect, I mean, the
I
protest. Oh, give me a second. If the protest is entirely peaceful and the government steps in and then creates a curfew,
but it
you're supposed to refuse that curfew. That was the
bro.
point of some of our amendments in our Constitution.
But
That is the
again,
same thing
you
that
you're
people
you're
argue that is our right in our Constitution to
you're
stand up
ju-
against tyranny and
yes, but you
unfair and
don't have.
unjust
But
government.
listen, yes, but the same Constitution. Okay, so one, you're saying that if it was peaceful, it's not peaceful. For one, we're
I'm not
past
saying it's
peaceful.
peaceful. I did not say
Wait,
it was
we're you said if you have a peaceful protest and the government a government gives you a curfew,
peaceful
that
that I
you have
can
the
say.
right to refuse it.
Okay.
Well, we're past that because it's not peaceful. For one, for two, those people that stuff got caught on fire, they also have rights. They have property rights. Okay,
True.
so by that stuff being caught on fire, there is a crime. There are crimes that are being committed.
I agree.
A big amount of crimes. So
I agree.
therefore, the right to protest as it is, you don't now have a right because it's not a protest. It's not. It's not a protest. It's a riot. Riots are illegal. You can't riot. It's against the
It's both.
law.
It's both. It's not black
It's
and white.
not.
It's both. If
It's
80% of
not.
the people are still protesting peacefully, I'm not saying what percentage is, right? I was never arguing what percentage is because I don't know.
But again, you can't like you you can't let it go, bro. You can't. You have to make a hard decision and draw a line. There has to be a
Right.
line.
I agree.
And
I
the
agree. There
line
has
that you're trying to make is way down there, like 6 days of fire and burning before people start. Like you can't
No,
you can't let.
I think it could be done immediately, right? So, like I said, on day one, if that shit happens, you can shut the protest down, right? I think that there is a level at which
So at what
we
level
have
can
to
you call them
operate without.
thugs?
You can only call the people who are acting like thugs thugs. That's the only level that I will accept.
That's ridiculous.
Well, then all white
That's
people are
no, that's ridiculous. No, because those
white people
white people
act out on racism.
you can bro. That's two totally different things.
It's the same
So
argument because you're
it's
saying that there are
not.
a group of
No,
people
it's
who are
not.
acting
Being
white,
racist is not a crime. For one, it's not a crime. It's not. It would be under free speech. So I
no
have a right to listen.
acting out racism, being
I can be
discriminated.
as blatantly racist to whoever I want whenever I want, and that is under my First Amendment right. I am not violating anyone else's freedoms by doing that.
Right,
By
but the moment
catching
you
shit
act
on fire,
out
I am.
is.
What's that?
I said, but the moment you act out on your racism and discriminate,
No,
that
no, literally, I can say whatever racist
no,
shit to
yeah,
any
but you
person I
can.
want.
That's
I can
but
say whatever.
if you act
No,
out on your and
I can
discriminate,
burn crosses in my yard, bro. I can literally wear a Ku Klux Klan uniform in my yard. I can blatantly be racist as much as I want, and you can't say or do anything about it. I'm not violating your rights.
right? But that's not discrimination, right? I said if you act out on your racism
Yeah,
and be
yes,
discriminated,
but again, you're changing all white people. So all white people was what you said.
no,
Not all white people own businesses.
the same.
Not all.
It's
No,
it's the same
you're
argument
moving
that
the
our
arena, bro. You're moving
no,
the arena. You're moving
there's a
the arena. The arena
there's a
is all white people are racist. I can blatantly say whatever the fuck I want to anyone I want, however I want under First Amendment. Okay? When you're in when you say all white people are racist, not
not
all
all
white people are in the same place. Okay? Not all white people are in the same area, but all these protesters and all these people catching shit on fire are in the same place. Like, you're literally, the only thing that white people have in common is a skin color. All the people that have in common at the fires where the crime is taking place are where they're at. They're literally there. It's
So
a totally different.
All the protesters within any of the cities that have this acts of violence, they're all in the same area. There's not some downtown and then other ones over
No,
here.
here in Cleveland, they're all down. All the protests that are going on are downtown. There's no protests.
Okay.
All these major cities, they're all in this. They're all in the downtown area. They're all in one place.
Downtown in major city like LA is a huge area. I can
Yes,
be
bro.
in one part of downtown and somebody in another part of
Yes,
downtown could burn
but
something
LA
up.
is the only city that's that big. You have two cities that are that big, New York and you have LA. Minnesota,
Minneapolis is that big.
Minneapolis is not as big as down.
It's
Minneapolis
big as
is not as
LA.
big as downtown LA. It's
No,
not.
it's not. It's LA, but it's large enough to where the two groups can be separate. Is all I'm saying. If I can, if a person is far enough away from me that I can't distinguish who they are or gender, but I can only see that there's an individual down there, that's far enough away to say that there's two separate groups.
So let me get this. So let me get this. Let me get this straight. So let me get this straight.
Burning something.
So have you been watching the media? Have you been watching what's been going on these fires and riots? Have you been watching the coverage?
When I can.
So you didn't see that they were catching stuff on fire and the protesters were standing in the road blocking firefighters from getting to the fires, right?
Yeah, all those people, all the group of people who were acting out on that are all part of that crime.
But they were being peaceful. They weren't doing anything peaceful. They were standing. They were just standing up with their First Amendment right to protest.
No, they're acting out on a crime. That's not being peaceful.
How not?
You can't attribute what peaceful really is with people not acting violently, or the people actually being the ones who are burning it as being peaceful, right? So if they're stopping the fire department from getting in intentionally,
no, they're being no, they would technically they would be peaceful and they would be doing civic.
No,
they would be doing disobedience is what they would be doing. Just like when Black Lives Matter stood on the highways and they blocked traffic, they were being disobedient. They weren't being violent.
True.
So what? The people that are in Minnesota or whatever city.
Different situation than
because they're down there. Like, they're down there. That's what you don't get. Like, not every single person is going to be doing something wrong, but when you have protesters that are standing in the way of the firefighters and you have people catching shit on fire, you're going to get lumped in. Like, if you're just a protester, there's protesters doing bad stuff and there's people catching shit on fire. Like you can't be sympathetic to every single thing all the time. It's not possible.
I'm not saying I'm being sympathetic to everything,
but you are.
I'm just
at noon yesterday, they caught police cars on fire at noon, broad daylight. It was going down to where they were catching normal people's cars on fire. They were catching buildings on fire here in Cleveland. You've been to Cleveland. Cleveland's not that big. It's not that big.
Downtown Cleveland is large enough to where the two groups can be separate.
Okay. All right. You win.
But if
you win. You win because clearly when people go downtown to protest, they protest not together. Like when they had the Women's March, the women weren't all together in downtown. One was over on the east side and one was across the bridge, and they protested in separate places. They were there for one purpose, but they were in separate places because that's how organization works. They don't go with each other. When Black Lives Matter comes to a city, they only take 6 Black Lives Matter people and put them over here, and then they take 6 and put them on the other side. No, they come together and they organize together. That's the problem. Like, you're gonna get associated, bro. You can't help it.
Well, yeah, I'm not denying that the association will happen, right? I agree that the association will happen if you are part of the larger group of people who are doing things that are negative. What I'm saying is it is disingenuous to call the entire protest violent if the entire protest is not. I'm not saying that people won't, or I'm not
Bro,
saying people won't make the association.
listen. If I come down to your protest and I punch one person in the face and I get beat up by 10 people and they say it was largely peaceful, I'm okay with that. If there's a couple like 10 fights throughout a 12-hour day, that's fine. Once you start blowing cars up, you like that's a totally different level of escalation. That's literally like saying that my will fell off.
Right. My argument is the same argument that we had before, right? Where my issue is the all, the idea of all, right?
Bro, like you're being sensitive to that word. Like
Because
it's
it
di-
well, it's important. It's important when it matters, right? So if you say like all those people over there are doing something and it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, right? But if you're saying that there are genuine people out there who are protesting peacefully for a message, and then you
bro,
relate the whole thing
they're
to
not
all it's
protesting for any message. There's no message. That's horseshit. What are they protesting for? Tell me.
police brutality.
So what? So they're protesting for what? To get what? What's the next step?
I don't know. I'm not a part of that change. I just see what they're doing,
Okay,
and
so if they're trying to get justice, right? They're trying to get justice. Within 3 days of Floyd dying, the guy was divorced, fired, and he's been charged. Okay, so
yeah, but
that's already happened.
it's a
That's
bigger
already happened,
issue than that one cop. They're talking about police brutality. Period.
bro. But everyone gets beat up, and all you're doing is burning people that you live with. Shit. Like you want justice. The guy's got divorced. His wife left him. His wife was actually Miss Minnesota, so that's probably the best he was ever gonna get. All right. So she's gonna divorce rape him. He lost his income, and he also is getting charged. And the feds are looking to charge him. The state already did. So seems pretty just so far. Like,
No. That's justice of a cop and his police brutality, right? But the protest is for police brutality as a whole, right? And
okay,
what has
so
been done as
why did
police? What has
so
Give me
equate
a second.
so
What has been
okay
done? What has been done
so
towards police brutality as a whole?
so equate what the thing is for you to stop burning things down.
Again, that's bad actors. I don't
No,
disagree.
it's
I
not.
believe
It's not bad actors. You can't say it's bad actors when there's 30 cities that are on fire. It's not Minnesota. Minnesota, where it happened at, is on fire. Okay, bad actors. So what is it in LA, in
bad
Philly,
actors.
Houston,
Bad,
Cleveland?
bad actors. Bad actors.
30
There will
cities,
always
bro.
be bad actors. Yeah, there will always be
30
bad actors.
cities.
Bad
30.
actors aren't just in the place of where the incident happens,
You
right?
have a person saying that they're talking to each
Whenever
other.
people have whenever people have an opportunity, right, to act badly, there will be people who do that.
So what? There was 30 bad actors. So let me get this straight.
I don't
So it's
think there's 30 bad.
bad. No,
Probably
no, no,
50.
no, 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 no. Wait. So
All the
cops.
people looting bad actors.
Stop.
In a way,
Stop. So all these cities that are being destroyed and on fire are bad actors. It's not the protesters. It's just the bad actors. But the
is it one and
cops,
the same thing?
the cops target black people and kill them in the streets like dogs, even though that couldn't be bad actors. And more white people are killed by the police than black folks. But black folks are targeted, and it's not bad actors, it's a system.
I never argument that it wasn't bad actors as police who do that, right?
So
I believe that there are cops that are racist because there are people who are racist, and I believe that there are cops who aren't racist because there are people who aren't racist, and there are people who act out negatively, and there are people who won't, right? And with a protester could also be a bad actor. You could be a protester and a bad actor, right?
Okay, so then why isn't it hard to say that these people are thugs?
The people who are acting out that way are thugs for sure. My argument was that neither that the people who are acting out in a way that is in a way poorly or the bad actors couldn't be labeled as thugs. I'm saying those who are shouldn't be. I understand that
Lauren,
they will. I'm not saying that that won't happen. I'm just saying that it's disingenuous to call somebody a thug when they're not.
but
And
how
I'm
do you
also not
know?
saying
How,
that.
but
I'm also not saying that the
this
protest
is
acting out.
disingenuous. What's disingenuous is you're assuming that you know that they're not. You're going on the
No,
premise that they're not thugs.
it's disingenuous to assume that somebody is based off how you group them rather than their actions themselves.
Shit's getting caught on fire. like it's not people are just saying these protesters are bad people. There's shit being blown up and people getting killed. I'm sorry, but that elevates that. Well, maybe they're not bad actors.
Wait, I think you're confused on what I'm saying. I'm not actually arguing against you, right? Like I'm not saying that when that happens that those people shouldn't be labeled that way. I'm not saying that the protest in itself shouldn't be shut down now, right? Because that we are at an extreme. I
Hey,
agree that protests might need to be delayed until, well, not might need to be delayed. I agree that they should be delayed until the
hey,
situation is resolved. And I
hey,
also
Dave, I got a
agree
question for you.
that, hold on, give me a second. And I also agree that the people who are acting that way can be labeled as thugs, right?
I got a question
My
for you.
issue
Can we
always
be
that,
friends?
hold on, my issue was that always that all, and that protests can't continually, indefinitely be shut down because of bad actors. But
Can we be
I've
friends?
never disagreed. I have no animosity towards you.
Can we hang out? Can we hang out on the daily? Like you come to my house, I come to your house. Like we be best friends.
No,
We can't be friends.
we can be friends, but I don't live a life to hang out. I don't hang out with my best friend daily.
I don't hang out with anybody, but let's say we're friends, okay? We have a 5 year relationship right now. We're friends, okay? I'm also going to tell you that I like to grate people. Can we still be friends?
Like the what?
I like to grate people.
Great.
Can we be? Yeah, grape.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Can we still be friends?
No,
Why? Do you not
because
want to
I'm
be
a.
labeled? Do you not want to be labeled as a graper? Do you not want to be guilty by
It's not
association?
about. It's not about being guilty by association. It's against my own moral beliefs, right?
Yeah.
Raping people
And the
even.
people that are saying that these protesters are thugs, it's against their beliefs to burn shit on fire.
No, what I'm saying is just because you great people and I know you and I'm friends with you doesn't mean that I great people and I should be a rapist as well.
No,
And then
but people
I should be
no,
labeled a
but
rapist as well.
if you had a friend that you were friends with and you found out he raped someone, you would distance yourself because you would also be people could see you as being a graper because association, correct?
It's a different argument. Again, you're moving the goalposts now.
I'm not because if I hang out with dope boys, people are gonna assume I'm a dope boy. If I hang out
Right.
with gangbangers, people are gonna assume that I'm a gangbanger. If I'm hanging out in a crowd that's catching shit on fire, they're gonna assume that I'm also catching shit on fire. Like it's the same thing.
Right. I'm not. Yeah. Again, that's why I said I think you're confused on what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the association won't happen. Never. I never
I'm
did.
saying there's nothing wrong with the association. You're saying there is. That's what we're arguing.
Right.
The
And
argument has been that you say that you shouldn't, and I'm saying that I'm completely okay with it being done.
okay.
Like this isn't like this. I'm not saying your dad's a drug dealer, so you're a drug dealer because what your parents do and what you do aren't necessarily the same thing. But when
I
you
know that.
stand in a group of people and they're doing fucked up shit and you're there,
You may get associated. I'm aware of that.
you're
Yeah.
get you're there. Like you can't choose your dad, but you can choose your friends. You can't choose your
Right.
mom, but you can choose your friends. You can't choose who catches shit on fire, but you can choose if you stay. That's my
Right.
argument.
And, right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, my argument was that the association will happen, and I'm not saying whether association um, happens or not is something that should happen. What I'm saying is that when you make an association, right, it may or may not be correct, and to do so deliberately to paint a narrative is disingenuous.
But it's not painting a narrative. People are catching shit on fire. So whatever narrative you were trying to get across, you've lost because there's fucking things getting caught on fire. Dude, if I come out here and say a bunch of great stuff, and then you find out in 5 years that I get convicted of graping, all the shit that I said is null and void now because I'm labeled as a graper. Like that's how things work.
Kind of, for the most part. Yeah, I agree.
That's how things work. If you find out that I was helping out the community, and then you find out that I get a child charge, all the things that I did were good are going to be looked at in a different light because I was doing bad things. So it's the
They'll
same
definitely be
thing.
a different light, but I agree for the most part that is true. But then we have large examples of very prominent people who negative things have been found out post mortem, like Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, but their message is still seen similarly, but also at times in a different light than what they was.
Yeah, but
The
but
idea
here
that Malcolm, go
but
ahead.
here's the problem with that. People don't even listen to those people the way that they actually spoke. They idolize them. It, Martin Luther King Martin Luther King was part of the communist movement. For one. Two, he was preaching about solidarity in the black community, but was screwing a bunch of white women. Like Malcolm X said, "Don't trust the Democrats," and guess what happened? Everyone still trusts the Democrats. So, like, a lot of the things that they said were good, and there were things to take from them, but people don't even listen to what they actually said. So, like, any movement, people are not going to get your message, but you're definitely not going to get your message to the people that you're trying to get it to by blowing shit up. Like that's the
I
fact.
agree.
And the laws aren't going to change from this because I'm going to tell you right now, no cop is going to want to give anyone the benefit of the doubt when they're being shot at. And like if I'm a cop and I'm in Cleveland and you're in Minnesota and you get killed in Minnesota and now I'm being shot at because of something some other dick did, I'm not going to want to give you the benefit of the doubt when these riots stop. I'm not, because I was getting shot at already for some shit that I didn't do. Just like when you are on a soapbox talking about we want to kill white people or white people are going to be put in chains or we're going to do the same shit or white people are like once you keep pushing this racist narrative on white people, most white people are going to turn against your narrative because you're attacking them for no reason. So
I also agree with that. It's the
this
same thing that
stuff,
you were talking about earlier with the LGBT community. You can't push against something that's false. I mean, with a false, um,
police
uh,
brutality, the way it's being pushed is a false narrative. Black people are not being hunted down and killed. Black people are not they're not overrepresented in the death of people by the police. Like they're not. They're not. It's a false narrative. So for a false narrative to get people mad to where they burn shit down, the whole thing is shit. You're not going to get your narrative to meet you're not going to meet anyone anywhere with that. Especially like it's one thing if you protest, if you fucking if you want to sit at the courthouse or you want to do all that stuff, that's great. You know, Martin Luther King, he didn't do riots, he didn't do any of that stuff. But the riots are coming down now to where people are blowing stuff up and killing people. You're definitely going to lose the narrative. Like,
sure.
like already, like people became more racist under Obama. Obama pushed race into everything, into high
No,
school, into
Obama
college.
didn't push race into everything. Obama's race pushed race into everything.
No, it did not. You can't make that argument when because like Obama, if Obama was racist, if the country was racist, Obama wouldn't have been elected 2 times. He wouldn't have.
No, what I'm saying is it wasn't Obama doing anything. to
Do you know what Section
push
9 is?
that way. It was Obama mostly didn't put anything in place for black people.
No, he didn't. No, he did not put anything out there for black people. But when he was on TV, he constantly hit up the argument that black people are being persecuted and black people are being targeted and black people and race, race, race. He even did Section 9 he injected Section 9 into colleges that did the genders of sex crimes and also gender and hate crimes into the colleges. There was a spike after he put that in to a bunch of false allegations of rape and hate crimes. Like in the 90s, you can ask Lawrence, in the 90s, you used to be able to make jokes with people. Like white guys and black guys would hang out, and white guys would get made fun of for being white and liking mayonnaise, and black guys would get made fun of for being black and drinking Kool-Aid. And like they would joke with each other about their race. They used to call like the Irish people mix, and they would joke back and forth, and that was acceptable among people. It's
Yeah,
not like that now.
it was similar in the early 2000s. That change has come recently with our sensitive culture and our outrage culture. Everybody's looking
And
for
that
something to get out about,
and that
and
happened
everybody.
under Obama. That happened under Obama, my dude.
Yeah, but but who the president was, you know what I'm saying, is different from the
No, it's
that was
not.
going that was going to happen anyways because this was all in place for feminism. This is all part of that's all a part of feminism, right? And that has been progressing before Obama. That
I will
that
give
this was
I will give you that it is part of feminism. But this is what makes that narrative not true. And the reason it's not true is because the people that voted for Obama, majority of the white people voted for Trump. Trump was considered to be a racist, and everything he did was racist. And it's been painted that all of his supporters are racist, but his supporters are the ones that voted for Obama. So, in the same time period that people voted for Obama, race has been pushed. What's that?
I said, yeah, that they also voted for. I've watched plenty of people who voted for Obama who then were like, going to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And I don't. What I'm saying is, I don't think that it was Obama pushing the race issue. Right? It was his
Lawrence.
race, the race issue.
No,
Issue
you
was
can't
put.
you can't make the argument that his race was the reason that race became such a problem when everyone that the people that were allegedly making it race based because of his race were the people that voted for him 2 times.
No, no. What I'm saying is, if he was white and had the same positions on everything, there wouldn't have been the issues that come from him being a black or a mixed person, right? He didn't directly create a race issue. It was caused by him being black and other people creating the race issue, right?
Lauren,
And I'm not saying that the people who created that race issue were racist. Like all the people who created the race issue, one side were, I mean, there were bad agents in that, which made it a race issue as racist, and then there were people who were pushing against it, right? And it became black and white, but he wasn't necessarily an agent for black people, right? What did he do for black people other
nothing.
than become a president that was mixed and allowed some people to be like, okay, we can hold that position too. So he
He
did
was
have a
black.
benefit, and that was his one benefit, right? But also that was also the same reason why race was propelled, was for the same reason that there was that
No,
benefit,
bro.
was
He
because
stood
he was
on stage and talked about his son. If he had a son, his son would more than likely look like uh, Trayvon Martin, and that it
right.
hurts him that his son would have be hunted down in the streets by a white man. He
Right, but
made that argument.
with the race issue with Obama was already there
No.
before he became
Listen,
president,
listen.
and that happened
No,
during he.
listen.
Can I
He
ask a
stood.
question?
He's. Let me finish this point. It's all you. He stood on stage and said that if he had a son, his son would likely go through the exact same thing that Trayvon Martin went through, and that race was a big issue, and they were painted on a white man. And Zimmerman wasn't even white. He He didn't have to say that. He got on there and he put that out there. Like that race thing, he helped propel that.
Right,
Go
but
ahead,
what I'm
Lawrence.
saying, Savage, give me 1 second to respond to that. I apologize, Lawrence. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that he didn't placate or lean into the race issue once it was created. All I was saying that it wasn't created by him. It was created by his race. I'm not saying that he never played into it. I'm not saying that he didn't, pander to it. I'm just saying that when the race issue became an issue with Barack Obama, it was initially created simply because he was mixed.
Well, I look at the way I see it is both sides are at fault for this. Um, initially, when Obama won the presidency, um, there was a group of senators who got together and were recorded as being not happy about having this black guy in the presidency. So there's that. But I will say this: I think, from my opinion, Obama's done more damage in the race aspect, um, with causing dissension, um, than anybody since him and during him. Um, the question I was going to ask was to you, David. You remember a week or two ago when Joe Biden had made that comment about if you don't
Yeah,
vote for him, you ain't black, right? You remember that?
yeah,
You are aware that Barack Obama said the same thing years before.
and he was wrong for that.
He actually sat in front of a panel and literally told people that if black people didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, he would take it as a personal insult. Those were his words, not mine.
Yeah, and he was wrong for that. I was
And
never
that's
going to
and
But
vote.
he
If I
didn't
was
make
going
it.
to vote,
so
I would have
no,
voted.
but
If I was
no, I
going to
know,
vote, I would.
I know that it's not a question.
Yep.
No, it's not a question of how you would vote. That's not my point here. I wasn't trying to get that out of you. What I'm saying is that we have this dance on both sides of the aisle where
I
race is
agree.
being used as a main card to cause disruption for everything.
I agree.
I will say this, going back to something Kyle has said a moment ago. I was far more comfortable and I had a hell of a lot more fun with my so-called white friends before Obama became president than I do now.
I agree as
My,
well.
I
I
mean,
think
I
that.
mean, I mean, I mean, where we're at right now, both sides are uncomfortable going someplace to hang out, not because we're uncomfortable with each other, but because of what outside people are going to start bringing up about this. If I'm hanging out with Charles, then I'm an Oreo. If Charles is hanging out with me someplace, he's trying to be a wigger. I mean, it's just retarded. I mean, it's just insane, and it's difficult for me because, with the exception of Swedish, my family's got everything in it. I mean, I'm adopted by a Jewish woman. I have an adopted sister who's from the Philippines. My nephew Buddy is white. His wife is Portuguese. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, even as a family, we can't go out because everybody's trying to play that card nonsense.
Yeah,
And
I
that's not
ended.
even and that's not even counting my military boys. Because with us in the military, when we in, especially those of us who've been through combat like I have together, that's a bond that's not going to be broken. That's not just a white dude. That's my brother. You understand what I'm saying? And I can't even take Veterans Day for us to go out as a group to sit down as a table. You know what I'm saying? And just enjoy each other on Veterans Day, you know what I'm saying? And enjoy the perks of that. We made it when others didn't and all that good stuff without people looking at us like we weird. I mean, it's just insane. Now, as far as it goes for the rioting thing, um, I'll tell you this as somebody, I was military intelligence when I was in the service. And when I came out, I was an investigator for New York City. And I'm telling you, this is the standard playbook. This has nothing to do with race. It's the standard playbook. It's operating procedure. Okay. If you have a protest and everybody's at that protest, we're good. We're absolutely good. But when it starts to get violent and people start fighting or start burning or looting and et cetera and so on, we no longer care about your protest. Our primary concern is safety and protection, both for ourselves and for the surrounding neighborhood. And if you're damaging property, we're coming for you. We're not going to stop and ask each one of you, why are you there? Are you part of this? Are you not part of this? If you're in that immediate vicinity, you're grouped together. It's guilt by association, whether you like it or not. In the military, we call that mass punishment. Okay.
Right.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no agreeing with me or disagreeing with me. I'm simply telling you how it goes in the story. Now, and I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I do this with you and everybody else. I don't care about your opinion on it. I don't care about your theories on it. At the end of the day, this is matter of fact. This is how it happens, and this is what's going to be in the story. I don't care about your personal fee-fees.
So agree
when
with
you have a protest, and as long as it's peaceful, we have no issue with you at all. But when you start calling out, kill the cops or kill this person or burn this or burn that, and most importantly of all, going back to the same question Kyle asked a while ago, and I'm not trying to dump on you, man. I'm just trying to make a point about something. But going back to the question Kyle asked, which was a valid ass question that everybody should be asking, what are you protesting? Because if you're talking about police brutality, okay, we have a police brutality problem. I would agree with you on that. But if we're going to pull that card, then that card needs to be pulled across the board. It doesn't just become a black thing. It becomes a citizen thing, because police are brutal to all of us. So a lot of them exceed their station with their badges and et cetera and so on. So if you're going to be out there protesting, then protest for that. Don't protest because Floyd got killed. Protest because we all get killed. And if you're going to protest, your protest should not include you looting Target for 4K TVs. That's got nothing to do with what you're there for. And if the group and if the group can't maintain, if the group cannot maintain the other members of that group, then fine, we'll step in and do it. And yes, we'll shut the protest down. And if it happens again, we'll shut the protest down, and we'll keep doing it until it becomes exactly what's happening now in Minnesota with the National Guard coming out. Why? Because that's what was pushed.
Yeah, I agree with what you said about police brutality as a whole. I even said something earlier while I was talking to Kyle about that same thing, because I ended up in Cleveland because my parents died, but I was adopted by white people. You know what I'm saying? Both.
Oh, so you're like me. All right, so you're like me. Yeah, okay.
Both of my time, they had me since I was 6 months old, right? And then they died when I was 12, and that's when I was put in Cleveland, because my sisters were able to be placed in homes where I was at, because I was a larger black kid, and my social worker kept it real with me because I was male, and a lot of those people had females in the household, that they weren't comfortable with me being larger male in the same household. So I ended up in Cleveland. That's why I say I'm from Cleveland, because I'm from 12 until now. The majority of my life I was in Cleveland, but because I was adopted and raised, and the people I consider to be my parents to be white people, I am black, and I'm aware of what it is to be black, but I primarily hold myself as American, right?
That's correct. Yeah, as you should. Yeah.
I don't see police brutality as an issue for black people. I see police brutality as an issue, period.
Exactly. And that's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be.
But that's not what's going on with these riots.
No. I know that. I know that. And just like you were telling David earlier, we can't police everybody. We just can't. Because like I've had conversations before. I've had a lot of people get upset with me because there'll be a white person call a black person a nigger, or they'll or they'll talk about racism and et cetera and so on. Here's my personal take on racism, and it's going to sound odd, but I'm coming at it as a soldier. Racism can exist. I don't have a problem with it. If you don't like me, you don't like me. There's nothing I can do about that. Now, whatever you base that likeness or dislike on, that's on you. That's a personal thing. But my theory is this: if you're a racist, and you like to let people know, or you like to call people of other racial persuasions names and et cetera and so on, or say whatever you want about it, I have no problem with it. And I know that sounds strange to a lot of people hearing that come from me as a black man, but here's my math. I served in three different types of engagements in combat. I fought for the right for them to have that. You understand what I'm saying? Whether I agree with it or not, I fought for them to have the right to say that and choose that path. And I think that's the problem going on nowadays with a lot of people in this particular society, probably around the world too, but this society in particular. Everybody seems to think that they're the moral police and they get to lay claim on what somebody else does while their shit gets to go unquestioned. And that's unacceptable to me. That's absolutely unacceptable to me, especially when the people who usually scream loudest, as the saying goes, the dog that barks loudest is generally the one most guilty. So while everybody's sitting here pulling out this card left and right on race and police attacks on black people and et cetera and so on, they're being disingenuous. Period. End of story. Because if you look at the statistics for brutality, everybody gets brutalized. And the same thing applies to something Pence had said earlier in the chat that I had wanted to touch base on. And it was a valid point, a very valid point. I can't remember if it was Pence. It might not have been. As far as it goes for us as black people, we have a certain mental illness. And forgive me, Pence, or whoever it is, if I got the wrong person. I might have the wrong person. But someone has said very early on about the difference in slavery being people who became slaves because they had their lands conquered, as opposed to black people who were enslaved because of the color of their skin. I'm not going to argue the validity of that, yay or nay, because I leave that to each individual in that respect. But I will say this. There is such a deep emotional and mental scar among us as black people that we're unwilling to get past and get over. And that cannot be put on the shoulders of feminism. It cannot be put on the shoulders of white people. It cannot be put on the shoulders of America. Because after a certain point in time, we have to accept our own responsibilities and we have to accept our own consequences for it. Currently, right now, it is harder for some than it is for others. But at the end of the day, we each have a personal responsibility to get up and get it right and come together as a people. And we don't. And you can't blame that on, anybody else but us. We still argue over light skin versus light skin versus dark skin, house nigger versus field nigger. We still argue over who's in the ghetto, who's not in the ghetto. You made it out. You should come back and give me your stuff. Why do I give you my stuff when you should be working for it? This right now, as it stands, if we're going to be totally honest and put everything on the plate right now, every problem we have is ours, and we did it. And there has to come a point in time, where we stop blaming everybody. If we see a Floyd, okay, we see a Floyd. We know something's wrong with that. So what do? We don't sit here and turn it into a racial thing. We start building our own. We start creating opportunities and situations where that doesn't happen, and we start putting things in play. Going back to Malcolm X, where he said it himself about having our own. There's value in that because we did it before. That's why I have a difficult time when I hear black people bring up the race card and everything else, because we've done it before. Like I said, there's Oklahoma, the Black Wall Street, there's Rosewood, you know what I'm saying? There's Harlem, and there's a couple of other examples. So to say that we've been held down is nonsense, because we've done it before without being held down. Black Wall Street wasn't too long after the Civil War, for crying out loud. I think less than 50 years between the two. Right. So this victim card, to be quite frank, this victim card is done. I'm being honest with you. This victim card is done. It's done. It's time to tap out. You know what I mean? It's time to tap out, get the fuck up and get off of it. And stop begging other people for help. Stop with the food stamps. Stop with the Section 8. Stop with the welfare. Get the fuck up and get a job. Like I tell people all the time, if you can't find a way, you make one. If the business exists that you want to work for doesn't exist, then build that business and start getting it together. I mean, come on, man. I mean, there's got to be a line in the sand somewhere, bro. It's 400 years. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to dismiss what happened to us, but it's been 400 years. Greeks are not still complaining about Romans. I mean, come on, man. I mean,
Well,
I mean, we got to give it a rest, man. We got to give it a
Well,
rest, yo.
I want to say
real.
this: if you go listen to if you listen to Larry Elder, if you listen to Jesse Lee Peterson, Jesse Lee Peterson was born on a plantation under uh, Jim Crow laws. So was Larry Elder's dad was in the military, and he was a cook during the time in the military. And when he came out of the military, he wanted to get a cooking job, and in the South, he couldn't get a job because at that time Jim Crow was going on. So he went to California and tried to get a job, and he was told pretty much the same thing. Well, he went to a temp agency, and they said, "We're not, you have to go through the back door." And then he's like, "I need a job," and they're like, "Well, I don't really have anything for you." And he goes, "Okay, that's fine. I'll be here every day, and I'll sit here until you have a job for me." He sat for like 1 or 2 days, and at the end of the day, they offered him a job, and they said, "You probably won't want the job." And he goes, "Well, what is it?" And they're like, "You'll be a janitor." He took the job, and he worked that job for 10 years, and he worked a second job while he worked as a janitor, while he had kids. He saved his money, and he made a restaurant, and he made his own business. And Larry Elder will tell you that his father at any point never said anything racist about white people. Like the people that grew up under Jim Crow, they don't have this racist idea of white people. Like they didn't complain about white people. The people that were alive during the 20s and 30s and 40s, their viewpoint wasn't that. You have generations of people that never even experienced it that have that mindset.
No, those people during that time definitely thought that those white people were racist when they were acting racistly. It was just dangerous to vocalize it, right?
No,
so
listen. What I'm telling you is, those people that I'm talking about, Larry Elder's dad, Jesse Lee Peterson, those two people, after Jim Crow happened, after all this stuff happened, even when it was safe for them to vocalize it, they didn't think that way. Jesse Lee Peterson is still alive, and he doesn't feel anything against white people.
What was his dad's lifespan? From what year to what year?
I'm not exactly sure how old Jesse Lee Peterson's still alive. I'm not sure what Larry Elder's dad's lifespan was, but I know that he got out of the military in the 40s, maybe, or the 50s. I think he was in World War II, and he lived, I think, until like the 90s. I think he lived pretty long. He might have just died like 10 years ago or something. He lived a long enough time to where it wasn't. He also lived in California, the most liberal place in the country.
What's that? I don't want to speak to any. I mean, I don't want to speak to any of that because I don't know them. I haven't saw that interview, and but
this is my point.
Because you brought it up a few times. Give me one second, but I wanted to address. Go ahead.
But the point of it, this is the point. Even if they let it go, even in the 20s or whatever year his dad was, if he felt that way, he never conveyed that to his sons. When he got older, if he had let it go, why is it that a man that was actually discriminated against, a man that actually lived under that, he was able to let it go? But
hey, hold on a second. Hey, Jordan, mute your mic, man.
A guy that was discriminated against and lived underneath of it, he never portrayed that to his parents or to his kids. All right? He never said any of that stuff. His kids never got that idea. And when he got older, even if he did feel that way, I don't know, like as far as Larry Elder has explained, his dad never felt that way. But if he did, he didn't say it to his kids. And at some point, he was able to let go of it. How is it that people that didn't even experience it can't let go of it?
Look.
Well, I guess my point that I wanted to make that kind of addresses what you're saying that comes from what Lawrence was saying was that I agree that the victim mentality does have to be let go of. Well, what I wanted to put in that was that the scars that he was talking about, self-hatred, is isn't so far in the past, right? That it's fairly new that there's nothing attributing to those scars, right? So
No, that's not true. 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 I'm 50. I'm the man.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have plenty of points, and I'll definitely hear it. But like, if the attributed to Black people's scars, right, wasn't always as blatant as racism as it was as perpetuating a different set of ideals that some people internalize as, you know, I'm not that, therefore I'm not valuable, right? Now that hasn't been like that in a while, but I'm not saying that Black people haven't internalized that and then passed it on to their children, right? Like with our preference towards light-skinned women or white women at times. Obviously, the majority of Black people do marry Black people, but there is a bit of self-hatred and a bit of and it's still fairly new in comparison to how long we've been in America or how long we've existed as African Americans, right? That those things aren't being perpetuated at us. Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse for the victimhood still, but what I'm saying is before we can deal with before we can deal with the victimhood, we have to deal with those scars or those issues. And I also agree that the victimhood doesn't do anything except for allow yourself to have an excuse as to why you're not being able to do something, right? It's not going to benefit you in any way other than allowing yourself to maybe feel free about not achieving what you desire or believe that you should be able to achieve.
Right. And but that goes back to my point. Now that you've said that and you agree with that, then here we come back to my initial statement. We need to stop with the thing about every time something happens to a Black person, it's all race. That's the first step. Once we start to come to the realization that everything's not about race, that's the first step in healing. Because once you can do that, you can start moving past everything else. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not. I mean, because for all intents and purposes, the things we're able to do now, it's only been about maybe 50, 60 years since Malcolm and Martin or whatever. But that's still not the point. Even if it's only been 50, 60 years, that's at least 2 generations, man. Why are we still talking about the same shit? There's no point to it. And like I said, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there are not individual people who fit the criteria that everybody's upset about, but you can't place that on the whole. And to go back to what I was saying before about the rioters and the whole 9 yards, what's the purpose? If the incident happened in Minnesota, why are they rioting everywhere else? Why are they destroying everything else? What happened in those cities? So what are they doing? That's what I'm saying. It's the race card is being used as an excuse for every opportunity that can be done. And truth be told, between Black people and Lyndon B. Johnson, that's why we are where we are now. Because getting comfortable with the whole free benefit stuff and all that other muck, that sense of entitlement has gone through the roof, man. It's gone through the roof. It's gone literally through the roof. And you can't even as one Black person talking to another Black person in the street, I can't tell you how many times I get cursed out. And if Black people were being totally honest, they would admit that they're more comfortable around white people than their own. Because I've said that many times, and I will not back down from it. That's fact. And that's my experience.
There's no such thing as white flight.
Hood.
There's no such thing as white flight.
I don't know about all that, but before I go any further, Jordan, I'm sorry, Jordan, you wanted to go?
No, what I'm saying is when no one goes, oh shit, white people are moving into our neighborhood, we need to move. That's never happened.
Yeah. That's true. That is true.
Like,
and as a matter of fact, to prove that point, where I'm from in Brooklyn and Bed-Stuy, what happened is when all the Jewish people left to move to the suburbs, they turned their brownstones and houses over to their maids and people who worked for them, which were, and I quote, 99% black. You walk in those neighborhoods now, that place is fucked.
Yeah, but
That
like
place is
how your
fucked.
point.
I mean, it's getting cleaned up. It's getting cleaned up now because it's being gentrified. But prior to that, man, that shit was running. That shit was running down. I mean, they put in Marcy Projects and Gates Avenue Project. I mean, it just got stupid. It got stupid. And
Yeah,
you
but
can't
Kyle,
put that on nobody but us.
To your point where you say that there's no such thing as white flight, like where white people move in the neighborhood, black people don't think that they need to move out. But there is an idea that if white people start moving into your neighborhood, that you might be forced out by gentrification.
Okay, so the reason that so gentrification is labeled as a bad thing, but this is what it comes down to. When you have people that come, when you have people move into a neighborhood and they invest money into the neighborhood becomes more valuable. If you can't afford to live there, then you move out. You're not being forced out. Like if you want to live in a shitty neighborhood, then yeah, you can live in a shitty neighborhood. But if you want your neighborhood, but that's the thing.
Well, no,
you can't have both.
But yeah, because see, you got to understand. People get it confused. Gentrification is never about race. Gentrification is about class. Period. Hands down.
Right.
I mean, that cannot be disputed. That cannot be disputed.
But this
so if you in a neighborhood that becomes gentrified, and just like Kyle said, if you can't afford it, like what's his name said in the chat with Morgan Freeman, there's a bus leaving every 20 minutes. I mean, dude, it is what it is.
This is how this would work. If all black folks in a poor inner city neighborhood, okay, we'll go with Slavic Village, okay. Say all black people came in and invested money into that neighborhood, okay. It doesn't matter who invests the money, and it doesn't matter who builds it up. The property values are going to go up. If you can't afford to live there, you're going to have to move. So you can't be black and live in an inner city and be like, we live in shitty neighborhoods. They need to build them up. We need a better living, a better standard of living, and then get mad when the price goes up because you can't build something up and make it worth more money and then also keep it at the same price. Like that's just economics. That's not race or anything like that. That's just economics.
I was never arguing that point, right?
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are.
I know you weren't. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times, like, because you made a reference that people want the neighborhoods to get nicer, and then when they get nicer, they can't afford it. Therefore, because gentrified, and then they have to move out. A lot of times, gentrification goes against what the people want. The people who live there want. Gentrification is normally people from the outside who then put money into an area, makes it more expensive.
Hold on, Kyle. Just real quick, I gotta respond to that. Coming from someplace that was, David, look. People who come in and gentrify a neighborhood, the people who are there who don't want it gentrified, don't get a fucking say. Because if they cared about it, they would have kept it straight from Jump Street. You can't fuck up a place, and then when I come in and clean it up, you want to be mad about it. I don't care what you have to say. I'm here to build up property value. I'm here to make money off my rents. I'm here to put businesses in. Just because you don't like it being gentrified has nothing to do with me. Because if you had it done it straight, I wouldn't have even shown up there because it would have already been done.
But that's not even the issue. That's not even why they don't want it done. They don't want it done because they don't want to pay more money. It's about laziness. If the neighborhood would come in and they gentrified it and they could live in the same house that they've lived in the whole time and pay the same amount of money, they wouldn't bitch.
No, I agree, but it's also, I want to address that you said it was laziness. Not everybody makes enough money to be able to afford $1,400 a month on rent in Ohio. Obviously, New York, the pay is higher, and $1,400 is a one-bedroom apartment. You ain't getting shit. But
it is laziness.
Right? People who work there are people who work 40 hours a week who can't afford $1,500 a month on rent.
That's I'm not saying you're wrong, but at the end of the day, those are far and few between. If you look at New York City, man, the vast majority of people up in there are riding that state program ticket.
Yeah, and that's not even that's not where the laziness comes in. If you live in a house for 30 years, all right, and you let your neighborhood get ran down, that was because you were lazy and allowed it to get ran down. It's like that's what it comes down to. It's not about you not being able to. You're lazy and you can't afford something. You can't live in a neighborhood for 20 years and watch shit be thrown in the street all day, every day, and people not mowing the grass and houses being abandoned and burglarized. Like, you can't allow things like that to happen for an extended period of time.
Your argument against me yesterday. Your argument against me yesterday was that you can only affect the things that you're directly you can only affect yourself, right? So I don't know.
You can't pick up trash. You can't pick up trash in the street. When you see someone. Okay.
But trash isn't primarily the reason why property value goes down.
Yes, it is.
Abandoned house. It's abandoned houses and the destruction of property. Trash is entirely different. You can't stop somebody from destroying a house. You can't force somebody to move into a house or keep their house updated to where it doesn't become abandoned or whatever else like that. Those things are out of your control unless you seek to involve yourself in the neighborhood. But that's what I'm saying is, yesterday you told me that you cannot involve yourself with other people in their lives, but now you're saying that you should.
No.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. It's not the same.
This is the difference. Right now, drive to Fairlawn. Get in your car and drive to Fairlawn. Tell me what's that?
I live in Fairlawn.
Okay, how many bags of chips do you see laying in the street? How many soda pops and beer bottles do you see just laying in the street in front of people's houses? How many?
Right, but that isn't the main force.
It completely choreographs. It correlates. Because the people that live in that neighborhood, they care about that neighborhood. So they do not allow trash and shit to build up in their neighborhood. They do not allow their grass to be fucking 10 feet tall. The people care, and that's reflected in the way that they behave. If it's the whole in New York, when they did the broken window policy, if there was a building that had a broken window, they replaced it, because you know what happens? When you see a window broken and you walk through that neighborhood and you see that window broken, that means that you don't care, and people are more likely to break that window. That's simple. When you show other people that you don't care, then other people don't care.
True.
So if I came to your neighborhood and I just threw a fucking dump truck of trash in your fucking neighborhood, and I come back 6 weeks later and it's still there, or you're going to tell me that in that 6 weeks other people didn't care and threw that shit out, also started throwing shit out the window? You're going to tell me that they did, because as soon as you start letting standards go, everyone lets standards go. Everyone does.
I agree.
Yeah.
So that's the part about being lazy, because there are, like, also, if you see people committing crimes on your street, call the police. Quit having I'm not going to be a snitch mentality, because you're co-signing bullshit on your street and you're letting people throw trash and you're just going to let it snowball. That's why
they say that there's this idea. Kyle, you live in Cleveland, and they say they have this idea that there's no snitch policy. But when there's a shooting, the police always show up, right? Somebody always calls the cops. There's never a sense where something can happen and in the hood and it's a Wild West and the cops show up. Somebody always calls the cops.
But calling the cops.
That's not snitching. That's not snitching. Snitching is when you tell the cops who did it. You don't. Alerting them to what happened is one thing. Telling them who did it, that's snitching.
Yeah, snitching. So me being a criminal and me being in the court system, I'm quite aware of how this works. It's okay if you people can call the cops, but no one wants to testify. No one wants to give evidence. No one wants to do anything to actually stop it. There was a dude when I lived on Fleet that was wanted for 4 murders. How the fuck did he do 4 murders and lived on my street and everyone knew who he was? Everyone knew he was a murderer. Everyone knew that he escaped from a jail. No one said anything. They co-signed the bullshit. Like that's the thing.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm not posing that it's one way or another. I'm just saying, do you think a part of it is co-sign and then maybe another part of it is the fear of danger?
Like, it could be both, but at the end of the day, like, Okay, so this is how this works.
But
At
I
the end
wouldn't
of
call
the
it
day,
laziness. Is what was my argument.
well, it's no, it's
People get gentrified out of the neighborhood. You can't say that all of the people are lazy.
no, but you can
Well,
say
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
no, but you can say that those people that don't, those people. No, listen, the people that are upset that they have their property value is going to go up and they can't afford it and they have to move. The reason that they're not lazy because they're not going to work harder to pay the rent. They're lazy because they've been in the same neighborhood for 10 or 15 years and they have not done anything to make it to where it didn't need gentrified, is my point.
Yeah, that's what that was my point earlier. That you can't get upset with me for coming in when you didn't do the work yourself. And on top of that, you have to take in consideration. I would bet money that 9 out of every 10 people who are complaining about gentrification were the ones who weren't doing anything to begin with. They're probably the ones who are living free on Section 8 or something like that and all that good stuff.
You can't say that they're not. You also can't say that they're not lazy, in the sense that, like, when it comes, if you look at the buying patterns of middle class people and whites and blacks, the average white person's car is a Ford F-150. It's about 40 grand. The average car for a black person is a foreign car, which is about 60 to 70 grand. So you're like, how is it the average car for a black person is a car that's $30,000 more than an average white person's car? So clearly they have money.
That doesn't equate to laziness.
No. I'm not saying that that's
go too far down away from me.
No,
what I was saying about gentrification and people getting mad, and Lawrence said that they don't have a right to be mad. The reason why I fully agree with what Lawrence said, that people don't have a right to get mad about gentrification, is because if you own the house that you were living in, then they couldn't push you out, right? The people who get pushed out during gentrification are people who are renting, right? Because if you own the house in an area that gets gentrified, you're hit the lottery, because now your house that you paid a lot less for is worth a lot more.
Yes.
So I agree. I agree that the people don't have a right to complain about gentrification because they're not homeowners anyways.
Yes, but it's still laziness, and this is what it comes down to. This is the art. Like, you're still lazy because if you lived in a house for 20 years, you probably could have bought it. You probably could have bought it, or you could have bought a house nearby. A house in Slog Village is only like 30, 40, 50 grand. They're not expensive. They're not super expensive houses. But the reason that I'm saying that it comes down to it is a sense of laziness, because the average white person's car is 30,000 to 20,000 less than the average black person's car. Black people on average also spend about 20 to 30% more money on clothes per year than your average white person.
Yeah, that's ridiculous to me.
The weave industry is billions of dollars a year. Okay. So it's not a sense of people can't afford it. It's not that there isn't the money. It's the fact that it's a spending habit. Like, if
what I'm confused about is, how is that lazy, as well as
it's lazy because again, if they would have done the hard work of saving the money that they did have coming in and buying the house instead of renting the house, or buying another house instead of renting the house, then they wouldn't be in that problem. If they would have invested the money that they had on a business or money into the community, then there wouldn't be a need for someone to come in and gentrify it. The reason it's laziness is because they could have done something and they didn't for a long period of time, and now they're bitching about someone else doing it. Like that's the
right. But I wouldn't equate that to being lazy. I would equate that to being misguided or making wrong decisions.
No,
I guess you call it whatever.
But this is the thing. If you make a mistake one time, it's a mistake. If you do it for 20 years, it's no longer a mistake. It's a choice.
Well, there's people who don't want to own houses, and it's not laziness. I know people who work
okay,
hard
so
if
if you don't want to own the house, then But again, if you don't want to own the house, then you're probably not going to care about the neighborhood. You're probably not going to do the stuff for the neighborhood. You're probably not going to be in that neighborhood when it gets gentrified. Like, those are all things that you chose not to do, which is because it'd be harder to do the things that I'm saying to do. Correct? Doing those things are work. It's more work than you would be doing if you didn't do them.
Right. But it doesn't make you a lazy.
No, but you are being lazy. Regardless if you are a lazy person or not, you are lazy in this. Like, you not buying a house doesn't equate to you being lazy in every aspect of your life. But your priorities in this aspect of the neighborhood, you were lazy in. Like, you could be at the club every
I'll give you that.
You could be in the club every night. You could fuck a new girl every day. You could be doing all sorts of things with your time that don't make you lazy as a person. But when it comes to the gentrification or the building of your neighborhood, you are lazy in that. Like, you chose not to do it, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying because you don't buy a house, you're a shitty person. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
I think it's just bad financial literacy.
What's that?
I think it's just bad financial literacy.
But see, the argument with that is everyone doesn't have financial literacy.
See, it's different depending where you come from.
No, it's not.
He said he comes from Jewish family, and his parents taught him about financial literacy. But the black community, most of our
see, what you're making this is what you're making the assumption. So this is the difference between this. This is the problem with your argument. All right. So Lawrence's mother is Jewish. Jewish people teach their kids about money. Okay. She's not white. She's Jewish. Okay. White people go to the same schools that black people go to. Black
not
people
really.
And white people. There's a lot of white people. There's more poor white people than there are poor black people.
That's because there's more white people in the country. But the median income of white people is higher than black people.
I cannot hear you.
Hold on.
Hold on one second. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me better? Kyle, can you hear me better?
I think it might be your connection.
You guys can hear me?
Hey, your mic's out, bro. I literally can't hear you. Or Dave, are you there? Can I hear you?
Can you hear me, Kyle?
Hey,
Kyle.
Dave.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can't hear any of you guys.
Dave, can you hear me?
Let me figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Now, it was you got a lot of background noise, and then I think there's a part of your connection that's bad. But I hear you now better than I could hear you before.
I can't hear either of you guys. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Who? Can you hear who?
Kyle can't hear
No,
anybody.
I can't hear. I cannot hear anybody.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear him, but he can't hear us.
Jordan, can you hear anybody?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. You guys said I had background noise.
Yeah.
There we
is
go.
that a fan?
That's why.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Better. Excellent. It sounded like a fan or air conditioner or something you were sitting by.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's just Kyle?
I think it's Kyle. Kyle, can you hear us now?
Jordan, you can leave your mic off if you want, man, and the background noise was gone.
Can Kyle redrop the StreamYard link? I'm gonna try to put it on my phone.
Hold on a second.
All right, so for some reason the stream went out. Like, it isn't picking up my headset. So let me see if I can get this fixed. And just give me a minute. You guys can talk amongst yourselves.
All right. Okay. Jordan, if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see the link there. Jordan, did you hear me?
It doesn't let me scroll up that far.
Oh, okay. I'm not an admin, so when I post it, the link doesn't show up. I can see that I posted it, but you won't be able to see it. We had that problem with Jay Doe the other night, so it's gonna have to wait till Carl, excuse me, till until Savage puts it back in.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
is J-O, is that the guy who yesterday you were saying had a similar argument to mine?
No. I think I was thinking about RPM, red pill medicine.
Okay. What was his argument? I missed it because I keep like on Friday night, you know what I'm saying? I work 12, 13 hours, and then by the time it gets to like 12 o'clock, I always pass out. So I didn't hear his argument.
RPM is studying medicine, and he was talking about going back to help other people make their way into medicine and all that good stuff, and so on and so forth. His ideas are good. I mean, they're nice, but they're not realistic to me. And I can't remember.
People who already don't have a desire.
Say that again.
I said, is he talking about helping people who already don't have a desire?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We did hit that point too, because my math is that you can't force someone to be something they don't want to be.
Right. If he wanted to help people that were already in, they just needed to find out what channels that they were going through, but they were already doing groundwork themselves, that would be cool.
Well, I don't know, because see, for me, I disagreed on that too as well, because at the end of the day, with the millions and billions of dollars being put into STEM, what's the purpose of what he's doing? I mean, literally, the money is there. So I mean, what is? I mean, other than maybe being someone's mentor, but that doesn't matter, because when you become a doctor or something along those lines, you get that mentorship automatically. I mean, nobody goes in automatically and they a full-fledged doctor. They start as a resident and they work under a senior at the hospital or in the surgical unit or whatever have you may. Because like I said, his idea is great. I just don't think it's plausible, especially with everything that's already available. And he's simply adding to something that already exists. And I can't remember, but I think I had a little bit of a problem with his execution as well. I can't remember off the top of my head. Geez, man, I've been doing streaming since Friday. I got so many different topics and conversations in my head. It's crazy. I think for me overall, especially when I hear him or you or whatever, as far as it goes for quote unquote black people, I think enough's been handed out. I do. I think enough's been handed out. I think enough's been given. I think there's more than enough opportunities to make it happen. I think it's time to stop again playing the victim card, stop throwing the race card, and get up off our asses and go make it happen. And like I said, that's me. That's me personally. Because like I said, at the end of the day, you can go out and you can get upset because a black guy got killed by a white cop and all that. And I understand that, but be upset because a human being got killed in a nonsensical way, as opposed to making it a black thing and white thing. That's what I'm trying to say, especially when you don't have 100% proof that he did it because the guy was black. He might have just been a shitty ass cop who failed at his fucking training. It could be just as simple as that. Well, and God forgive me, but I've served with enough of them who are like that. I mean, you would be amazed at how many of them have no proper fucking training. That's one of the things I've always had when I was an investigator in New York. I used to always get in arguments with my supervisors and everybody else. All the officers want to roll out there like they hardcore military, and not in everyone got military training. But they want to act like they're military. And I'm sitting here as a militarily trained man, we're looking at them going, y'all fucking this up. You know what I'm saying? I can't even begin, and it's not just New York City. I can't begin to tell you the amount of training that's insufficient for these guys. I mean, some of these guys, their training is barely 6 months, man, and they're thrown out on the street. Now, even under normal circumstances, regardless of what color you are, you do training barely 6 months, and the next thing you know, you're thrown in one of the deep end on one of the worst neighborhoods, man. I mean, you're a human being. You're gonna panic. You're gonna do dumb shit. You don't have the training required to do the type of shit that's necessary. Urban warfare is no fucking joke. I mean, we have special teams and training for that shit just for us in the military. So I know they don't have it.
Right. 2 points to that I always make to people is one, like I think the police force should almost be like the military in that you sign up for like 4, 6, 8, 10 years and then you have to re-sign up. I don't think that the police job is easy because those people see the worst types of things happening on a regular basis, and that would traumatize somebody.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so like where I see people judge cops so harshly, a part of me goes like, but yesterday he saw a dead little kid, so you know he's probably fucked up. I feel like they should have like a retirement program like the military. Like, you know, you serve 10 years, you get half of retirement or however that goes. You serve 20 years, you can retire and be out. Like you sign up for 4 to 6 years, and then you have to keep signing up and then once you sign up again, you have to go through an evaluation or whatever. So that job, I think that job is exceedingly hard.
Well, it is. And to be honest, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So before I lost all my hearing and what was going on, what I was trying to say.
You can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
So what I was trying to say before though was, at the end of the day, white people and black people go to the same schools. Most white people are poor. Most white people aren't taught how to manage money. Like, financial literacy is a all race type of thing. There's only few races that actually teach their kids about money. Like when it comes to Jews, when it comes to Greeks, when it comes to Asians, when it comes to certain cultures, they do teach their kids. But like this false idea that there's a narrative that's pushed that white folks got their money from slavery and that white folks passed money on to their children, and that is not the case. It's not even close. It's not even close.
Because for every plantation owner that had slaves, he had white trash working under him to keep those slaves in order. Not every white person got paid on slavery. They didn't.
Yeah, only 5% of the population owned slaves. Not only that, but all wealth is lost within 2 generations. 70%. 70% of all wealth is lost within 2 generations. 80% within 3. So the fact of the matter is, most white people don't know how to manage money. Most white people aren't taught any super secret tech that anyone else is taught. Like, it's just not true. And when like the problem with this idea that like when you say, well, black folks have money, they just spend it poorly. It's, well, they're not taught how to spend it. Neither are white people. But the values, but what I told you on their spending habits shows you their values. Like your average car for a white person is $20,000 to $30,000 less. $20,000 to $30,000 less. The amount of money
it's not just that either.
What's that?
Can you hear me?
You're breaking up, Lawrence.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, some of the internet things just did something silly.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
You guys go ahead. I'll be right back. I'm gonna check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, but Kyle, one thing you said, like whites and blacks don't necessarily go to the same schools because in the black neighborhoods, the property values are lower, and the schools they get like half of their income from property values.
Yes, but this is what you have to understand. You're not going to to make that comparison. You're making the comparison of Solon, which is majority white, as a comparison to the inner city. They're not even the same school districts. They're not even they're different. They're different. But you have white kids that live in the same school that the black kids go to. There are white kids that go there. You're not going to tell me that there aren't white kids that live in the inner city, and you're not going to tell me that those white kids have some super secret knowledge about money that the black kids that go there do.
Yeah, but those white kids are in majority black neighborhoods. Are you going to say the majority, like there aren't a lot of majority white neighborhoods that aren't higher value?
What's that?
Aren't you like? Are you gonna not say that there aren't a lot of majority white neighborhoods that have higher property values, therefore more school funding?
There are white neighborhoods that have more school funding because of property taxes, and the people give money back to the school. But the issue, but the issue here is those black people that don't take care of their neighborhood are not going to be investing money into their schools. The
point I wanted to make yesterday when we were talking about this, Kyle. Just let me get this point out. Right. So the reason why it's not legislated that it has to be equal because it's not a black or white issue anymore. Even though when you look at the statistics, it is black and white. The majority of the people who go to the inner city schools are black, and the majority of the people who are in the schools that have more funding are white. But when they legislated that schools could be separate but equal, the requirement was equal. And that's not what's happening between inner city schools and other schools. But the reason why they can't legislate it is because it's not a black or white issue. Because at this point now, black people can live there. But the majority of black people live in the inner city, and the majority of black people go to those schools with less funding. And when I was arguing yesterday, wasn't for to make the schools equal, but to make sure that they have at least adequate resources.
No.
For the people who are willing to learn.
No.
And that should be required by state and federal.
No. Absolutely not. Do you know why? Because I'm not going to pay money for people that don't care. Sorry. I already pay enough money in taxes to give money to people that don't work for it. Like, if you want your kids to go to better schools, then save your money and move out the hood. Invest in
it's not an argument for what those people want for those children. It's an argument for what we as humans should do for other humans.
No.
And those kids who are
nope.
And those kids who are in those schools are kids, right? And so
I'll give two fucks.
That's my argument.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
not saying that you have to. What I'm saying is for people who do wish to see at least adequate, not equal, but adequate resources in all schools, aren't arguing for people who don't give a fuck. They're arguing for the kids who don't have a choice. Kids don't have a choice who their parents are. Kids don't have a choice how they're raised.
But no one does.
Separated primarily in school, right?
But
you're not getting the proper resources at home to have at least adequate.
But that's not my job.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You can't help everybody. You can't. Nor is it your responsibility to help everybody.
Why are my taxes taken out for schools and I don't have any children?
Because that's done illegally in this story. It's just that simple.
Do you think that because I don't have children, I shouldn't pay school taxes?
Absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. If you don't have children, why are you paying school taxes? You ain't got them going there. They're not using up the resources. Why would you have to pay for it? I agree with that 100%.
Because it's an investment in society.
I'm sorry, Jordan. What'd you say?
It's an investment in society. Even if you don't have kids, your money's going to schools where these kids will one day work and contribute back to society.
Maybe.
All right. Well, then let me ask you this then. If that's the case, let's take a look at the trillions of dollars of college debt for kids who have gone to college and have useless degrees. Either the useless degrees or drop out, and in addition to that, they're being mind fucked to come out with theories and concepts that don't work in reality. So how is that beneficial? How is that beneficial to society?
How about
All right,
that?
college
I agree
college
with
is
you
a
there,
different
Lawrence.
story.
Fair
I
enough.
agree with you there, Lawrence, but at the same time, those aren't kids anymore because those kids could sign up for the military. Those kids could create families legally. Those kids could buy houses. They're 18. They're no longer considered by society as children.
So how
When
about
they're in
that?
college, predominantly they're 18 years old or older. Maybe some are 17, but for the most part, those people who are acquiring debt as a choice as an adult.
You want to know something?
Right.
You want to you want to know something funny though? I can destroy that theory, and here's why. If kids are considered at 18 to be adults, then you need to explain why divorced fathers are paying child support anywhere from 18 all the way up until 26, including health insurance.
Well, I agree with you. Like I was trying to say earlier, I agree with you. I said I can argue with your point because you make the same stance on one side as you do the other side. When you said that I shouldn't pay school taxes because I don't have children. So I also agree or disagree that men should not be paying for children who are no longer considered children.
Yeah, but this is my argument when it comes to paying taxes for schools for people that don't even live in that neighborhood. Okay, so I have a son that I pay $300 a month in child support. I pay that monthly. So, would any of you want to go in on that child support payment, $50 each? Like,
I don't even think you should be paying that much.
Like you want to send me $50 a month for child support? If you say no, then I shouldn't have to pay more taxes in whatever city I live in to send money to a school that I don't even have kids that go there. I don't even live in that neighborhood. I don't even drive past the school. I've never even seen the school. I also shouldn't have to pay. I shouldn't also have to pay taxes so that people I shouldn't have to pay taxes for my kid and then pay taxes for kids that aren't even mine, that I never even got to have sex with that woman. I never even seen that kid. That kid don't call me daddy, but I still feed that kid. So
right. I see I don't know your situation specifically, but what I do know is that when there's child support, the system that takes the child support is paid for by my pastor.
It's not.
And so
it's not.
Yes.
Well, actually, hold on. Technically, David is right, because for every $1 they collect from me and you, Kyle, the federal government gives them $4 back. That is coming from taxpayers.
Yeah, but this is the problem. So your argument sounds good, but this is the problem that you're forgetting. I also pay taxes to that place that collects debt or collects that money, and then I also pay them child support.
Support. That's true.
I pay them twice, and you pay
double
them.
dipping.
You pay them once. So even if you make that argument, I'm still paying more than you're paying for my kid.
That's true. That's double dipping. Yeah, they're double dipping. Yeah.
I'm paying them taxes and child support. I'm paying them both.
Right.
Which I'm not saying that I shouldn't pay. I'm not saying I shouldn't pay child support. I'm not making that argument. No, what I'm saying what I'm saying is you can't make a claim that every school should get as much money as it needs for whatever reason when the people in that school district, they don't care. Like you can't
versus children who doesn't have a choice.
But
at the same time, I get that taxes, the majority of the school's school's funding comes from households or whatever else like that. I'm saying that that's wrong as well. If there are businesses in the area and the businesses are multi-million-dollar businesses, right? Because there are businesses near South High, the high school that I went to, that was poorly resourced, right?
But it doesn't matter.
That those people should also be paying tax. That some
no,
of the taxes
they shouldn't.
Already pay. I'm not advocating for increasing of taxes. Taxes. I'm
no,
advocating for a allocation of taxes.
Yes,
and I'm not talking about to make the schools equal. I'm not talking about an imbalance between, they don't pay much and these people don't care as much versus people who have money and pay more money in taxes and their schools be equal. I'm talking about adequate resources, not talking.
What's adequate?
Yeah, that's the question I was just about to ask. We define what adequate is.
What's adequate?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well, quality
Adequate is
teachers
the
for
resources
one.
that are necessary to teach a student to be able to.
We spend more money on school. We spend more money on school than any other country.
Actually, I'll go you one better. I'll go you one. I'll go you. Hold on. I'll go you one. I'll go you one better. How do you? I go you one better. How do you define adequacy when both black, white, Spanish, Asian, they all get the same curriculum?
They all get the same curriculum, but different qualities.
But you can't.
But that quality is.
But that they get is different in the sense that there are state legislated tests that they have to pass. And the difference between one school like South High and a school like Solon, which I went to both, right, is that the school at South High is primarily focused on only getting those kids to pass the test that they require to do for the funding, versus the Solon school that has an excess of advanced courses and other stuff like that. And when you set the bar low and people fail to achieve the bar, they start at a lower position than setting the bar high.
Okay. So
trying to reach that bar. And
okay.
Adequate is like the world is becoming more technologically advanced.
Well,
right?
Whose fault is that?
That's what I was getting ready to ask. Whose fault is that? I mean, at the end of the day, if you've already collected all the tax money and each school gets allocated one way and another school gets allocated a different way, and one's better than the other, that's not on us to give more money. That's who's ever in charge, not using the resources properly. So coming to take more money, because coming to take more money from me or you or anybody else doesn't fix the problem. All you're going to do is have a greater.
You can't make people care.
Yeah.
I was never advocating for more money being taken from people. I was advocating for a better allocation because we all know politicians who end up having $10 million houses, $50,000 salaries.
Businesses
like
are
happened in Cleveland. It was 5 years ago or 6 years ago. We busted a guy who bought a huge house in Bracknell, and it was all taxpayer money.
Businesses. Okay, so listen. So corruption is going to happen, but regardless. Business, like when you go to businesses, okay, businesses are people.
Unfortunately, but yeah,
businesses are people.
Why shouldn't within the community also pay towards the community? And I'm not talking about
they employ.
They do. As a matter of fact, this is how it should work for a business. They contribute to the community by giving jobs. So there's income creation right there. The second thing is once you give them jobs, now you're boosting up consumer purchasing. So now you're getting more money into the economy. Number three, the only thing a business should contribute to outside of that, as far as it goes for business, because they're working in that particular area and county, should be the standard stuff: roads, water, electrical, yada yada, to build up the infrastructure to make it better.
Not standard though.
Schooling is not standard because everybody has a different definition of what standard is. That's why me and Kyle asked you, what would you consider adequate? Everybody has a different terminology of what's adequate.
It's a standard because it's a requirement for all people to go.
But we already have standards. That's the point. We already have standards. So what more could we possibly do? There are already standards for what should be taught in school. There's already standards for how the curriculum is taught. There's already standards for testing. What more standards could we put there? What?
Proper resources.
But we go back to the same problem before. If you're already getting resources from both the municipal, the city, the state, and the federal level, and you're getting funding, then it's not a question of whether or not it's adequate. It's a question of the people you have in there and how they're using it.
No, it's because they're not getting equal amounts of funding.
But if they're not
funding.
But as far as the federal government is concerned, they all get the same equal amount of funding. And if I remember correctly, the state as well. The only time it changes in variations is the county you're in. Because that completely depends on the number of people you have in there, how many taxpayers you have. And this is what I'm saying. I get where you're trying to go, but you guys are not understanding how economics and the system works. I mean, if you understood the economics and systems, you would not have. Huh?
This is
They don't draw the lines between counties. They draw the lines between school districts because the South High and Beechwood High School is in the same county, but it's a different school districts, and so the funding is different. And they get the same.
Yeah.
They get the same amount in terms of percentages, but that's not the same amount in terms of dollars. And
Yeah.
I'm only saying, and to your response of what is adequate resources, it's the minimum necessary resources to be able to teach the kids properly.
They get
And
that.
so
But you already
because
have
ours
that.
No, because I went to South High and we had one computer lab and the computers were from the 90s. And I graduated in 09. I also went to Solon and they had brand new computers. They had labs where they taught people how to write programs. They taught people how to work on machines. They had CNG courses.
yes,
Right?
what you're also not taking into account is each school district has the ability to vote on raising taxes. They have the ability to set up a bill to where they collect more taxes, and then it's decided by the people that live in that school district if they vote yes or no. But listen, people in the
schools
school
are owned by the state. Like we
It doesn't-
allocate them to school districts so we can say that we want our money to go here and they're over there and we're not going to fund them. That's
I'm
why,
not.
you know what I'm saying? But so
I'm not
that's
I'm not. Just like you're not gonna buy my kid a hamburger. You're not. Like, you can't make people care. If the teachers don't care enough to teach the students well enough, it doesn't matter how much money you give them. You're not going to get. You're not going to get top 1% teachers in every school. It's
not about the teachers. I very much saw teachers who cared, right? Because I'm an outlier, right? I was paying attention in school, right? And I very much saw the teachers who cared and stuff like that. I'm talking about the resources in which the teachers have to teach. And I'm not talking about taking your money. School is state, right? But
I'm not paying more taxes to give more money. Like, that's what you need to understand. It would have to be more money. It would have to be more. Because if you're telling me a school is being underfunded, then that means that the amount of money that's being given to it is not enough. And then if you're saying that there's school districts that get too much money because their people in their tax base pay more money so that the school can have some, either you want to take money from schools that have more money because the people that live there want to pay more money for their kids to have better schools.
No, it's not about wanting to pay more money. They pay those state taxes, those taxes, not by choice, but by obligation.
Everybody, but listen, what you have to understand
Everybody
is
pays those taxes because school is a standard, which means there should be a standard of at least
every school gets the same amount of taxes. The only difference when it is because property taxes in the school district is calculated by the school that it's in, and they vote if they want to raise the taxes. It is not the state that calculates the value of the property and then takes that money and then distributes it. That goes directly to the school district from the people that live there. The state has nothing to do with it. The only money the state has to deal with is the actual state taxes that the state gets paid by every single person. So the amount of money that's given to each school is the same based on the state and the Fed. The difference is the people that live in that community are willing to give more money. When you live in South side of Cleveland, you live in Slavic Village, or you go to South High, you have, let's say you have 50% on welfare and 50% of people aren't on welfare. You're automatically you're going to be out 50% of property because guess what? 50% are on welfare. They don't have money to give for property taxes. There's nothing you can do. The only thing you can do is move out of there. That's all you can do.
And on top of that, you have to take in consideration each state has a habit of bypassing their responsibility for taxes to pay for schools because they've been offsetting it on lottery tickets. Because if you look at the lottery ticket and the information on it, and then you go to the website for your state to look at it, they will tell you that the vast majority of the taxes from that is going to schools.
And it's not.
So I know it's not, but that's what they're saying. but that's what they're saying. And which brings us back to what Kyle and I have been saying. You've already got extra money, and it's still not working because people play lottery day in, day out. So even with all that extra money from that, you still can't get it right. This is not a question of adequate funding. This is not a question of more money. This is a question of whoever you have in there right now is not allocating what they do have properly. The teachers either don't care or they're overworked or something along those lines.
The other problem is teachers
and to make matter and to make teachers unions is a big issue. And another problem you have on top of that is that let's say I took your stance and we just dropped $1 billion in every single school in this country, it would still not make a difference because at the end of the day, not everybody's going to be a top winner. It just cannot be.
I agree with that. But there's studies that show the difference between people who graduate from inner school and people who don't when they get to college, how much of a gap there is in the information that they needed to know, right? And I'm not allocating. My idea of what could happen is possibly wrong. I'll give you guys that too, like how the issue could be solved. But my question is, you guys don't think that because school is required and that it is children who don't have a choice from where they come from, you don't think that there should be at least a minimum?
No, I don't.
Of resources there. I
don't. Dude, I mean, you're talking to two dudes who came from that world about not having resources and being in the hood and drugs and thugs and all. You're talking to two guys who come from there. So you're not going to get us to agree with that because we've lived it. We've lived it. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary in any capacity.
I went to Wyndham High School or Wyndham Elementary School. I went to Ravenna School and I went to Southeast. None of those schools are even high. Like literally people would say Ravenna High School can't read, can't write. Like that's what, like it was considered to be a horrible school. I didn't graduate from high school. I'm middle class because I went into the trades. Like I was determined when I got sober to find a way to support myself. You can't give money to people. This is all money is. I just want you to understand what money is. Money is a medium of exchange. That's all it is. So it doesn't matter how much money you give something. It doesn't matter. Like right now, if we lock down the entire country,
that's the argument that I was.
No, but this is what I want you to understand. If we lock down the entire country, all right, and there was only so much beef that could get somewhere. It doesn't matter if every person in the United States got $2 billion each. The money is worth nothing if there's nothing to buy with it. Money doesn't solve anything because the empathy of people that don't care is always going to outweigh the money you give. Mm-hmm. So if people that are teachers, most people that become teachers are mediocre people. And the reason they become teachers is because they didn't do that great in school. And they like the idea of not having to work during the summer. I know teachers personally that make like 80 grand a year and they only work like 8 months out of the year and they have vacation, paid vacation, they have holidays, they have the summer. You can't pay all these teachers 80 grand a year so that they can only work for 6, 7, 8 months out of the year. And that's the problem. Everyone thinks that someone deserves more than they deserve. And then once you start giving too many people too many things, you're going to have to lose somewhere. So if you don't want schools to be underfunded, get rid of teachers unions. Get it to where that if you're not performing, they can get rid of you. It's been proven with charter schools that charter schools don't get half the money that other schools get, and they do way better than public school. Like my two daughters did it, and they started in public and went to charter, and what happened in charter jumped through the roof. If you want kids to be like myself personally, I think that a kid should be able to get a voucher to go to any school they want. I think parents should have the choice to put their children in any school they want. I don't think kids need to stay in a certain district. That's me personally. But I don't think that you should take money from other things. Like the reason that you can't take more money from businesses is because businesses already run on a certain amount of profit. There's only a certain margin of profit. Like when you go, like right now, the Giorgios, there's a Giorgios on Harvard. My buddy's uncle owns it. Do you know what percentage of profit that business runs on after all of its expenses?
It should be less than 5%.
It's about 18% profit. If it's
he's
like,
doing good. Okay.
If he can keep his costs in check, 18%.
Yeah.
So like there's not a whole
I wasn't talking about smaller businesses.
But
I was talking about the larger businesses, larger businesses who predominantly use financial strategies to pay less taxes.
But
right?
everyone, but there's nothing.
I heard what I just said. Give me a second. I heard what I just said. I'm not for that argument where we have to pay.
Everyone should pay less taxes. I'm not mad if you want to pay less taxes.
I'm not saying that. I heard what I said. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
I got you.
We disagree. Everything you said is right. I'm not going down that route.
I got you. Jordan, you've been quiet. What's up? Oh wow, we lost him. Jeez.
I got what else.
But like I said, as far as it goes for businesses, I get the fact of businesses contributing tax wise to the infrastructure of the location they're working in, but outside of the infrastructure, no schools, no social programs, none of that stuff. It should just be the infrastructure.
I'm sure their money goes to that. Like I'm sure the taxes that they pay goes to that. And not just that, you have to think that the people they employ, they pay payroll taxes. So I'm sure those payroll taxes are going to those things. So the thing that you need to understand, people make businesses seem like they're such an evil thing. But this is what you need to understand. If you have the money.
Myself, what I was trying to make was a different point than what it was actually coming out my mouth, which is why I ceased and desist.
If you have the money to invest in a business and you work hard and sacrifice to get that business profitable and making money, not only are you doing something to a community, because when a community has more jobs, there's less crime. When there's more jobs and opportunity, people are able to buy houses. People are able to upgrade their form of living. And with upgrading their form of living, you can upgrade your education. So with those things, you're already doing a service to the community. I don't think that people's hard work should get penalized, because if that's the case, you literally don't want anyone to succeed. You just want everyone to be miserable. So I think how
does your idea play out with kids being able to go to different schools?
I think they should be able to go to whatever school they want. Like you pay taxes. You pay taxes if you
when the admission fills up, and then they just have to choose a different school.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's life. That's life. That's life. First in, first out.
Hold on. Let's let Jordan talk, because he keeps trying to get in here and we keep over talking him.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the thing with choosing your school, me personally, my cousin, he lived in Harlem and he wanted to come to my school in Brooklyn because he played football and he had a good football coach at my school. He had to put my address so that he can go to my school.
Yeah.
And do you know why that is?
Yeah. They still do that nowadays. They still do that everywhere here. That's the only way to make it work.
Do you know why that is? Do you know who votes against school choice?
Yeah, the teachers unions.
And
who?
The
Board of Education.
The Democrats.
Uh-huh.
And guess who controls the inner cities? Yeah. Guess who also
got that.
Guess who also taxes the shit out of shit? And I don't know if you know this, but if you can buy a pop for 50 cents, you're more likely to buy like 10 of them for $5. But if I then make pops $10, you're more likely to not buy 10 pops, correct?
Yeah.
So poverty in the black community comes down to a couple of things. It comes down to democratic policy. and it comes down to taxes, and it comes down to people's personal spending. And all of these things are things that people choose to do, because when you vote for someone that says, I want to raise your taxes, and you vote for that person, and then you're poor, and then you vote for another person that wants to raise taxes, and you're poor, and then we're 30 years later, and you tell me it's generational poverty because of white people or this or no. You voted for a policy that said literally, I'm going to charge you 25% of your income, and while I'm in office, I'm going to just keep increasing stuff. Why do you think it's so expensive to live in New York and so expensive to live in California?
Yep.
Democratic strongholds.
I don't think it's taxes that make it so expensive to live in.
Yes, it is. It's taxes. It's taxes and regulation.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's regulations, and I think it's the businesses and gentrification.
Nope, not at all.
It's just like San Francisco. Like, we're seeing it now in San Francisco, what happened in New York from before we were born in LA. Like, as more businesses come in and start paying people more money, and they start buying houses, and the market for houses goes up, the price of houses goes up, and the price of the neighborhood goes up, and then with that, the business community also goes up.
But that's not
those places. Everything rises with business.
Yes,
and corporation.
But that's not gentrification.
But the cost
that's not gentrification. That's economics.
But this is the facts here.
This
is the fact
that perpetuate that. It's business.
But listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, because I'm in the trades. I know exactly about regulations and codes. Okay, so I'm gonna make something clear. So there was a point in time when you were running wire in your house, you just need a 20 amp breaker for a 20 amp home run. A 20 amp circuit needed a 20 amp breaker. Okay, so those breakers are like $3 a piece. Okay, so then they changed the code, and it states that in all livable spaces in a house, it has to be an art fault breaker. Okay. So do you know what the cost of an art fault breaker is?
Vastly more expensive.
It's like $27. Do you know how many spaces in your house are considered to be livable spaces?
All of them.
Everyone that has drywall. So everything except for your bathroom and your kitchen is considered to be livable space. So pretty much everything in your house, except for like 5 to 6 things, has to be art fault protected. So you just tuck if I come to your house and put a new panel in your house, you just tuck a panel that's $75, and let's say you have 20 breakers in it. You just on average added $27 to $24 per breaker for the same thing, and it doesn't really do anything different. It does the same thing.
Right. I was saying it wasn't taxes. It's all the other things that like that. Like
no.
I know I have a friend right now, and they're creating more regulations that state certain things, and it weeds the little man out. It weeds the person who wants to do it individually or cheaply out, and it makes things more expensive.
But this is also how tax.
That's regulation.
But that's regulation, and now I'm going to hit you with taxes. Okay. So,
okay.
All right. So in America, each state is able to tax gasoline. Correct? They're allowed to tax gasoline on their own price, right? They can set their own gas tax.
Yeah, everybody can. Yeah.
Okay. So when there in the beginning of the pandemic, the demand for oil dropped. It actually went negative. So what was happening is people that had oil actually had to pay people to hold the oil because it cost them more. It cost them more money. Like it was not profitable to have oil. That's what going negative means. Do you know that the price in California did not drop? Do you know why it did not drop? Because
they raised the taxes on it.
Because in California, they have taxes so high on oil that they make so much money off of oil, which you're not a business. You drive to your job. But if you're in California and you have to pay $4.75 for a gallon of gas and a 15-20 minute drive in Cleveland is a 3-hour drive in LA. Yeah. So you're spending more money on gas and you're driving longer. And if you're a person that makes minimum wage, you're going to be spending a lot more money in gas, and you already are paying $1,500 for a studio apartment. So your standard of living is so much lower because gasoline is taxed so high in California. Cigarettes in California are like $12 to $14 a pack.
Yep.
So the same pack of cigarettes that you would buy in Cleveland is double over there, and that's all taxes.
Yeah, because over here a pack of cigarettes, depending on what brand you get, could be anywhere between $3 and $5. And the gasoline, when during the epidemic or pandemic or whatever you want to call it, we saw our gas drop down to $1 and change.
Yeah, I saw 99 cents one day.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, where?
Huh?
He's in Florida.
Who, me?
Oh, okay.
Me? Yeah, I'm in Florida. Yeah, I'm in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So here's another thing. So when you look at a business,
Florida
so like
it doesn't have taxes closed.
Say that again.
Is Florida one of those states that doesn't have taxes on clothes or something like that? Something that we don't have in Ohio?
We don't have state tax.
Yeah, they don't have state tax.
There's you guys have something that's different.
Wait. I got a question though. I got a question for you. You don't have state tax for you, Lawrence. You don't have state taxes at all?
No, not at all.
So you guys don't have any schools?
Oh, we do, but the way the tax, the way the taxes
have roads.
Of course we do. The way the taxes are set up here is that it's based on municipal and county. That's all that is. And each county's got its own rate for taxes, and it's predominantly around property. So,
oh man, so without state taxes, you can still have schools and you can still have fires and you can have police. You guys have police. Like it's not the Wild West in Florida.
It's not the same.
Well, sometimes depending on what part you're in, but yeah, sometimes depending on what part you're in.
No, when I say the Wild West, I mean like you don't have any police. Like you guys are your own sheriffs. Like you have to call the boys.
No,
you got to call the boys and make sure that
of course
all your neighbors get their guns.
We have police and we have sheriff deputies. Me myself personally, I bypass the police and just deal with the sheriff's department.
So the way that I look at
like that out where they hunt them gators.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So
every week somebody's little dog gets snatched by a gator for real.
So this is like me myself personally. I lean to the right. Like I lean to the right hard. I want less government. I want more freedom, less restrictions. I want less government. I want less taxes. Like I don't want the government interfering in my life. I don't want the government telling me what to do. I don't want the government. Like I don't think that here in Ohio you can't buy cigarettes at 21. I think you should be able to buy cigarettes at 18. I think you should be able to drink at 18.
I do too. I agree.
I don't.
If you can sign up for the military, you can sign up to get some cigarettes.
That's what my friend George used to say. Because when we went in back in the 80s, I can't remember. We were in California and they had just jumped it up to 21, and he was pissed. He was pissed because we were instructors at the training center out there, and he wanted to go out and get a drink, and they told him he couldn't get it because he's like, "Why not? I'm 18." He said, "Yeah, but California just made it 21, so you can't do it." Yeah. He's like, "So you telling me I could die for my country, but I can't have a fucking beer?" He lost his mind. He lost his mind.
Yeah. So myself personally, like I want less government interference, and myself personally, I really think that we need to get rid of the welfare system because This is the problem. The single mother epidemic is a victim mentality. The race thing is a victim mentality. You can't say all of those protesters are thugs. That's a victim mentality because when you want to give this little sliver of those people aren't that bad,
I'm not standing from a victim, so it's
I'm not saying that you are.
It's a victim mentality.
I'm not saying that you believe that. I'm telling you what I believe. This is what I'm telling you. When you give people the sympathy and the benefit of the doubt, and you give them that little sliver is the most expensive sliver, because you're condoning something. By giving single moms welfare, you're pretty much saying, oh, well, you are a victim. We need to give you money. Or instead, you could look at it as, you need to quit sleeping and being a little whore and not. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they cut off food stamps, I guarantee you within a generation, there would not be so many single moms.
It won't take that long. It won't take that long.
I agree with you that they should cut it off, but I don't think they should dead the program, right? I think there should be a grace period between maybe like a woman or a man, because single mom or single father who all of a sudden by bad
single fathers don't get government assistance.
Nope, not a drop.
I can see how that happens as well. But what I'm saying is, I think that there should be at least a period. But people who live lives on welfare, I don't think that should exist.
I'm gonna paint you an example. All right, my son's mom. All right, son's mom. Perfect example. So she had a kid with a person prior to me. He's in prison. All right, he's been in prison. He got 12 years. He's been in prison since his daughter, 2 months before she was born. He's never seen her. He's never met her. They've talked on the phone. She's never seen him. They've never met. She was on welfare. He got gun and drug charges. He was on parole when he got these charges. He sold a gun to an undercover officer. All right. When she met him, she said he had a job, and he was doing all the right things. And then I got pregnant, and then he just changed up and started selling drugs. All right. but then while she was telling me the story, she told me that she used to bag his stuff up for him before he left while she was pregnant. Okay. So then he goes to prison, and she's on welfare. All right. She meets me. Do you know what she tells me? Well, because I'm a single mom. Now, this is when I was somewhat blue-pilled. She goes, well, I was a single mom, and I lived at my grandma's house. And in my mind, you are a single mom. That makes sense that you live with your grandma. Well, I end up getting her pregnant. All right. The first time we had sex, she got pregnant. All right. So she then tells me that she does not live at her grandmother's house. She lives at her sister's house. And she told me that the whole time we were hanging out, because she's black, she was telling me that I was probably a serial killer because we went to a park and I was trying to kill her. She kept making these jokes. And then when I met her family, they kept telling me that I was Donald Trump because I was white. And then after all this is said and done, I find out that she lives with her sister. Her sister lives in the 38th Woodland Projects. Okay. So there's 2 people, 2 families, 2 sisters with kids. All right. The one sister has 3 baby dads, and she has 3 baby dads and 4 kids. She lives in a 4-bedroom apartment in the Woodland Projects. And you're from Cleveland. You've probably drove past the Woodland Projects, those nice pastel, crazy nice looking projects. So
they're deceiving though, right?
What's that?
I said they're deceiving though, right?
Yeah, but
they gentrified it down.
Yeah, so she lives there, and she lives there with her sister. So there's 2 adults, there's 5 kids, and 1 on the way. Okay, 1 on the way, and they live in the project, and they both get government assistance. All right. I asked her to marry me because I was still blue pill, and I thought that doing the best thing was to not make my son to be illegitimate at a wedlock. And she told me, so after she lied to where she lived in her situation, she then told me that getting married was a big step. That was too much of a step that she was not ready for. Okay. Now, I at one point, she was living in a motel while I paid her child support, and her mom's boyfriend was whooping her butt in front of the kids. So I went and beat his ass, and I got her and the kids and let them stay with me in my apartment. And I paid for everything that they need while they were with me. And I still paid her child support and let her save her money up to get an apartment. She got an apartment. I was supposed to claim my son. She claimed him. All right. Now she's pregnant for a 3rd time with a 3rd man. The 3rd man is in his 40s. She's 26. and she doesn't want nothing to do with him. And I'm not saying that that's all women, but clearly a lot of women partake in this idea that they can do whatever they want and it's okay. And when you get government assistance, it doesn't matter how many kids you have because the government will pay for you.
Right. I agree with what you're stating, that they can act in a way that's without consequence because there's a safety net. But but the safety net that they rely on is a safety net that protects them for years, right? So if the safety net only lasted for a couple months, right? To like, okay, you're a single mom, so here's a place and food, get a job.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So she works. She works. Do you know where she works?
No.
She works at a daycare. How much do people at daycares make? It's not $100,000 a year. Guess how long she's worked at that daycare? The whole time I've known her. Hey, guess what? But that's okay that she can make whatever she makes at the daycare because she gets subsidized by me and the government.
Well, that's what I mean. Like there has to be much tighter regulations. That should be tightened in on as well.
But this is what you need to understand.
I'm saying that you shouldn't abolish it in its entirety.
But this is what you need to understand.
There definitely has to be tighter regulations to where people don't feel like they can make decisions without consequence.
Yes, right? But this is the problem. When anytime you give money to people that don't earn it, they get accustomed to that. They make poor choices.
You already have it in place that it is not a lifetime thing, or that it's not a thing that's going to last for a child's life like it is now. Like people think like, oh, okay, I can get this and get in Section 8 and I can stay in there for 20 years, and that's what makes people comfortable. If you tell people that this is a 2-month or a 90-day policy or whatever, they can't be as comfortable with those decisions because they know it's not going to last. It's not a safety. It's not as much a different, because like the way the welfare system works now, it's a lifestyle, not a safety net. It should be a safety net.
But guess what?
For like a small period.
But guess what? It also breeds mediocrity because if you get too much money, they cut your food stamps. And I know you've heard this. I know you've heard people say, I make more money by making less money.
I agree. That's also something that they should tighten down as well. I'm saying the whole ship needs to be reshipped.
But right? I agree with what you're saying, and I know what you're saying, but the reason that I'm pointing this out is because all of the points that I've been making about victimhood and helping people out, it falls into this. Because whenever you artificially inflate something, it doesn't help it. It makes it worse. That's my point. Like
there are genuine victims.
Yes.
I feel like a part of what you're saying is
what victim?
Or people who do need help.
What victim? Name a circumstance of a victim.
There are just men who are shitty, right? But they don't portray themselves as shitty until a certain point. And
but guess you know how you curve that? Do you know how you curve that? You don't have you don't have sex with dudes unless you're married.
Right, but he could still leave and without welfare before before the court is all done, because we all know that the court system takes months, maybe years, right? And so that's where welfare would pick up.
But again,
in that time where before she gets her money from him or whatever, and he may not even make money at that point. He may fall off. He may get into drugs or decide to change, or he may, or a man who may get killed for whatever reason, killed at work.
Yes, but
what I'm saying.
This is what you need to understand. A divorced woman or a widowed woman is separate than a single mom. Those are separate categories. Those are separate categories. The problem is single mothers, not widow mothers, not divorced mothers. Single mothers is the problem, and the problem comes from a lack of responsibility with their own choices.
That's true, but that's like an argument of restoring the family, and the way it is now, like men ain't getting married. I'm not getting married, ever, never. Like,
Oh,
because there's no
I'm letting this
benefit
bitch
in it.
burn.
Right. There's no benefits for a man to get married.
There's
Period.
none. There's no
None.
benefits to get married, and to be honest, there's no benefit to having children. There's none. Not for men.
Not
No, there's benefit. There's not a government. There's not a government benefit. There's not a benefit to having children. What other people would give you for having children, but there's a benefit for yourself to have children.
There's not. There's no benefit, and I can tell you that there's no benefit.
For some people,
No.
for some people, they're definitely having a child and raising a child is something that they look forward to doing, something that they want to do, and it benefits them because for having it.
Yeah.
Right now, but that only works if you're not getting destroyed by the court systems or destroyed by your baby mom, and that's why I say
yes, but this is the problem. So even if you're not getting destroyed by the mom, all right, let's say this is not the statistics, and this is not the statistics in the government. All right, if you want to just deny the fact that these are the statistics and this is how it goes, that you're more likely to get bent over and raped through the court than you are not. But let's say we're living in a fantasy land. Let's pretend that we're in a fantasy land. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in this other reality. All right. You have a kid with a woman. All right. If you marry this woman, all right, you have a 50-50 shot of getting divorced. Okay. So if you're not married to this woman, you're pretty much divorced. So we're going to put down what? You have 25% chance of it going good with your kids? Would we say 25%? 50?
Well,
like
here's my point. Like I'm sure I want kids one day. I just don't want to do it with the dangers of dealing with a woman. And
but
there's ways of doing it because the same. Give me a second. The same way that women figure it out, that's also an avenue for us. Like my goal is to acquire a lifestyle and the money to where I can afford to have a child without having a relationship with a woman, which would be the only way to protect yourself, your business, and your money, and to ensure that your children are in your house every single night and their life is controlled by you and everything like that, is to get a surrogate mother and an egg donor. Because the surrogate mother isn't the biological mother to the child, right? So she doesn't have any rights. And once the egg donor's eggs are sold, once the egg donor's eggs are sold, she no longer has rights to the child. She no longer has rights to her eggs as well, and it's anonymous to who they're sold to.
No.
So the surrogate mother is not the biological mother. She just carries the mother term. If you have a woman get pregnant and she's the biological mother, she can then turn around and say that she doesn't want to give up the child. So you have to take it another step further and get an egg donor. You get an egg donor to surrogate mother. The child is the only person who has legal rights to the child at that point is you, the man.
Okay, so that's not true. So there was actually a case that happened where there was a guy that was dating a woman. All right. He was dating a woman and they had a kid, and then they were having a threesome, all right, with another woman. And then after they had a threesome with the other woman, they started dating the woman. They started dating each other. And then after that, the two women left the man. All right. So the woman who wasn't even related to the child got a third custody of that child when she wasn't even the biological child. Like she wasn't.
That's an entirely different argument, right? There are
no, but it's a standard. It sets a precedent.
There are things in place that protect people who buy donor eggs and
no, there's not.
Protect people. Yes, there is.
There's guys that donate sperm that have been hit with child support payments. There's precedent that proves this wrong.
There's guys who donate sperm who get hit with child support payments who don't go through the proper channels.
No, there are guys that have been sperm donors through sperm banks that have been hit with child support. There are.
I don't know why that happens, but there is protection against it, and I've heard of.
Listen,
not exactly that, but incidents where a man should be paying child support. Like if a woman gets pregnant with another man's baby while she's married to one man, he could be then liable for child support for that baby, and that's what they're fighting against now.
I can tell you right now, you can pay child support if you have a woman and a child moving in your house. If they live with you for 6 months in some states, she can come after you for child support, even though you're not the biological
Texas,
father.
Texas,
That's true.
Texas,
California.
Texas. They tried to. There was. I told that story before. And Chick almost got away with it too, but he got out of it.
Like legitly, any time that you put your seed in any sort of thing that makes a being, you are really at risk. It doesn't matter. Like, even if you do a prenuptial agreement, my dude, listen, my son's mom signed a document that said that I was not financially responsible for his health insurance in a custody agreement. And then when I went to child support superseded an agreement that she signed and made me pay for his health insurance. Like, it doesn't
They do that.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do. Like,
That's
it
the
doesn't.
thing. You can't sign those kind of documents. They say that you can't sign a document saying you're void from paying child support.
No, yeah, you can't. Like, I didn't have to. It said in our custody agreement, it said that I had to pay child support and I wasn't responsible for his health insurance. And
yeah, they throw that out. They don't let you do that.
Yeah, but
they
but
can.
a judge can decide to throw. A judge can damn near decide to throw wherever he wants out.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is our proper channels with egg donors and surrogate mothers that, for the most part, protect you. Obviously, there's no such thing as 100% protection of anything. You can live in a fortress and still be killed, right? So, in no place are we going to be able to pat ourselves and be 100% protected. But there is.
Yeah, that's why you just don't have kids.
So no one has kids. The human race dies.
Fuck it.
There have to be men who have children.
No.
Until we can find a way to self-replicate through cloning, right? Which will probably come happen one day, and the feminists will figure it out, and then there'll be no more men born.
Listen.
Listen.
I'm just telling you.
You're talking about the end of the human race.
That's fine. Fuck it.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you believe, I can't argue that that's what you
Listen,
believe.
If I came to you right now and told you that we had to put 20,000 men into a grinder for the entire world to survive, do you want to be one of those 20,000 that get put in that fucking grinder? No, you don't. You don't want to be that guy. That's what producing children is. You are literally being shoved in the grinder for the benefit of children that are going to be used against you, and the society is actually running off your back, and it doesn't benefit you. Like,
I agree, which is why because like, if you pay attention to what I said about having an egg donor and a surrogate mother, that's an extreme. And that's because we as men have been pushed into extremes. We've been pushed into a corner because it is
how much is an egg?
Unfair.
How much is an egg?
Vastly unfair.
How much is an egg?
$10,000.
Okay, how much?
$10,000 to $20,000.
How much is a surrogate?
About $90,000.
Okay, so you have to pay for all their all their medical expenses while they're also being the surrogate. So you have to add that too.
Yep.
So you're 200 or 300.
You have to add into the fact that I'm going to have to hire a nanny because I'm a single parent and I'm going to be working.
So you're
$200,000
or $300,000 in maybe getting a baby.
I agree. And you might have to try it a few times. They say have the money to try it 3 times, which means that initial egg price for $10,000 to $20,000, you need $30,000 to $60,000.
Yeah, bro.
And
I'd rather put my.
That's what I'm saying. It's an extreme. Right?
I'd rather put my dick.
Right. If you want children and you want, well, here's the thing though. What's $250,000 for a child if you have the money to do so? Like, I don't think that I should be judged for how much I'd be willing to spend if I put myself in the position to be able to afford it. Not pay for it, but afford it. Right?
I'm not
paying for something and affording something.
I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you for how much money you want to spend. I'm just making a realization that if you're gonna drop a fucking $500,000 to possibly have a kid, obviously the
Quarter
system
million.
is yeah, but if you have to try 2 or 3 times, like you don't for the first trimester is like 3 or 4 months, my dude. Like you can have a miscarriage. Like you could have a
You're right.
miscarriage 2 times, and
Okay.
you still had to come out of pocket for the surrogate 90 grand each time. Like you could easily hit a quarter mil or a half a mil by the time that you get a kid that goes full term. But my point of it is
True.
if it's so extreme that we have to seriously like budget.
Things have to change. Sure.
If we have to budget $250,000 to $500,000 to have a child, it's clearly not worth it.
No, what I would say is it's clearly not worth it to have children under this situation unless you can afford to do something like what I'm talking about. And because if you're talking about it's not worth it to have children in that manner, and it's not worth it to have children with women, then you're talking about the erasure of humankind.
Yeah, but see,
and I'm not that extreme. I can't be that extreme.
You have to be, because again, so it's called tough love. So in order to get women and the society to change, men have to quit being the fodder. And you're not going to get the fodder until society starts to weaken and stuff starts to crumble. So I'll give you a perfect example. All right. December of 2019, you heard a lot of stuff about feminism. March 23rd, you heard no feminists. They didn't say shit. You didn't hear about no patriarchy, did you? Not one thing. Why is that? Because feminism can only exceed when things are good. So when more women are getting married, aren't having kids, they're fucking lonely. Men aren't talking to them. Men aren't giving them their time. They're not sucking the money of the teats of men. They're gonna act right. It's like
that would lead a generation of men who are willing to be fathers, which is the most important type of father, is somebody who actively wants to be a father without unable to have children, while the younger generation would reap the benefits.
Bro.
And of course, that's about sacrifice for society as a whole, right? But that's against what you said you are willing to do.
I wanted to be a father, and now every step of the way, my children are used against me. So it doesn't like it does. It's not that every woman is like that, and I preface this with saying that my son's mom said she didn't believe in child support, and neither did my daughter's mom. They said they didn't believe in child support, but I'm about to be in court for child support for my daughter, and I pay child support for my son. So it's not the fact that all women are like this, but they can hurt you. Like the laws and everything are set up to where all they have to do is feel slighted. That's it. Just feel slighted, and then they can make your life miserable. Miserable.
I agree, which is why I say that men are in the corner. Why men have to play to these extremes. Because what I'm talking about is an extreme. 30 years ago, if I said that, people would look at me like I was nuts. But if I'm telling you that now, you're just like, that's a little too much. Maybe you shouldn't do it at all, right? And that's because we're all understanding that we're in an extreme situation where it is vastly unfair.
Yeah, and that's why you have to let them fall, bro. Because if we stop,
that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about avoiding women. I'm talking about avoiding the standard route in which a woman could benefit from me.
Yes, but if men all started if all men started to not deal with women, and all men started to save their money and put themselves in a position where they could have a surrogate kid, the population is still going to keep reproducing. So the pain and hardship of changing the ways is not going to be as severe.
Yeah, but all men couldn't put themselves in a position because we are talking about an extreme amount of money. Right?
Bro, 40% of men do not get to pass their genes on. So there's already a massive. Yeah, 40% of men don't ever pass their genes on. So there's already a large group of men that don't pass their genes on. So saying that not everyone's going to be able to pay for kids. That's true, but men that can afford it are still not having kids. So it doesn't change anything. If society can say, well,
because there's still the same people who wouldn't have children are still not going to have children. Plus, the people who would have children aren't going to be able to afford to have children. So the population would extremely decrease if men were only doing it in the way that I'm talking about, right? But what I'm saying, it does change. It will change if all men were doing the surrogate mother thing and all men could afford it, and 60% of the men who would have children were having children that way, and women were no longer able to benefit from child support and welfare and all that other stuff because they have children, then that would change it because they're no longer able to receive those benefits because they're no longer mothers.
Nah,
But-
that's not true because
And they're going to tax the shit out of us more.
Yeah, because first of all, 40% of men don't get to pass on their DNA. Plus, there was a recent study with statistics that showed somewhere between 35 and 40% of men who have children are not the actual fathers.
Yeah.
So there's that. Now, when you take those two things in consideration, you have to think that they've already showed that out of that 35 to 40% who aren't the actual fathers, 7 to 9% of them fight it in court, and it still doesn't matter. They're still on the hook for child support. And that could be for a variety of reasons. But here's the issue. The issue is that the government has decided under any and all circumstances, men are going to be responsible for children. Period.
Right.
Regardless if they have access to them fairly, regardless of whether or not they're the actual fathers or not. And I'm telling you, from my opinion, the next step is going to be state-sponsored wife day. There's going to reach a point where this is no longer sustainable, and they're going to try and force us to go to take these women to be wives. As a matter of fact, we got a taste of it. We got a taste of it a week or two ago on MTR's channel when some of the women called in talking about arranged marriages. And that was just ridiculous to me because, first of all, arranged marriages don't work that way. Arranged marriages are usually done when you're young, not when you're in your 30s. So I responded quite adequately in the chat where I simply stated, matter of fact, so let me see if I get this straight. You can't keep or get a man, so you're going to make the community make a man take you. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Because no woman in her 30s or 40s or anything like that would be talking about arranged marriages for no other reason than that. Because arranged marriages are generally done when you're younger, and they're generally done with certain status levels of families, you know, to make sure that you keep the money generational and et cetera and so on. So in other words, a family who's rich who has a son is not going to make an arranged marriage to a daughter of a pauper. That's just not going to happen. It doesn't work that way. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, because that struck me as something crazy. So the 25 to 35% of men who thought they were fathers but weren't actually fathers, was that for all the children in the household or just for one or so of the children in the household?
Oh, to be honest, they didn't break it down like that. They just did a general survey and interview process and tallied up the numbers. If they did do it that way, I don't know. I can talk from my personal experience. I can tell you that my sister has been married to the same man for over 20 years, and there are 5 children, and not a single one of them are his.
Did he, at one point in time, did he think that they were his?
Absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you right now, unless he's watching this show, he don't know, but he does now. So, but like I've said many a times in this stream, and I've said many a times on MTRs, I'm not playing games. I'm keeping it buck. I don't care if you're my sister, my mother, my daughter, my cousin, whatever. If you acting like the bitches you are, I'm calling you out on it. I'm not trying to be easy on nobody, because at the end of the day, if you want to play that game, then let's play that game. You know, and like I said, I've never made it a secret of how I feel. Let it all burn. I don't care. And the reason I don't care is because we're men. We're going to be okay. And we're not the ones who need to be taught the lesson anyway. so
I agree with that, but I to the extreme that, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm partially confused if we're talking about just maybe a generation that needs a sacrifice and not have children, because is a generation underneath of us. There's 2 generations underneath of us, or at least me, right? And there might be like 3 underneath you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking about letting a generation, of women suffer because the men are sacrificing, rather than letting humankind go extinct, because I can get behind letting a generation of men to sacrifice, I guess, and me personally, because I don't already have children, to not have children, but to let humankind go extinct, I think that's where I draw the line before that.
Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Um, um, with your argument, it's not realistic, because see, here's the issue. If we do it my way, and I'm pretty sure most men probably agree with my way, you're looking at civilization ending, possibly. But see, here's the opposite end of that. If we don't, civilization is going to end anyway, because we're raising a group of men who are pussies. We're raising a group of men who are being taken advantage of. We're raising a group of men that when shit hits the fan, they won't be able to defend shit. So at the end of the day, all the white knights, all the simps, and all they little sidekicks who've been propping up all these women, cucks, thank you. That's the other word I was looking for. Year after year, decade after decade, it don't mean nothing to me. That's why I said real men, we're going to be okay, because we're going to watch them die, and all the chicks that are left are going to fall in line. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to take more than 1 or 2 generations, because this time we have to teach it to a level that it will stick. Because if not, we're going to have 1900s repeated. We're going to have Rome repeated. We're going to have Egypt repeated, because it happens every time. And it only happens when men build everything, put everything together, and everything's going good. Then they start acting the ass.
Yeah,
So it's gonna have to be, this time that it's done, it's gonna have to be devastating. I mean, to the point that these broads will make it an oral history to explain to their daughters every generation after. It has to be that. It has to be that level. It has to be on the same level that Jews still talk about the Holocaust. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I think it's a place that comes from civilization progressing too far. Once you get to a point to where the danger of outside, it doesn't feel like a danger, then things get reckless.
Well, but see, we're not talking about, but we're not, but, and I get what you're saying about the recklessness, but at the end of the day, what's going on right now is you got a bunch of spoiled, entitled, insane broads, period. End of story.
Yep.
After everything we've done, decade after decade, century after century, for them to rise up and start talking about that our masculinity and everything else is toxic, or we ain't shit, knowing full, and they know we built everything. The only reason they're able to do this is because they know there's no warfare. They know that there's no hardship. It's not like they living back in the 1600s where everything was hard work and people barely lived to 45 on average. You understand what I'm saying? They only doing it because they're privileged and they're entitled and they're losing their damn minds. And we need to remind them that, you know what, this can be hard. Let me show you how, and then stop doing everything for them.
Do you think that as a human race, because this has happened before a couple of times that I know of, and maybe it happened before times that I don't know of. Do you think as a human race we're designed to have to reset?
Yes, I do. And as a matter of fact, both historically and biblically, you can see we've done it multiple times. How many times has the Most High had to wipe out a city? How many times has he had to flood the planet? I mean, it is what it is. Lessons have to be taught hard. And that's another thing that there's a problem with. And I've made this comment on MTR's thing. We can talk about economics. We can talk about we can talk about social engineering. We can talk about male and female gender disparity. But the fact of the matter is that until you add a spiritual component in whatever version of it you want, I don't really care. It's not going to work, because that's what we have here. You had there are so many women who go to Christian church after hoeing everything up and talking about she's born again, and therefore she won't sleep with anybody until she's married. And yet when you marry her, the first thing she'll do is cut you off from sex. Where's the logic in that? Those same women who claim they won't do anything sexually because they're born again are the same ones who are trying to fuck the preacher's wife. I mean, come on, man. Come on. And here's the thing that I keep telling everybody. We're not working with idiots. They know what they're doing. They know. That's why I ignore all of them in MTR's chat, trying to act like they trying to figure it out or understand it. They're not trying to figure it out and understand it. They already know. They're just trying to figure out how we're dealing with it so they can come up with an alternate plan. That's the only reason they're there. That's the only reason they ever want to talk. And like I told MTR before when he asked me, there's a reason I don't talk to him anymore. I'm 53 years old. I've done all the talking that I possibly could, and you didn't give a rat's ass about what I have to say. So now I no longer care about what you have to say. That's fair trade. So as far as it goes for extinction, it's going to happen one way or the other, biblically or socially. It's going to happen because this is unsustainable.
Yeah, I believe so. I agree with that as well. Because like when that one girl came on and she was talking all that good stuff, like I was the first one to be like, it sounds all great and all, but she's hitting so many of the red pill tenements that it immediately makes me suspicious that she's not just a chameleon.
Well, because what they doing is they come into MTR or Black Ram or whoever's channel, and they're listening to what we're saying. Then they're going back over to Shira and that little clan and listen to what they're saying, and they're trying to come up with a new game plan on how to get in with us. That's all it is. And I'm not just saying it to be an ass. They've done this, and I'm not saying it to be an ass. They've done this throughout history. This is their tool. This is not this. This is nothing.
Why do you think?
They used to close down men used to have like coffee houses or whatever, and they made a policy where that wasn't able to be happening either.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have men only places.
Yeah, but there's women only places everywhere.
Correct.
There's spas that are women only, but like there's no man only spa because it's discrimination if it's men only, because they want to be in our spaces and know what we're thinking. But it's not discrimination if it's women only, because they say it's for the protection because we are violent or rapey or whatever.
The reason that they want women only spaces is because and they want to be in all of our space is because men act differently when women are around. Like you don't really have locker room talk. You don't have locker room talk when you're around women. And men act accordingly, and it's a lot harder for men to build stuff or push things forward if there's always women around you.
Exactly, and I'll tell you something.
I was at a job that it was when I was working construction, right? And we would pee outside because it's outside. No one else is here. It's all guys. We peed outside. Right. Well, a woman came and started working with us, and in the first day that she started working with us, I peed, walked away. Another guy was peeing. She came around the corner and saw him peeing, and filed a complaint for sexual assault that he exposed himself to her. And it women being involved in male spaces completely changes it.
But
and
that's
very unnecessary.
Yeah, she did it on purpose.
But that's my point. Because when you think about it, if we're so toxic as men, if we're all pedophiles, if we're all rapists, why do they come willingly and try to jump into all our spaces? I mean, every single time. If we're so damn bad, why do you want to be near us? There's no logic to that. That's the same thing I talk when we talk about the racist thing. Yeah, look,
because they want to be near us, but they want us to act accordingly, right? So they want to be near us as long as we are catering to them. That's what they want. They want
no.
They want control.
No, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's not about catering. It's about control. It's about dominance. That's all it is. That's all it is. No more, no less. And they want it for free without the work.
Do you know how many times? Listen. So when I was dating my girl, she would always say, like, you live a bachelor lifestyle, it must be nice, you know, you get to go home and take a nap or blah blah blah. She'd always make a complaint about me living a bachelor lifestyle, and I'm like,
You asked her to
listen,
marry her?
we don't live together. And like, long story short, she would get mad at me for taking naps after work, but like, I do physical labor all day and I have hep C, so I'm tired and I don't sleep well to begin with. So like, if I come home and I don't have the energy to do anything, I'm gonna take a fucking nap. I'm a grown man. I can take a nap. Like,
Yeah, we call that siesta.
Right.
you know, like, but the way that she would put it into a light, it was negative when she'd say it to me. Or like, I would like, she had OCD when it came to when she had OCD when it comes to clean, and I don't. So like, what I consider to be clean and what she considers to be clean are different. And she would say it's because I'm a man and I live a bachelor lifestyle. But it's like, or when I work all day and then I come home and I take a nap and I get up and I make myself something to eat. I take my dogs out. I do my laundry. I sweep. I'm not going to bleach my kitchen and my house every day to keep it the same. Like, I'm just not going to do it. You know, like, our values are different, but because my values are a certain way and I live alone, like, it was a negative thing. And like, I don't think she really meant anything by it, but that's just it's how they see stuff, that like,
Right.
it's a negative that I don't have to
Yeah.
have someone over me.
And something else about what you were just saying, Kyle, goes back to you, David, with the extinction thing. Okay, here's my full process on it. If you look at it from a biblical point of view, which is what I do, Revelations or whatever it is you want to follow says that a third of the planet is going to be taken out. Now, this is something a lot of people don't take in consideration to think about. If a third of the planet is going to be taken out by the Most High, let's do the math. The vast majority of people on the planet are both black and female. Do the numbers. So that gives you my answer on the whole extinction thing as a whole. That's why I don't care. That's why I don't care. And considering the vast majority of the problems nowadays are man, black women have lost their minds. I don't even know how else to say it. I don't even know how else to say it. I don't care about extinction. I just don't. At the end of the day, it's already extinction. You're taking children from men. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I had made the comment to MTR when I put up that super chat. Stop calling us absentee fathers, man. Our children were stolen. Call it what it is, man. Well, I don't give a fuck how you want to pull statistics. Our children were stolen. End of story.
And the other thing I want to paint on this whole narrative is that my kid doesn't live with me, and I tell his mom when he turns 5 he's gonna live with me. She doesn't want to let go of him. Like,
no, because it's a meal ticket.
Like, they don't want to let go of the kids, and like I took care of my son as much, like, I was there as much as I could be with him. Like, I paid for everything before I was on child support, and I still don't get to see my kid the way I want to. And because of the child support and the way that I'm not allowed to claim my son, the way that I pay, like, as a single white male that gets to claim no kids, I pay the highest amount of taxes as a sole person can pay. So
that is correct.
Like, out of $42,000 that I made last year on paper, I only took home 25. So that's only like $2,100, $2,150 every month. And
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Like you said, as a single white male, does the taxes differ? Because I don't have children, so I don't know.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that taxes differ, but again, if something happens, like I need government assistance, I can't get it because I'm white. I'm not a minority. So in that sense, as a single white man, I pay the most amount of taxes and I receive absolutely no benefits from it. None. Like, like the only benefit that I really can get is if I get hurt at work, I'm able to get like unemployment because if I get laid off or I get workers comp or I get unemployment. Those are the only two things that I get.
But that's not a benefit. That's something you paid into. You earn that.
Correct. So like if I don't know if you were on when I told you this, but when I was going through stuff with my daughter's mom and CPS, they wanted to give me my daughter and they told me that I'd have to pay out of pocket for daycare. And I said, well, since I haven't had her and you guys are going to give me her. And like, this is kind of like, you know, you guys called me last week and now you're talking about giving me my daughter next week. Is there any resources or anything that you guys could do to help me with this the shift? And the lady looked me in the face and laughed and said, no, you're the dad. So the way that it works out is on paper, I make 42 grand. I only bring home 25. So when they were to give me my daughter, if they were going to, I would have to pay child support for my son still. Okay. But because it would be a temporary custody order, this child support won't lower my child support payments for my son. Because it's a temporary order, I couldn't get child support from my daughter's mom. So I literally am a father, and because the mom screwed up, I still get screwed. They were like, well, you can go and apply for daycare vouchers. And then I went down there and they said, you make too much money, even though they take $15,000 to $16,000 from me in child support and taxes. And I don't get any of that money. So I would have.
What do they only go off of?
What's that?
What do they only go off of? Like the gross before they take their own deduction?
Yeah.
Not only do they go off gross, but if you got a downgrade in pay or position, or you went somewhere else and paid less, they don't adjust it. They still base it off the highest one you had last.
Yeah. So like if I was to lose my job, like say I I got my hand caught in a grinder or something and I can't do electrical work anymore because I make 42 grand a year and I can't do that job anymore. They'll tell me, well, you used to, so you can do it again. Like
that's nice. Cause what I got one time was, it doesn't matter to me, get a second job.
Yeah. Like
I've heard things like that. I've heard men say like I lost my job because like there are men who have children who at a later age, and I know of a couple older people because I was in the system, and they lost their jobs, you know, in the office. At a certain point, they're forced to retire, but they had children later, so they still have 10, 12-year-olds, and they're no longer making $90,000, $100,000 a year, but they're on their retirement. They're told that they still have to pay the same amount of money.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's always like that. Every case, it's like that. It doesn't change.
This is how this worked out mathematically. So I just told you that I bring home $2,100 a month. Well, in order for me to have a baby that's 6 months old in daycare, I would have had to pay $200 a week. So I would have been paying $800 a month in daycare. And the government told me they couldn't help me because I made too much money. The government told me they weren't going to help me by lowering my child support or giving me child support because it was only temporary. Like, so as a single,
a baby, or is that how much daycare costs? Period.
That's what daycare costs.
So, like, is it more expensive for a baby because they have more?
Yes.
They're more dependent than a 6-year-old.
The older the kid gets, the lower the rates go because it takes less maintenance and it takes less time. And also, it comes down to you can only have so many babies for one person, but you can have more.
How many?
You can have more children that are older with one person.
Okay. So how much increased? Like for like a 1-year-old who needs all the attention versus like an 8-year-old.
So like a 6-year-old or 8-year-old would probably be like $100 a week or something. Like, and then when the kids get to like 12 or 13 or 14 years old, it'd be like $60 a week. Like as they get older, they
watch themselves, right?
Yeah, like as they get older, they need less time, so they adjust the price accordingly. But toddlers, infants, are the most expensive. So Explain to me how I'm supposed to pay child support. I'm supposed to pay $800 a month in daycare, and then on top of the $800 a month in daycare, I'm also supposed to pay to feed that kid because I can't. Like, I'm not the mom. I don't have breast milk. I'm not getting WIC. So then I would have to also pay for formula. I'd also have to pay for diapers. I'd also have to pay my rent. Like it's literally made to where you really can't do anything, and like that's. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. So as a single white male, I pay the highest amount of taxes that I possibly could pay. Even if you were black and you were a single male, you're going to pay the highest amount of single taxes that you can pay. But at the end of the day, there are minority programs that are for minorities. There really isn't programs for white people because white people are considered to be rich and white people are the minority and we're the oppressors. So all this racist narrative stuff goes also into policy. So it like we don't get to benefit. Like
I think that also that men, because like black men also know that they don't have the same.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Like when I've been homeless, and when I was homeless, I was in you know what I'm saying, my car, right? Because there was no shelters for me.
Yeah.
And it was summertime, and so shelters only take so many people. But if I was a woman, I'd have a place to stay.
Yeah,
especially because all I have to say is that I'm coming from an abusive boyfriend, and I can stay in the bathroom.
You want to know what's so absurd about that? The most absurd thing about that, there's only one shelter in this entire country that is for men, and it is literally sitting in the middle of a desert in California. It's either California, Arizona, one or the other, but it's literally sitting in the middle of a desert. I mean, seriously.
There's 2,000 women's shelters, and there's one men's shelter for abuse.
That's because a woman. That's because a man isn't abused by a woman.
We are. If you look at the statistics,
no. He was being sarcastic. He knows that.
Yeah. But I'm saying if you look at the statistics, there's only a 6% difference in abuse. Like it's like 40. It's like 43% and like 56% or something. Like it's not a vast difference.
And I think those numbers are off. I think it's high. I think it's higher with women.
I do too, because I think that most men would be afraid to report it. We're ashamed to report it because they're like, I'm getting beat up by my girlfriend, and because of that's not going to fly well.
Well, the other thing that was going.
What I'm saying is like women. They like to say that. You know what I'm saying? If a man is getting abused by his girlfriend, that it's not as dangerous as for a woman to get abused by her boyfriend. But the proof of the amount of abuse that women do is if you're in public, what are you more likely to see? A man hitting a woman or a woman hitting a man? It's because women have this idea that they can just hit men and that they walk around with some sort of impunity from being hit back.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because like I had a conversation with a deputy one time, myself, him, and a woman, and she's all irate because I didn't hold the door for her and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And there happened to be a sheriff deputy who pulled in, and we had that conversation. You know, she's talking game, my dude, about fucking me up, and she has every right to yada yada yada. And the deputy standing there, and I looked at him and I said, let me ask you a question, male or female? She puts her hands on me, I'm gonna knock her the fuck out. I just need you to understand that this is not a gender thing, because by all definitions of the law, she becomes an assailant, not a woman. In the story.
Right.
In the story.
But that's how a lot of society sees it. And that's why men get the shaft in terms of like shelters and like people's perception when they see a man react. Because there's a video on YouTube, right, where a woman hits a man. Right, she just hauls off and hits him, and he turns around and gives her one quick hit, and she goes flatline, and he is the assailant in people's mind. instead of defending himself.
Did you
Yeah,
see
because everybody likes to play this little game. Well, you see that proves my point. He's stronger than her. He shouldn't have touched her. My math is if you knew he was stronger than you, then why'd you fuck with him? I don't go into the Serengeti fucking with a lion because I know he's gonna kick my ass.
Well, there was
even that, like guys have logic. Like if you size a dude up and you go, that guy might fuck me up, you may or may not be more or less likely to instigate some shit with him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that comes down to personal responsibility and consequences.
Exactly. And there's none for them. None.
So did you see the video of the chick hit a dude in the head with a high heel, and he turned around and he slapped her, and he literally slapped the life out of her, and then he got jumped.
Did you see the one with the dude on the subway train in New York? She tapped him on the hat, tapped him on the head with that. Yo, that was the slap heard around the world, baby. He slapped the snot out of her.
The one where she bit her lip and she's like, "You don't know me," and then she slapped him. He had some more like Russian hat on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that video. And then Savage, the video you were talking about, is that the video where the girl looks like she's wearing a bikini in a bar?
No, I haven't seen that one.
She looks like she's wearing like a Playboy bunny outfit without the tail and the hat. Like she's literally in a club in like a one-piece bikini. Right?
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, just being ridiculous. She bumped the dude, right? But he didn't apologize. He just kept walking. She turned around and clocked him in his head as he was walking away, and he turned around and popped her one back. And then it was all over the news.
She was out.
This horrible.
Yeah, my favorite one though, no lie, my favorite one out of all of them is when old school grandpa on the bus uppercut that chick. Yo, that was some good stuff, man. That was some good stuff.
Police officer. I mean, not a police officer. I talked to a fellow bus driver, and they were like, "Yeah, he got he was forced to retire, and they took his pension from him." And I'm like, "What?" She spit on him, and he's like, "You going to jail now?" Clean her up, threw her off the bus, but he lost his pension. He's been working for.
Yeah, I know. That's the only sad part about it. But yo, it was funny. He's like, "Oh, you gonna get it now? You gonna get it now?" Boom! And then everybody started screaming, "Ooh, that's a female! You can't hit a female." He said, "Look, you want to act like a man? You're gonna get treated like a man." I was like, "There you go, Gramps. Break it down. Break it down."
She spit on him.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did.
Gross.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, it's been fun. I'm gonna get off here and mow my grass.
Hours. Damn, 6 hours.
I'm gonna get on here and mow my grass.
Yeah, we killing NPR.
I'm gonna get on here and get off and mow my grass, and then I'll come and go back on.
All right, Kyle.
All right.
See you later.
All right,
Jordan. See you later.
Salute everybody.
See you guys.
Yeah, Jordan, you were quiet, man.
Oh man, you guys are just going off there. I just let you guys talk. Like,
all right, well, we'll catch you on the next one then.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in like an hour.
All right, cool.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.